8 years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BattleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here, so put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Welcome back to day number 2 of the PUBG EMEA Championship for spring. We have got so much fun on the way, just some incredible competitive PUBG in the region, and then a couple of giggles in between. My name is Sam. I'm going to be your host. Mark and Avenger are here. Yesterday was a banger. It was the first day of our group stages. We get to see a couple of different teams in the mix today, Avenger, and like you mentioned yesterday, for those that weren't watching, today is where we're going to see some struggles. There's going to be some head banging going on, right?
Yeah, and especially it's because it's also difficult when you have teams that have been coming out completely fragging, already getting 50 plus points that you're going up against. And those are the teams that you could potentially get focused by. So that's going to be a little bit of a struggle. Also, 2 really strong groups here with A and C going up against each other. So that's going to be really scary.
Why is C such a scary group, Mark?
So you about to jump in there, Martin. It's the obvious for Twisted Minds, right? Twisted Minds obviously returning 2025, super strong squad from last year. They are the ones to beat, and I was quite shocked actually for the viewership out there. They were saying that Group A was pretty stacked, and that's quite unnormal. Normally, that group that has Twisted Minds lurking in it is the one that always gets top of the pile. But I'm really interested in a couple of other squads. For Esports, obviously, they failed to get across to the LAN last year, but GK Esports, this is one where Diffix, PWD, Quizzy, Spyro have gone to. This is a team to watch.
Geeky is Mark's team to watch. But now, Avenger, let's talk about Foot Esports, because like Mark brought up, they didn't do so well last year. They've got to be feeling the axe at the back of their heads, right? Because they know that this organization, it wants results. They're going to have to deliver, and this is the competition that they're going to have to do it in. Yeah,
unfortunately for them. I mean, they didn't do terribly, but they didn't do well enough to get to all the lands that we want to see them at, of course. And this is a team with a lot of experience. This is a team with PNC winners on it. It has so much firepower, so that's what I'm really hyped to see, and excited to see if they're able to kind of bring it up to the level. And I hope that they'll be able to kind of get that synergy even more together, considering, you know, it's been a long time off, and again, this is their first time that they're playing at the highest level of competition.
For sure. Obviously, now on your screens are the highlights from yesterday. We've spoken a little bit about the teams you'll get to see today, but yesterday was day number 1. This was the opportunity for us to get a feel for the teams that are competing to try get to the grand finals. Of course, you want to get as many points on the board, Mark. For you, what was the highlight yesterday when you think back to all the games we got to see?
I felt like it was pretty balanced. So we saw a good variation of games. The highlight, though, had to be kind of some of the crazy zones. This game number 1, it was just open field terrain. Talk about the landscape to allow these players to show really what they've got. A couple of teams, though, really stood. And obviously, when we get to look at the leaderboard, we can go into that in a lot more detail. But there were a couple that rised above the rest. No one of the normal names there, but as Martin said, it was pretty balanced. The teams put on a lot of points, but it was really spread.
Avenger, for you, standout moment from yesterday?
I mean, there's a few clutch moments. There's a few situations where it's like, wow, okay, that was impressive. Obviously, FaZe being able to get a fantastic start, but also a few player standout moments. You know, we saw multiple times where we got like some nice, really nice 2-piece shots, some really nice kind of movement, and you could tell that in this situation here, these guys are just so poised and ready to go, but when you're doing it against some of the best players, it's just fantastic. I really liked the It's Chris 2-piece yesterday.
There we go. Now, also on your screens, you can see the teams that claimed victories throughout yesterday. No back-to-backs. But I think what this isn't showing is some of the consistency we saw from the likes of the myth of gaming gladiators as well, Mark. There were a couple of teams that were starting to showcase that they can get points on the board, but also that they can consistently finish in the higher end of the competition.
100%. Actually, FaZe nearly get that back-to-back, remember, on that game number 2 as well. So really impressive. Obviously, FaZe now a regional partner. Sam, for anyone that doesn't know, they were a global partner last year. They came out with a huge bang, but they performed first game, second game really strong. The Mythos kind of done every other game. Gaming Gladiators, as you mentioned yesterday, seem to always make it into that top spot, always make it into the placement points as well. And as a result, there's loads of teams that have found themselves, and we spoke about it slightly at the end of yesterday, a good game, even if you're on that sort of top side of that right table, 9th, maybe down to sort of that Bushido. If they have a good game, then that really is going to level up and put them into the kind of the 40s, the 50s. And I think the teams coming in today, they're going to have to target a 40 minimum. They've got to be able to perform against some of these, or half this lobby that put on some major numbers yesterday, but they've got to target 40 plus.
We'll focus a little bit more on what the teams need to do today. But first, the Mythov was a team that surprised everyone yesterday, coming through the qualifiers, now sitting in second place. And we actually have an opportunity to talk to Nidix, one of their players. He's with us now. Very exciting. Nidix, I heard that you were very nervous to speak to us. Hello. Are you still feeling those nerves about being on the interview?
I am super excited to be here. Thanks for having me. Really appreciate it.
We're excited to have you here. And I'm digging the Liquid jersey. Are you a fan? What do you think of the
just
lineups?
a fan. Yeah, it's just a fun jersey.
I like it. Let's get into what happened yesterday. I think the gents have some questions for you. Mark, you want to start us off?
Yeah, look, obviously really early on yesterday, you guys were doing well game number 1, but game number 2 was like, it felt a bit different, Nenix. You guys play really tight normally, super aggressive when it comes down to the end, but at the end of game number 2, it's like you guys had an argument and just spread your wings, and it was a full center zone and everyone went their own way. Can you maybe just explain a little bit what happened on that sort of west side of Valdemar, what was going through your minds, because you just all sent it different directions?
So basically, we looted truck stop in the northeast of Miramar. We end up being in southwest of the map, in north and west side of Valle del Mar, and we kind of had no plan. Abdu was saying we should went to Valle del Mar and fight Hessen there, which we didn't know it was Hessen, but tried to fight them. And I think we missed communication there, and me and Sparta went for north on GG, trying to take sneaky 1 or 2 kills just by end up having a couple of points at least in the end of game. And then we kind of threw it away. Sparta got 1 knock flush, so that's at least a 1 point secured. And after, the boys just went outside in Valle del Mar, and of course I can see that only 2 guys crushing them, so it ended up really bad. I guess it could have been a really decent game, but we just got 1 point in of that, so it's really bad for us.
While you mentioned the kills, and thanks for forgetting that, it's worth us talking about kills a bit more, because oh my God, Nenix, look at the damage. You find yourself up there, Sparta's up there as well. You guys were putting on some big kills, and it came kind of every other game, but that there is an impressive amount of damage. What does it take, mate? Obviously, you're not converting all the kills, I get that, but you must be farming every game at the moment.
I'm not even doing it on purpose. I'm just, when I see someone, I'm shooting, and it is what it is. It hits the shots, right? But I think it's just about teamwork, right? We're just trying to see who is in the compound. If we see one guy, we're trying to isolate him and try to crush him if we can. See exactly where he's in the building. We just trade each other. I think Spartacus and Habdu is really good like that, trading me. So yeah.
Yeah, really good to see you, first of all, Nidix, to see you here at the top level and performing as you are. So congrats for that, and thanks for talking to us, obviously. You had 1100 damage in the Rondo game. That's just next level. I want to ask a little bit about that Rondo game, because Rondo can be a little bit predictable with how land ratio works and stuff, and just as he was able to jump in and get one of those good compounds, once you got into that compound, kind of walk us through what was your kind of approach to the game, because you knew you had a lot of control, and try to talk us to once you got into that good spot and you started farming.
So we knew that there was like only one team in our west side, and I tried to overextend a little bit, take some info in the middle of the circle, especially in the corners compound, and we saw like 4 or 5 teams crashing that compound, just keep on crashing every circle, crashing, and I was trying to steal some kills, didn't really work out, but I had all the info on that compound, who was up, which team was it, and
nice.
Yeah, at some point zone went out on our compound, so we had to push one team, and that was obviously the first team that we were thinking about. So we got first entry, and different team got the first entry. We saw that, and we just crashed it as 4-man. It was 4v1. Nothing they can really do about that, I guess. And then we just play our games. Teamworks, a lot of talk. And
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it worked out really well for you. Yeah, super happy for you guys to come in and just completely crush it. And what we usually normally see in kind of these PC tournaments is people play a lot more kind of casual, laid back, and you guys just continued that aggressive, like take the head out and just full focus on just shoot everything and try to get as many points as possible. And that's really been successful for you guys today. So yeah, you're about to play the game. So good luck and have fun today, and go out and slay some boys.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Needix. We need you to go get ready to play, so we're going to continue to chat as he preps up. Nice to get a little bit of insight there. And the Mythov just had such a great run, and I think what's a really good way to showcase what they're doing as this sort of up-and-coming team, Mark, is to compare them to the likes of FaZe, the super experienced on day number 1, right?
Yeah, 100%, and be rightfully so. These guys are second and third in the table, right? And it could have gone either way. FaZe, obviously, you spoke about, they had nearly back-to-back. So, again, there's kind of, I feel like there's a point to prove with FaZe, but the Mythos, when they are dialed in, and that team communication Needix was talking about, there is results that are coming out of it. Huge amounts of kills, huge amounts of damage. And look, we even saw from that graphic before with Needix getting a lot of damage but not converting those kills. Those kills arguably could be even more there, Sam. But the points gained, 52 over 50. It's a really good day number 1, and it's kind of setting the bar for everyone else that's coming in from Group C to, hey guys, you need to perform at this level now.
Avenger, I mean, the question that we didn't ask Needix because we needed him to go off and play, and also I didn't want to make him too nervous coming back to interviews, was, are you expecting the same sort of aggressive play and performance today when the lobby changes ever so slightly and you're facing off against teams who are going to shoot back, right? They're not going to take this lying down.
Almost every team that goes out and have a fantastic day 1, they come back and they don't have the same performance as they do in day 1. They don't do that on their day 2. So that's really what I'm looking for them. But again, we're talking about a like 75, maybe 80 points cut off to the top 8, and that's really their focus. I hope that they don't think about that. They just say, doesn't matter, let's not focus on what's our end goal here. Let's take it game by game and let's play exactly the same type of game as we did yesterday. Sure, they had 1 or 2 games that could have been better, but every team did. You know, FaZe, they have 50 points. 29 of those points, they came in just 2 games, right? So you're not gonna have every single fantastic game, but if they can focus on getting 2 or 3 decent games where they can potentially set them up for a win or get a lot of kills as they did here, that's gonna bring them all the way into the finals. And as Mark said yesterday, a team like these guys would be, you know, just in heaven to be able to get into the grand finals directly and skipping that last chance.
Obviously, now you've noticed there's been a little bit of a change to the show, and we've tried to add some different segments to the desk. One of the things that the production team has been working on tirelessly is ensuring that we give you some really big, deep, high brain, high power, whatever you want to call it, analysis, and that's what we're going to do. We have a brand new segment now, which is just going to show you how incredibly talented our analysts are.
Which team has Mark cursed this time?
It's the Mark Powers Prediction Powers leaderboard position segments. Of course, yesterday at the start of the show, Mark, you were really brave. You put it out there and you said the Mythov is a team to watch. You're expecting great things from them. And they did a fantastic job, right?
Amazing job. Absolutely amazing job. Look, game 1, game 2, it was a bit difficult. They got caught by Circle. Game 2 was the one where I saw them just sort of spread out and try and get any kind of point they could. But from that point, they improved game after game. They had that game 5 with Ascend still bagging points as well. Would have been aggressive. Obviously, Chris eventually taking them out. But generally speaking, it was a good showing from the Mythov. Now, obviously, my first prediction was 50% right, but I also threw out another prediction, didn't I, Sam? And yeah, Securus Sensen is the other half of my predictions, and I feel like the graph might be slightly different on the other side of the fences. There we go. Securus Sensen. Oh, I love it.
You cursed
Production team, absolutely kidding me. Oh my God, Sam, that is terrible.
Secura Sensor did not have a good run, Mark. You definitely cursed them, but don't worry. Masterlick has made it very public on X. He posted, he said today will be better. Let's find out if we can curse them a little bit, Mark. Do you think it will be better today for Secura Sensor as well?
The clown in me says potentially, but you have to give it the juice. They know they've had a bad day number 1, right? I was messaging Mika actually. Masterlick was away from his stream at the time, but he was saying, look, we've got the lower goals, but we don't want to be there. We have to go all or nothing. So they are either going to go exactly the same as yesterday, Sam, or they might actually get some points, but I could be a little bit too late.
Avenger, you want to curse any teams?
No, I'm not in the business of cursing teams. I don't want to be in bad standing with anyone. Otherwise, they don't want to talk and play games, and that's what we're here for. But yeah, obviously, it's always fun. Mark is a roulette enjoyer, and put a little bit of chips here and there. He puts both on black and red, and sometimes you win, sometimes you don't. That's the chance of betting, right? But no, I'm super happy to see his TMO, the myth of bet come through. That was fantastic. Even though half of their points came from that Rondo game, they're in 52. They got 26. They got 16 kills in that game. So if they can get one big banger game, or they can get some consistency throughout, they'll be fine. And when we're talking about Sakura Sensen, 20 points, 10 kills and a win. These guys are capable of that, and they're actually into the top 8. So it's not completely undoable. The question is really, how are they going to match up against these guys that are coming in, the 8 teams that are coming in that haven't played yet, because they could be coming in cold, and if they can take a little bit of advantage of that, that could be massive.
Of course, we're not alone in bringing you the show today. Our casters, Kylaris and Toby, are here, and one of the things that they've both put in their contracts and demanded is that they get an introduction during the pre-show. So let's find out how they're doing and see what they have to say.
Correct. I have all the sway, all the power, and actually, yes, for day number 2, me and Toby have huge predictions coming into this. My first prediction is that we are going to see...
Nice.
Stop talking, start game. That's how that is going to go. And we are going to start talking about the game now, because it comes into the first matchup where we get to see Group A up against Group C. Gents, Avenger, you said it yesterday. I said it at the start of the show. You believe that this is going to be quite a big clash. Mark, are you feeling the same way?
It is. We're bringing, obviously, global back-to-back champions, right? They're coming into the mix, so that's going to unsettle. There's no early predictions around hot drops. Maybe there was a few, but they've kind of all backed away. I just feel like this is going to be maybe a little bit slower start at the beginning, Sam, but as we get to that kind of mid-section of the games, you're going to be fighting for little space, and I think there are big gunners now in this lobby, so it's going to be an explosive day.
Avenger, do you think it's going to be tougher for the teams that maybe don't have the sort of experience that some of our older top teams do, the likes of the Mythov? Are they going to struggle in this sort of lobby? Do you think Foot, Twisted Mind's going to come out swinging, big shots happening? Are we expecting explosions right at the start, or is it going to be a very similar pace to what we saw yesterday, where all the teams kind of start off slow to feel each other out?
No, I mean, it's historically we've been having these teams, that played yesterday. They're going to be coming in, and they're going to have quite a significant more amount of momentum going into it. They're going to be those are the teams that are a little bit more hyper focused and getting to those center compounds. We're going to see Group C teams. Usually what we do is we see them play a little bit more edge, but a little bit more slow. What I'm really keeping my eyes on is for sure Twisted Mind, obviously, and Foot, how they're going to be doing, but also GK. Like these guys are obviously a new org, but these guys have so much experience. They have a huge potential to come in and really mess things up, because they're not like Twisted Minds or Foot or Phased. People don't really know what they're going to be expecting from them, both from playing style and timings and stuff like that. So that's really how they can kind of sneak in and get more out of it. And also, don't panic. A team that have a lot of experience, they're kind of a little bit my underdog today. I hope to see them do really well. Always a fan of the boys, obviously.
If you were to take a guess and throw it out there, I mean, how do you think in the first game, will it be a sort of top 4 of experience, do you think, coming into the mix? I know, obviously, the circle plays a role as well, Mark, but we do tend to find that those more experienced teams, like the Phases of the world, find themselves in a more comfortable position at the end game. Are you expecting that as we start?
Yeah, I'm expecting some of the bigger orgs to find their way in. Martin's right, though. Geeke, new super crack team as well. Don't panic, top in the qualifiers as well. So I think they've got a massive point to prove. And then we've got teams like Grove Street chasing them down all the time as well. They were pretty consistent all the way through qualifiers as well. I just feel like we're going to get the... Yeah, that's massive strong on Miramar, right? They find center compounds and they hold out really, really well, unable to crash. And then the other side of that stand, though, we're going to see like Hypebeast. They might play the edge. They might try and control the game, slow it down, and try and pick the kills where they can. Compared to sort of the Twisted Minds, if they come across them, Twisted Minds are going to try and roll through them, and that's kind of not what I want to see for a team like Hypebeast.
Are you expecting Twisted Minds to have a fast start right at the beginning? Historically, Avenger, I've always found them to be a bit slow on their first day.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's gonna suit them perfectly, right? That they could see everyone else playing yesterday. Now they can kind of have their game and kind of play into it. So I think that's gonna be completely fine. And now that we are starting Miramar, as Mark said, Grove Street, the team, they won 2 out of their 4 games on Miramar in the qualifier. So if they manage to get a great start, that'll be fantastic. We get a pretty normal playing path here, though, Mark. So yeah, it's gonna be exciting.
Yeah. Pretty normal, yeah. Southeast all the way towards the northwest, goes through the heart and soul. There shouldn't be too many ults in play. Most people are going to be able to get to their default drop spots. The one thing I was waiting for Martin was there was some early indication that Foot and Hypebeast were kind of trying to push towards Impala, and I worry for like a flight path like this that they get caught getting the cars. Hypebeast have said this morning they are going to back away from this and look for an alternate drop spot at the moment. So I think everyone should find their cars, everyone will find their normal drop spots, but it is a really good flight path to kick things off for day number 2.
Yeah, it's a really strong start here. Also, I mean, a team like Hypebeast, you can't really underestimate the fragging power and the experience on this team as well. Nailop, Novik, Mazes, Keter, these guys are really, really strong fraggers. And if they can get that synergy really flowing, I'm expecting big things for them. But then again, it really comes down to this priority, right? Because first circle actually has such a huge impact. If you're able to get into some of these spots that have high priority and you're able to get some of those compounds that we normally see get a lot of kills, get a lot of impact, then it's going to be big. It's actually quite a northern circle here, Mark, so a lot of these teams are going to be flowing in from that southern side, but there are some teams that have good spots into this, and this is what we won't need to see TMO take advantage of.
Yeah, TMO, Exhalation, all going to be maybe hunkering down in those compounds. Back to Hypebeast, they're going to need to rotate early, aren't they? They're going to have to kind of use that easterly road, get past Foot pretty early and try and find their way in. Maybe that sort of El Hazar, maybe even up on the top. Obviously, expectations are FaZe normally go for cruise, but due to flight path, that won't be the case. And I wouldn't be too surprised if we see a lot of E pickups into this one. Try and get yourself over to that northeast corner as quickly as you can.
Yeah, we'll really see if Hypebeast, they are going to be taking it slow, going in behind Foot, or they're going to try to kind of swing around them on the east side of Impala or some other road. Because if Foot leaves early, that should be good. Hype, they can kind of go into that, and they need to get a guy in and kind of investigate that a little bit. But Foot landed later, so Hype could potentially go faster for that. Well, let's see what happens here in this game here. We're going to go to the casters, Kale and Toby. Now they didn't get to talk so much. Now you get 29 minutes of enjoyment here.
Thank you very much. We have got ourselves groups A and C, and already big heavy hitters coming into the lobby. We have what is very interesting, an E pickup super fast coming out from Na'Vi, Toby.
I think they popped it at 159. Probably one of the earliest e-pickups we've ever seen. Because I mean, not only committing to them, they're all going for it too. I saw them moving cars around. I thought maybe they're going to send one further north to kind of scout. But as you can see, a lot of shots coming their way here as the Na'Vi boys start flying north. But I mean, honestly, it makes sense. It's not a rotation you'd normally see out of Picado teams, but there are so many teams on their northern side that it's just not worth going over that. And with the circle being so far northeast, now they can play in from that northeast, from where they have been going in the past. Like, they know all the rotation paths out of there, and they are, as we can see, and as they were most likely to know, completely uncontested up there.
Yeah, I personally really like it. And just to kind of elaborate on more on what you're saying, is that because Picado, not on a circle, especially like this, how do you rotate from Picado north? Yeah. It's that one road, right? It is very obvious where you're going to be going. So this really subverts the expectations of the other teams around that might be looking for that movement from a team like Na'Vi, who admittedly did all right yesterday. However, they're a team that you would like to try and get out of lobby nice and quick if you could.
Definitely. Not only do they have a lot of teams in front of them, but they also know there's a lot of teams coming in from behind. So if you can avoid it, if you can get out of that potential traffic jam in the early game, might as well go up towards the north. And even though you're now a center team, I mean, this Na'Vi roster came to fame with how good they played Edge, with how well they played slowed into circle. So they are very, very familiar with having space out on the side of the circle.
Don't start me on some of those Hakatori moments on the edges. Ooh, but a global army. Here's Don't Panic. This is previously basically the ex-Sarvum team for the most part, right? And they looked insane in the MEA qualifiers, almost 70 points ahead of second place. Global Army is going to fire his Uzi off against Hakatori, but Hakatori is out for now, so safe and sound.
Hagatory with the spider senses tingling there, because I don't think Global Army hit any open doors. There might have been a broken window that Hagatory saw, and that's the small things that really separates the somewhat experienced players to some of these really high-level ones is remembering, wait, is there normally a full window there? Is that a broken one? What is... Okay, someone's been here. Wait, it's early game. Someone's probably still here. Not worth the risk. Smart decision-making on that part.
Foot's positioning themselves against this rotation from Hypebeast, and a nice spread starting off of Vard. Maybe he'll be able to pick up two. Yes, he will. T-Bone gets Nail Up down. Marcus was a beast in the qualifiers as well, but looks like his story for game number 1 comes to an end swiftly.
Yeah, not too much they can do about that one. Nice reaction play here from Foot, clearly calculated. They had one play out there early on, knowing that teams would be coming up the northeastern shoreline in a circle like this based on the plane path. So smart play from Foot. And to go back to Hypebeast for a second, I mean, it's funny when you look at the roster, because when you see the names, you think Nail Up, you think Nawik. Those two have been in the game for a very, very long time. But when you look back at the qualifiers, it was, as you said, Mars is up there, top damage dealer, or top frags. And you also have Keda, who came out with a 1,000 damage game too. So clearly, even though you have Nail Up and now kind of lifting the experience on the roster, the other two guys are definitely not to be trifled with, as long as it's not 4 guys looking at you in a car.
Yeah, I mean, that cheeky lip. How many times have we crashed into that?
Somewhere there's a developer laughing. Yeah.
Oh, yes, it's me. We've got Yepper as well, who had a bit of a rougher time yesterday. Overall, 23 points on the board. Still need to do some work for it. As they're now moving into the circle. But Odin and those guys had a few moments yesterday as everyone gets situated. I do think, though, when it comes to Hypebeast, that getting rid of someone like Marcus, who literally was like #1 in terms of overall contribution during that qualifier, like, it's a brilliant person to be taken out early in a game like this, because he can clearly hang with a lobby of this caliber.
No doubt whatsoever. And 4 Foot, I mean, with how their own rotation now got delayed a bit because they opted to set up that rotation camp, they're going to be backfilling Sakura Sanson, a team that Mark obviously knows full well how it's going to fare, according to statistics shown in the pre-show. But here we have them on screen, making their rotation northbound. Again, a lot of these teams coming in around the eastern side, kind of sweeping the edge, just knowing there is space up here towards the north. I don't think they'll... I mean, obviously, Sakura Sanson, not assuming they're going to go full send on this, but I don't think they're aware that Yepa is in between them, because they're playing a very, very wide 2-2 split right now.
Yeah, a little slotting amongst all of it. And then, yeah, you're right. I mean, the only information they would have had would just be like the cars rotating past in terms of the noise queue, maybe from the distance where Marsalek is. So beyond that, not too much info at all. And Foot's going to be coming in behind that as well. Foot is also another big topic, really, because this is a team that almost always really closely gets to some of those international tournaments and just barely doesn't squeak into them. And they have been fully re-signed again for 2025. So Foot has a lot of confidence in these players. And who's surprised? With the caliber of player on Foot, I'm not.
Well, speaking of 2-2 splitting, Sakura Sanson now getting visitors in their building. Good thing for them is that it's a 2-man team. Issue is, as we said, they were split 2-2, and now it's up to him and to try and deal with Keda.
Enjoyed the trigger discipline for a moment there, but as soon as there's a second person coming in behind you, you really have a timer above your head. Hey man, how much can he do? Ooh, he gets caught on the backside of that with Keta. Going to be transitioning around the corner here, going for a spray once again against these boxes. Maybe a jump shot. Oh, around the corner. Hypebeast is gone. 16th place.
I mean, Hypebeast falls, but what an audacity on the side of Keta to wide swing with 9 bullets and 32 health. He knew he had the flash somewhat on point and just commits to running out of the building, not knowing what's happening outside. I like the effort, but again, they were simply too wounded from early engagements. And not gonna happen. Sakura Sanson, though, will end up losing one because of it.
Force 2K with an M24. I like what he's putting down, but I mean, oftentimes we don't get to see them here in these competitive lobbies because they're just a little bit too hard to follow up on, etc. So not too much bolty action, but I'd love to see some shots hit, as Pixel is going to be doing the good old gliding thing here for a Foot on the backside. And as you say, I mean, it's the ripple effects of these kinds of fights, right? If Hypebeast suddenly goes into that situation as 4 alive, it could be totally fine, but yeah, not the case.
Nope. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Foot kind of do a full rendezvous, just back off. They have Pixel in the air, I should say, and as we see here on screen. They now realize, wait, there is simply too much going on in front of us. Let's go back on the edge. Let's wait for the next circle and then play adaptive. I would assume to see them start spreading out maybe a bit now, as we've seen them do in tournaments past. Simply just waiting for that next circle to pop. But of course, they don't have all that much time to start splitting out. So let's see where the next one takes us.
They've never been shy about playing Extreme Edge, have they? I mean,
yeah.
And the Foot has had a lot of success in games on those Extreme Edges. So for now, they find themselves directly on the edge as we have a shift towards the crossroad, which is actually a very common shift for something like this. I mean, technically, it could have pretty much gone anywhere on a Circle 2 shift, but yeah, we're very familiar with how games play out here.
Yeah, it's a tricky area to play into if you're not inside this circle already, because as we can see, a lot of these compounds are taken already, but that's where you gotta be brave. That's where you gotta keep track of some of these, what used to be splits starting to group up. For example, Exhalation just grouped up towards the north. That now leaves effectively the entire Crossroads compound on the south side available. Not that it's prime real estate in this circle, but one swing south, and all of a sudden, you're looking really, really solid.
On board with Grove Street. Let's see what they can do. Just kind of coming in south of Water Treatment and Bushido yesterday. 28 points to their name. All grouped up on this one compound, which for now is fine, of course, but you would like to have a bit more of a split if you could get away with it. Yeah. And that's why we're seeing in the distance, Lou, for a while, was getting away with a split until he wasn't. So exactly. Going to rendezvous with the rest of his team.
And this is what I like to see. Teams actually daring to go out and contest some of these splits, because there would be no reason in this circle why there would be 4 guys sat in that longhouse. So it makes good sense for Balkan Eagles to go up and try and contest it. Balkan played very passive yesterday, I feel like. They were forced into some awkward fights because they hesitated, but now daring to make a move here, and actually only has 3. They have 1 player sat still far down towards the south, waiting to regroup, but Twisted Minds has the same thing going, because Petulins, well, as you can see here, up on the mountain, kind of giving info to the rest of his teams about these players peeking on over.
It's his natural habitat. It's where he feels most comfortable.
It is.
Oh, good shot.
And
Great shot.
Great connect on that one too. A little bit of bait from the mountains up high allows for Lou to peek on over, get that kill on in, or at least knock initially. Is done now, and he forced to fall back, and suppressive fire coming in from behind, but they're in trouble already, because as you can see here, Petulins starting to pop their tires too.
Not too bad at all. These extra angles are not a lot of teams can get away with how much that this can be oppressive to other teams, but this is Twisted Minds. This is for all intents and purposes, almost everybody's favorite to have won the World Championship last year, and it was not to be after those 3 PGS wins.
Just can't get them all. Just can't get them all. But it also would be boring if they had gotten them all, because we know how much it would mean to the Tulans and the boys to finally get a World Championship. They got a lot of global series, I should say, last year, but now they have something more to hunt for here in 24, or 25, I should say. Time goes by.
Yeah. I wonder if it ever occurs. I wonder if the elusive World Championship ever happens. I mean, you'd like to think so. Eventually it should, for a squad like this.
Well, you'd hope so, but here comes the full-on pull-up. Celtic got taken down just before. That allows for the opposing players to start the swing on Wastu. Not able to connect what he wanted to Nailcop now. In the meantime, trying to reposition. Karam falls to Medibay. So, Bushido doing a good job thus far at withstanding this push, despite being 1 guy down.
It feels like this was almost a second game plan for them to swing around to this angle to try and crash this. Why do I say that? Well, as soon as you swing around from this angle, where you've come from the opposite end, then you're exposing yourself to other teams whilst you're crashing on Bushido. So you saw Navi even peppering some shots into this as well. So I don't know about this one for Grove Street.
Nah, it's a tricky position. Now they find themselves kind of locked in, and it becomes really annoying for Bushido as well, because with this circle just popping on them, they really want to be busy keeping everyone away from this compound, but they have to focus up close for good reason. They have to keep their eyes on these guys that are just outside their compound. This, of course, leaves Water Treatment open, and the entire west side effectively somewhat uncontested, but with everyone coming in, they're all sat over towards the east.
Still in the longhouse, locking this down. Grove Street chilling. Hakatori's again, this angle. Even if you're not peppering Grove Street, you can still see that door from there. So Navi, they'll be very happy to put in some damage against any of these teams that potentially might be a problem later on.
Yep, Medibay ends up getting flushed. Iroh, though, instantly there with a response. Good to see. This Grove Street now finally made it inside, but now there's a sandstorm, at least the very edge of one, making its way through the landscape. denying this push on through, but Seifu has made his way in. And Celtic back on his feet as well, so Bushido up to 3 once more, trying to fend off.
Yeah, at least it doesn't do damage anymore, right? Like,
thank you. Yeah, true.
Nade goes through. Anyway, we'll move on as we have, unfortunately, Balkan Eagles will lose one to Geek. In fact, a second one goes down as well. This is a potentially very powerful lineup. Diffx, Spiro, yes. Quizzy, and all of these guys, they've got a wealth of experience, and they're being shot from the distance as well.
Would it be toxic to rebrand GK to the replacements? Or the expendables? Because they are all really, really, really good players that were all dropped from what was and still is really, really, really good rosters.
Yeah, they're the nomads. They're traveling constantly, you know?
Yeah, and you know what? Sometimes that's what makes a great team, is when they all come into the roster with the same history. It's all being, I was there, but they didn't want me around. Now they can all go and get their revenge together.
On the plus side, you've got a lot of insight into how a lot of other players operate. So you can try and kind of work that in and use that to your advantage. But at the same time, Bushido, and they use this push and eventual get rid of Grove Street to their advantage, because now that Grove Street have got into the side of this longhouse, it gets increasingly slower to like actually dislodge this.
I mean, as long as the circles keep coming this way, this can continue to stall out for a bit. GK now making the push on down. That's going to be Twisted Minds holding off against them. 2 players down on one side, 1 on the other. Perfectix fallen. In the meantime, Face and Foot opting to take that fight. That's towards the northeast. And again, this goes back to what I was saying just before. Because no one was able to wrap around towards the eastern side, all these fights, or western side, sorry, all these fights are taking place in the east. So GK eliminated by Twisted. Now Balkan Eagles out, as well as the circles keep centering up.
Yeah, Lou's putting in huge work over there by the looks of things. And do you expect any different from Twisted Minds to potentially get off to a hot start? They have lost one. They've got one down at the moment. They want to get him back up and get this good to go. But we have blue zones galore. FaZe and Foot running into one another. 8C going up against FaZe. Always an interesting dilemma.
Yeah. It's when you've been in the game for long enough, that is bound to happen at some point. Foot able to disengage, not really too much they can do to help their fall come right back on their feet. As now here comes the army, the global one at that, but Salik with the last bullet in the chamber swings over, gets the double pin, falls, but the reset should be possible to commit to. See Na'Vi starting to flex out of the buildings here, but as soon as they do, shots come in from the north. So Exhalation right now kind of playing with overhead protection from the north side.
Yeah, don't panic. Only 0 points in this game, but you've got to imagine looking at how they played that out with the vehicle that they had, the tour bus, like that was just a desperate move, right? Like, okay, we have nothing else. We have to try and do something. What can we do? Okay, we got blasted. GG, go next.
Yeah, exactly. Good thing for Bushido is that they were able to get rid of Grove Street, meaning that now they can go back to make full use of the compound and the amazing location they currently have available. Now they can apply pressure to Yeba. Now they can start shooting towards the south and try and prevent some of these teams making their way towards them. And because they're currently containing Yeba, that has actually allowed for Virtus Pro to swing around the south side here. Beamy is left behind as they like to do it in a 3-1 split. He could potentially backfill Sakura Sanson and get rid of these two.
Ooh. Yeah, gets Micah already. And so they've got this supreme confidence in his abilities to be off solo, keeping himself alive, keeping himself protected, and then also being a punishing blow in the back.
Yeah.
Zibby is also rendezvoused over that side as well. He's going to be pushing on that knock. This is a brilliant move by VP.
It definitely is. It's a good understanding of the situation they're in, the opponents that they have around them, because they're coming in from an angle from where they can't really get a lot of that info. But of course, there are only so many places here you can really play from. So look up close, Groza in hand, allowing right now for Nixie to do the majority of the damage with a nade. But as you can see, as soon as they peek over, more damage comes through from the side, but they do get the knocks with the nades for no reason. To expose yourself here is Nixie. Headshot connected. They're applying so much pressure to this last remaining player from Yeba. And there you go. Down he goes.
Yeah, despite being on edge, despite fighting 2 teams at once, VP looks unscathed and unfaltering. Yeah. That was brilliantly executed here by them. I mean, as the circle goes, we'll see where they have to move. We'll see where they have to shift. But that was supreme control from these guys.
And again, I mean, goes back to their just incredible reading of the situation, understanding where the teams are around them and who to focus on in this situation. And good on them is that they do not have to venture out into the fields, at least not yet, because Circle swings east.
Yes, it does. It gets a bit treacherous though as time goes on. We've got ourselves Foot trying to still stave off the phase aggression. They've got one down his face, but that's a perfect nade coming in from Kurexi. He was hot yesterday, and he's coming in hot today as well. What a brilliant little foray out here from Kurexi and the boys.
You like to see it. You like to see it. Kurexi trying to spray through the smoke, not going to reconnect on anything. Pixel still sat alive on the other side, but he just got connected on from a distance. So not making things any easier for him and for Foot's hopes in this match.
M249 in hand, extending mag. Let's see what we can do here. Just walk around the corner shooting and hope. Oh, well, okay, you don't even need to do much at all. That is a Foot gone in 10th place. FaZe takes away the position. This is going to give them a lot of control in some of those hills for the moment in the north.
Yep. In the meantime, they should be able to go back, get James back on his feet. As I say that, though, Masterlick, solo player left alive from the side of Sakura Sanson. Able to yoink that one away, but now, of course, because of doing that, he's going to reveal his position. He has snuck inside the circle. It should be all right for now, but we'll see for how long that's going to remain that way. In the meantime, the myth of the team who surprised everyone with their performance yesterday. Currently, one of two teams still outside the circle having to make their way in.
Yeah, brilliant to see and hear from Nidex, actually, because we don't get many French players anymore. I was thinking whilst we were listening to the interview, like, when was the last time we had a full French team or a French team? And it was Adept way back in PCS 2 or 3. So great to see Nidex on the field here, and a brilliant interview by him.
Honorable mention, Vitality. You're welcome back at any time, boys.
True, they can come back too. Yeah.
More than welcome, guys. More than welcome. The more the merrier. As Bushido, well, they fended off against one team. We'll see if we can do it here once more. As these nades, they do come up short. Sparta lobbing a few extra over. But, I mean, I know this is where they have to go, but I don't know if I like the way they're committing to this util. They have 4 alive, they have vehicles available. Force them back and then pull up instead of lobbing nades at a distance where you can't really do anything with it. In the meantime now, these fights continue down and towards the fields. Virtus Pro down to just Beamy and Nixie, now having to deal with Twisted Minds.
Can't give someone like example that opening, and he will take it as Hectic goes down as well to Nixie though. It's trade for trade at the moment, but example will return in kind. Perfect stuff coming out from himself. The Cyborg as he is able to just take down Ibiza, finishing that off. Beamy is going to have to try a deal with Lou, but it's not going to be successful. That is Twisted Minds shutting down Virtus Pro.
I mean, I went into Batulin's stream earlier today, and usually he's a guy that likes to take his time explaining things. We always credit him for it. But today I said, Batulin, how are you feeling? You guys ready for today? And he just looked into the camera and said, Toby, we're ready. I was like, okay, he's locked in. He's ready for it. And score here proves exactly that. A lot of kills already. And making their way into placement points. Issue is, shots from a distance, Exhalation pulling up. But became too much for him.
8 kills despite going down in 7th. Still fantastic stuff. Sparta holds down Celtic here. It's like a war of history. Now, that's a ridiculous fight. But anyway, we've got ourselves still We Live Again, who's been pretty quiet up to the north, and they could start expanding themselves out into the north side of this circle. As beyond that, it's Exhalation in the middle, who seem to be in an okay spot until they maybe start peeking over. They were kind of existing in a trench between all the teams, allowing the other teams to fight across them.
It's things are good right now until they are not good. that's something how they're going to be able to play it, because once FaZe start looking south, once We Live Again are forced to leave the compound they are going to have for another, well, 30 seconds, then Na'Vi can start flexing out, they can start applying pressure, and then I think Exhalation might be in trouble in that dip there, because I think Na'Vi still has quite a bit of util left to work with, and wouldn't be too surprised to see a few Exhalation players fall to exactly that.
And already, I mean, as we see these teams moving around a little bit, we're already seeing the rewards of that super early Na'Vi emergency pickup, right? Like, they realize, we want to be attacking this circle from the north. We do not want to be going from our natural home, Picardo, on a circle like this. Look what it has delivered them so far.
How does that feel, James, saying Na'Vi's natural home, Picardo?
You know,
it rings wrong in my ears. I don't know about you.
Yeah, it's a thing now, I guess, for today.
New season's always amazing. Bamboozling. They're boosting people all over the place. Exhalation now, I mean, as we said, they need to try and keep people at a distance, and Pin, successful at doing exactly that, will find the last myth player in Sparta, able to deal with him, and we now find ourselves in the top 4. Na'Vi, as we said before, now able to push on out, and they will 3-guy pull up full speed towards this ridge line.
Yeah, it was a very important swing out. It had to happen now. They can't just sit in that compound any longer, because as soon as they allow Exhalation to take control of these ridge lines, then that is going to cause them problems getting out of the compound entirely. So you can see up on the roof here, a good little off angle from Hakatori to try and put some pressure on, whilst the other 3 make sure that they're not being on a chokehold down towards the bottom. Very important against Exhalation.
So, yeah, 1 nade could be the downfall of these 3, but well without reach of such utility from their opponents as the remaining player. I mean, Hakatori still back towards the compound, has a little bit of it still inside the next circle too. Doing damage, but I think for now, mainly just suppressing opponents, trying to force them to look towards one another and allowing for this fight on the south side to take place without any third-party involvement.
And with these nades going out from Na'Vi, that's almost all of the lethal util going, and it does connect, but that's super important that they make this work and make it as efficient as possible, because they want their opponent's util and they don't want them to be expending things. So this fight might need to finish quickly here for Na'Vi so that they can loot them as quickly as possible. You can see them peeking over. Then we'll take Pin down, and that's them gone. There was not much lethal util used from Exhalation. I wonder if they've got enough to refuel Na'Vi here.
Again, I mean, with how Hakatori was suppressing on the other side and how they were able to swing that, yes, Ferris goes down, but when you have 2 people swinging the right side, it's almost as if Ferris had to go down there. The amount of damage he was taking, the amount of attention he was kind of baiting from his opponents, allowing for his 2 teammates to swing around the corner. Great execution in that fight there. So they now turn their attention towards We Live Again, who have just, I mean, full speed send it in between FaZe and Na'Vi.
It's a big start for Group A after already doing so well yesterday. Na'Vi and FaZe, they're coming out swinging in day number 2. We Live Again, only 1 kill on the board just yet. As I was mentioning before, very quiet from them this game. They do have a P90 in hand. There's still an opportunity here. As soon as I say that, it stings as it takes down Gustav in the distance. But he is open to a line of sight here. He's going to go down.
Yeah, it was going to be dangerous no matter what, trying to prone in between these 2 teams. And here you see the result of it. They will both fall. And the end of it is going to be Na'Vi versus FaZe. FaZe came out victorious in their first match yesterday, and now looking to try and do so here again. But they have a very, very hot Na'Vi with the numbers advantage as well going up against them. And Na'Vi, for now at least, has circle centered too. I don't know if Gustav can be committed to here in this 4v2. But Na'Vi seems like they're giving a little bit of space. Having said that, though, Soset is creeping forward.
At this range, with this terrain, it's all going to be gun. There is very little lethal util to work with. Just a few smokes here and there, but it's all going to be ridge lines. And who has to move into that open area in the middle first, I suppose, which would be maybe the death of them. So you've got to be very, very careful about how you approach this one.
Nice seeing the util here on the side of Na'Vi and the side of FaZe as well. Gustav, the one with lethal util. Correction, Fex just mollies. Not really much impact they're going to have at this distance. As Na'Vi still got 9 smokes to work with. They could set up a line, but Correxy with the Dragonov in hand finds Soset. That's the backline player. They need to go back now and try and see if they can get him back on his feet. It's going to be Hakatori's job to swing around. Issue is, they need an eye in the sky to prevent FaZe from making moves.
And well, they were trying to push on that Gustav knock that was earlier, maybe try and get him up, but still, now they are going to be slowly sealed out of this next circle if they're not careful. So what Na'Vi's going to do is try and kind of cordon off some of these areas, keep a little bit of line of sight on this, because look at this, is the only real lip that they have to work with. Na'Vi's just going to look from 4 directions on this, and FaZe might go down.
Gustav dropping his pants. It's getting too hot in the desert right now. They need one more knock from Corexy, something along those same lines as we just saw as Gustav trying to make it happen. Not first time around.
Gotta be so careful.
Get them on the second. Corexy still with the Dragonov. Again, they want this knock up high. They want these players that are kind of allowing for the troops to push forward. They want them eliminated so they can spread out and take control in the hills.
2-1-1 split, I suppose, from Na'Vi, but the 2 flanking around on this left-hand side could be the death of FaZe. They are just waiting to spring the trap.
Yep, it's Ferris up close, the one with nades, and stay it there as well. They both have nades. I'm actually a bit surprised they haven't opted to throw some of them forward yet, at least just one. But now you see it. Now you start seeing the mollies being thrown in with the circle closing in as well. It's I mean, Correxy, you're 5 seconds away from either hit a headshot or fall. Nah, these nades gonna do it. There's no way.
Yeah, so throws, Ferris throws. They move the 2 up that have the 2 nades as well. There it is. Bang! Huge nades connect, and that will be Na'Vi taking game number 1 here for day 2 of the group stage.
Earliest e-pickup that we have seen, at least in a very, very long time, rewarded with a win. Great game for Na'Vi. Great understanding of how to push out of the compound there. They waited for the perfect time. Once Exhalation had their backs turned, they just, I mean, aggressed as hard as they could. Got the spot from them and took the win in the end. Great end game there for Na'Vi.
Yeah, based on playing path into circle and then thinking about where all the other teams are going to be, having that e-pickup to have the pick of the litter of those compounds north and way more room to say, okay, even if we don't take this compound, we can move between some of these areas with less predictability because it is way more open than the channels of rotation that exist in that south side, Toby.
Yeah, it definitely was. Great game, great start for them here on day 2.
First win of day 2 goes to Na'Vi. They're also the first team, gents, to claim a second chicken dinner. Of course, they won a chicken dinner on Tago yesterday, so that's going to put them up in the points. And to be fair, Mark, I think Kylaris mentioned it during the cast, but it stands to reason. There was a lot of forethought that went into how they set themselves up for that final fight, and ultimately that positioning allowed them to take the win.
Klaus got it 100%. It was about the rotation, the speed of rotation that they came. They took the E-pick, they went straight over top, and it was like, we are going to attack this zone from this location. Really, really clear indication how early on Na'Vi were thinking about end-game potential and how to try and close it out, and deservedly so, they get themselves a second chicken dinner.
And that's the sort of thought Avenger that's going to lead you into the grand finals, and it's what we're expecting from a lot of these teams.
Yeah, especially a team like Na'Vi, right? So it's good to see these guys really get a strong start on this. They had a fantastic 2-2 split on either side of the road, converged onto the stronger compound once they saw the circle. So yeah, that was fantastic. A little bit of highlights here as well. We had to talk about this as well, guys. Foot, camping hype. We talked a little bit about it. Were they going to try to swing around this right side? Foot, they sniffed it out and they managed to take 2 down. That's huge.
A good start for Foot. They'll be happy with that, Martin.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, for me, in this case, like, you're losing 2 players like this, you just get so tilted, and they have to reset mentally immediately. They have to do something, get out, get some fresh air, like, just get something done, because that is just such a tilter to start your first game with, because you need to have momentum, you need to have your mental set straight from the very beginning, because you just set yourself up the entire day. But yeah, a little bit of rough ending, I would say. This kind of open, not so many rich, not so many compounds. Viliv again, they managed obviously to grab this compound early on, didn't have too many kills coming out of it, but still, FaZe and Na'Vi getting this amount of points here early on for them. They're trying to lock in that grand final spot really, really quickly.
Talking about points, Mark, Viliv again obviously made it through to the final 4, but only 1 kill on the board. That's not something you often see, right? Someone who finds their way in the end game without doing much shooting.
Sneaky. They had to work their way in on that west side. Not a lot of teams came in. A lot more came from the south, a lot more came from the east, and a couple obviously tapped from the north. And then it was this late game. WLA run out of zone, unfortunately. Moss was in front with that P90 laying low in between, pretty much a rock and a hard place between Na'Vi and our FaZe team. And the team had to go for a full send. They sent into the middle of the lines then, and unfortunately they didn't last much more than that.
We didn't talk a lot about Na'Vi yesterday, but they have had quite a consistent run on day 1. Obviously, like I mentioned earlier as well, they have that chicken dinner as well, Avenger. Been a little bit of a change. We questioned that yesterday. Now that you've had a little bit more of a chance to see this lineup and what Na'Vi looks like, what are you thinking?
Not enough sample size yet, Sam. I can't say yet. No, I'm joking. No, it's good. It's looking good here, especially here. Like, they're in a spot where they're fragging out. Obviously, they're getting 13 kills in a win for this one here, but also the pressure. We're seeing, obviously, these young guns, they are coming out and they're putting in pressure. They're taking on these teams that we're expecting them to crush, but also taking on the other teams that they should be giving them a little bit of more fight, right? So I'm happy to see them step up to this level here now. This is going to secure them, the 23 points along with the 36 they had already. That's a huge chunk, and that could set them up for just a straight into the grand finals here. And honestly, after what we saw from them last year, even with a player change, they're a team that should be in the top 8 quite comfortably.
I love how you say there's not enough sample size. 2 wins. It's not enough, boys. We want more. Mark, to bring us back to the We Live Again conversation, I think you saw there on the leaderboard the difference between them and Twisted Minds and how many more points Twisted Minds was able to get just because they were going up, being a little bit more aggressive, getting the kills. And ultimately, it's going to pay off when you look at the overall results, right? So teams have to keep that in the back of their head. They need to be aggressive and go into those fights as much as they can to try and get the points.
100%. Look at Virtus Pro there. Look, 33 kills, 11 placement points. Like, you're going to get some kills. And if there's no one really coming around your way, at some point, WLA have to take the fight to someone. It was a bit of a blind thing. Could they have gone anywhere else? I don't think so. Maybe they could have gone head-to-head with FaZe. That's a 50-50. They're kind of sent into the middle. I'd like to... They need to reset. I wouldn't like to see them do it again. And that would worry me, Sam, that they're not taking the fights that they need to take, because the line in the sand was drawn yesterday. We're looking at 40 points potentially for an average on teams that are coming in today from Group C to deliver. And if they don't do it now, if they don't let that game go and reset, or at least hunt down the kills, they've got to get every point. Maximize the amount of points you can get each game. That might secure your spot.
If you're a little bit confused and you're watching at home, let me just explain. You see the leaderboard there overall, so that includes the results from yesterday. The top 16 are there, and you'll be thinking, but I saw Twisted Minds and Footplay. Where are they? Obviously, they are currently below the 16 because they have a lot more games to play. We do have 3 groups.
You don't deserve to get shown until you're top 16, Sam.
Not enough
If
time.
you're not top 16, you're not on this leaderboard. Get out of here. We don't want to show them. You're bottom 8. You deserve to be in last year, and you don't even deserve to be in the leaderboard.
I'm trying this whole new 2025, new me, be nice, be super sweet. I would have said it exactly the way Avenge... Yeah, I was going to do it the way Avenger did, but, you know, I've turned over a new leaf. I'm being really nice. We are heading back to another Miramar. Now that you've had a chance to see this lobby, what are you expecting from this one, Mark?
Again, early rotations for some of these teams. I think we'll see again, if needed, Narvin, etc. are going to go. Virtus Pro, we've not really spoken about them. I think they had a really good game. Yes, they came against Twisted Minds at the end. But even to that point, they were like 7-8 kills. They were playing hyper aggressive. They were hunting kills and they were trying to get points. They're looking to secure their spot quite early on. I'd expect to see that for me, Martin highlighted, like, Hypebeast losing 2 players quite early. They moved a bit too late. They've got to reset. They've got to click. Do you know what? Game 1's done. We've got another 5 games now. We've got to maximize. We cannot let that early drop of players affect us. So a few teams to reset, a few teams, I just worry that the heat is already dialed in and they are going to continue farming points.
That's the thing, right? So for a team like Virtus Pro, today is their last day to try and secure a spot in the grand finals. And it's difficult because you don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. You've got to get as many points as you can to set yourself up with a buffer as we move in to our second Miramar of the day, Avenger.
Yeah, and I'm just excited for how long does it take until we see Twisted Minds in the top 16. They're in 17th currently overall. So yeah, they could have, with a decent game here, they could be deserved to be shown on the top 16 overall leaderboard here. Kind of opposite playing pet though. It's a little bit of a benefit for the teams that are starting up in the northwestern side that wants to get to some of these other spots, Alcantara, Cabrera, and some of these kind of deeper locations. But it is a little bit more southwest, kind of jogged a little bit. So you can't really get to Alasaha, Cruz, and so far. But yeah, we'll see how this game sets up, Mark.
Yeah, that'd be like FaZe. They're going to take the alternate drop down to Resort. They're going to be happy with that one. They won't get contested just yet. Difference though, obviously don't panic. They normally play for that minus. They don't really have a secondary ult, so I think they're just trying to read up what they can get pretty early on. And they are going to be knocking on the doors of FaZe. I think it's going to come down to this, Mike. Where does the zone go? Because we have the capabilities of coming quite for another strong southeast. Do we get a city? Do we see what we saw game number 1? Or do we go up towards that kind of like that northwest section? We've got lots of elevated terrain around the El Pozo. So there's a couple of seconds more before we get to see that. I do like this playing path because it means it'd be a different variation potentially for that zone.
Yeah, southwestern one. We liked what we saw yesterday. No, but it's going to be super hard southeast. Huge benefit here. This means that Hypebeast, they have high priority to get into some of these really good compounds here. Let's see if they get greedy and get a 2-2 split, or if we're going to see some of the other teams get into some of these fantastic locations. FaZe, though, Mark, I gotta say, they have had some fantastic situations with the circle so far. Again, for them in this one here, really good situation to get into one of those high priority compounds and locations.
and we saw it yesterday, didn't we? We did see it yesterday. FaZe Clan had a zone like this on game number 1, and they went on to go win because they had that prio spot, because they moved really early. They had to contend with Eternal Fire. I suppose we're going to have to wait and see, but it'd be best to hand over to the guys. Take it away, Claris and Toby.
Thank you, boys, for your insights for game 2. Yep, we have a lot of water. That's
Water?
A lot. Water, mate.
A lot of water, mate. Yeah.
This isn't a
That's what we
bottle.
got. That's what we got. It's amazing. And despite the fact that this time around teams are coming towards the south, I think we're still going to see a lot of shoreline shenanigans. You can see Foot already sat out there. They're probably going to go inland to some extent. But seeing how many teams are currently up towards the northwest and knowing they're all going to have to somehow get over the power grid plateau, around Picado and in towards the circle, which currently has its west side be fully taken up by Los Leones. Look towards a lot of teams going over Minas, maybe even over Truck Stop out on that east coast, and on the same thing on the southwest, swinging all the way south shoreline to try and come in underneath Los Leones. That would be, I'm guessing, maybe 8 out of the 10 teams up there, because even if you e-pick up now, I mean, we're kind of joking about it before when the game first started, saying, haha, now we can just e-pick up center compound. I mean, by your logic, if you're a Northwest team right now, everything's already taken.
Yeah, I mean, they will try. There will be some attempts at e-pickups, though, right? Like, regardless of if they think that things are taken or not. But I mean, we'll see. Lou, you are going precariously close. And through these wiggly paths,
What are the odds? What are the odds?
Okay.
It's like playing Minesweeper on the biggest map possible with one mine somewhere on the map, and that's the button you press. You had the entire city you could drive through, and you drove right over to EB's car.
This is a very uncharacteristic maneuver, though, from Twisted Minds compared to what we normally see. Sending Lou forwards this quickly through the middle of Los Leones is not something we see too often.
I think the thing is, and I mean, hindsight is always easy, but it kind of makes sense that we hold that thought for a second, though, as we get to see this pull up here. Global Army trying to make something happen against Gustav. Not going to work out. His face trying to defend. Ooh.
Panzerfaust gets some phase. Vex down here. Gustav picks over. Shitless is down as well. This is going badly for Don't Panic at the moment. There will be reinforcements coming along as well. Gustav's almost down, but he actually gets the second one. CCNX is the only one left up and good to go for them, really, to try and make something happen here. And if he can make something work, that could be cool, because he's got himself jeans. Nope, gonna go down. It should be the full recovery here from FaZe. And Don't Panic once again. 0 points.
Big old yikes on the side of Don't Panic, because there were, I mean, if you were to micro-analyze that engagement, there were a lot of really small slip-ups that we saw happen there. One was the very final one, was CC trying to jump over the car in the middle of that fight, revealing himself. But you also had a gun swap where you still have 8 bullets left. I know it ain't a lot, but when you're in the middle of a fight, you don't swap to your DMR up close against a guy like Gustav who stood right on the other side of that car. So a lot of small things that could be done differently that could potentially have changed the outcome of that fight. But, oh wow, chaotic beginning to this one, and now we get to see what we're talking about before. All these north side teams trying to maneuver down towards the south without running into one another, despite the fact that there really only is 3 or 4 funnels you can pick and choose between to go south.
Yeah, there might be some irony in a team like Don't Panic having, unfortunately, a bit of a messy engagement early, and then maybe panicking slightly, given some of those, the severity of some of those moments. But, I mean, regardless, we'll see them back stronger in the next games, I'm sure. They have the credentials to do a lot more than 0-point games as we head on down to Pariso and see what's going on here, as Hypebeast and Exhalation have both taken up residency in this spot. Now, generally, I mean, as you would look at it, Toby, and as I probably look at it as well, it feels like when you get a circle like this, as much as, yes, it's a city down there, you're expecting it to normally shift away from there as the circles move on.
That's the thing, right? You're expecting it, but we all know what we're really hoping for.
Well, you're hoping for the most ridiculous outcome ever, which will never happen. However...
Well, no, we're not. I'm not talking islands, not this time around, James.
Okay,
Calm down.
right,
I'm just saying go back into the city. That would be fun enough for me. We've had some good Los Leones endings off of East Side Hardships gone west. Could be fun to see happen once again. As I just, now that we see rotations and no real confrontations, just very, very, very briefly, want to go back to the VP and the Twisted Minds engagement we saw earlier, usually in these circles, as we see now, Twisted Minds are very, very quick at going down towards that east side. Therefore, I think Twisted backfilled, expecting VP to have already left. In this case, though, Evie was still back there, as we now see this camp on the road against GST from Sakura Sanson. 1 through, 2 through.
Pop it up after.
3 through.
Oh my, they hit that instantaneously! Woo! Sakura Sensen. Okay, I like it. I like it a lot.
Taking a page out of the Tuscan Raider playbook, and we're being very successful with it. Karam, now gonna try and see if he can somehow get away from this and regroup with Vaso. One thing's for sure, though. I think they're gonna think twice about making that rotation again in the future. But also, for Sakura Sanson, makes perfect sense that they're setting up there. I said it before, there are only so many routes that give you quick access to the southeast, and this is arguably the most obvious one. So smart on Sakura Sanson to say, we're gonna be late anyway, might as well stick around here and see if we can get a couple of freebies, which they did.
Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant. Love that. And let's see now if they can get a little bit more from it. They'll be coming in a little later. But again, when it comes to Miramar, I've mentioned it a lot. Channels of rotation, you're expecting, based on what you were saying before about how many teams are coming from that northwest, that somebody's eventually going to come your way on these roads. Because you don't really want to have to drive over these hills, especially if you've got things like Morados that do what we just saw there from Balkan Eagles, which is roll a lot. Yeah.
It ain't a fun time. It hurts. Car crash is just becoming a norm in PUBG. It hurts a lot, I think. Knock on wood. Yeah. Never been there, never hoped to be. Yeah, exactly. Good thing my table is made of wood. So it's within reach as Balkan Eagles make their south side rotation. We'll see where they opt to set up shot. Actually coming in on the side of the circle that we would normally see Na'Vi come in from. Na'Vi has had a lot of success in the past, making these shoreline rotations to play in on foot from the south whenever these circles do come down towards the south. So we'll see if Balkan Eagles can take something out of the, I guess, 2023 Na'Vi playbook.
And these teams coming in very late. We Live Again, as well as Yepa, who is a long way away. So I guess we'll check in with them later to see if they even get there. But Twisted Minds is still perched up on the edge of Los Leones. Dusty Sakura Sensen there. So he's kind of biding their time about kind of making a choice, a decision here. I guess this also plays into them waiting for when this next circle actually comes along too, to see what they will have to commit to.
Yeah, if you look really close, you can probably still see Beamy and Yasnaya as well.
Oh, yeah.
Just vibing like Yepa up towards the very north side. New circle does pop, though, and we do swing west. So all these teams that are currently out in the mountainside towards the east and the shorelines there, it's not far in terms of distance to the circle, but the terrain you have to kind of trot through ain't easy maneuvering. It's we're already at a point now in circle 2 where you might have to dip some cars because you just do not know what's waiting for you on the other side of the road. As so said, does he love a pre-nade? Nope, didn't get it out in time. Oh, I say that, I take it back. Perfect nade from him, taking out Medibay.
That vehicle also has wheels missing, and both of them have wheels missing, in fact, so they might be able to get a little bit more off of this. There's lots of shots coming in, peppering in against it. Will he be able to escape? No, he does not. Iroh goes down in the distance. Another great setup of a camp here from Na'Vi. A little bit more tenuous than the previous one, admittedly, because, you know, teams just had to kind of get towards this circle, which was a very healthy circle shift for a lot of these teams, considering it eliminated so much water in phase 2. But now, that is brilliant here from Na'Vi.
Oh, Hagatori just forcing Celtic from one issue into another. Mika saying, thank you, buddy. I'll take it on from here. Finds the double headshot onto Celtic, takes him down. Gonna lob a NATO. I don't think that's gonna get the flush, but he only saw one guy come in. Might as well just commit to it here and see if you can get the free point with it.
This is the problem with lobbies like this. It's like you're playing a single-player game, gauntlet situation, like, I don't know, like a God of War. You make it through a trap room. Yeah, I've jumped over all the spike pits and stuff like that. You open the door, suddenly there's glaives flying in from the ceiling and stuff like that. You're like, I'm not in a much better situation, am I? This is such a problem everywhere you go.
I like it. PUBG, the Dark Souls of esports. That's, yeah, that's just keep rolling, guys. Keep diving, keep swinging around. Hopefully, you won't have another insane fragger waiting for you around the next corner.
Well, we have ourselves the Myth of, who are going for a cheeky E pickup. And I mean, they have basically done enough already. They're going to be going to that grand final as long as nothing absolutely crazy or catastrophic happens in the next few days. There's some decent shots from Batulins, though. Perfect 6. Gets himself perfect shots.
Abdo, that parachute was popped way up high. I think he didn't get over the mountain ridge before he was within parachute range or whatever you want to call it.
I get what you're saying,
Yep, so he ended up having his parachute popped like a solid 100 meters higher than the rest of them and made it very easy for the people who already sat inside the city to take him out. So Mythov will be down to 3. But then again, I mean, when you are they were sat north of Puerto Paraíso, you can kind of still see the line of the helicopter there. When you do that rotation, getting into the city with 3, you call that a win. You're sat in arguably one of the best spots in the city right now, and there's a good chance you're going to be inside the next circle too. I don't think you can complain too much about this.
Yeah, there's no way you were going to get in unscathed if you were to just try and drive. So you would have had to have played Edge, which could have then potentially debilitated you for next circle pops, right? So, yep, I mean, you'd have been damned if you did, damned if you don't with something like this. Let's take a look once again at this fantastic setup from Na'Vi. Great nade, great explosion. And even perfect grenade, perfect explosion. And that was the replay.
I like it. I like it a lot. We got a little reverse talking action there as well. It could have been fun if we just live reversed our voices with that.
That's what happened.
Not to be, true. I forgot about that. Yeah, true. Wait. It's been a while, Mr. Cave, since we've come to visit.
Oh, no, stop, no.
Oh, sorry. I'm
no.
I tried.
I mean, Geeky is hoping for it.
Yeah, I mean, face around the area as well. VP could potentially look down into that direction too, because I'm looking at all the unplayables in the area, and kind of hard to predict exactly where this one is going to take us. Should go somewhat east, but we'll see what's going to happen as FaZe now well aware that VP is just over the ridge line. How hard are they going to commit to this? I think they know too that it's just 2 guys, because they only heard 1 vehicle come in. Oh, VP, you're in trouble.
Maybe they are. Like, FaZe will try and scout this out cautiously and get a little bit more information as time goes on. And maybe, ooh, okay. I thought maybe we were going to smoke things up and start pushing. Smoke up the windows, maybe.
Plug off the windows,
forwards.
It's a lot of util commitment. 4, make that almost 5 smokes from James as he gets spotted by Lugaruk. Double headshot connected as good stuff. Checks the quality of that window frame with his grenade launcher. And I think at this point you leave, even if you get the knock. Take the knock as a thank you. That means we can escape, use their smokes against them, and get over the hill. Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing.
I think if you were to ask a lot of PUBG players, who would you rather go up against? Would you rather go up against Twisted Minds or one well-placed windowsill? Oftentimes, they'll probably pick Twisted Minds because the windowsills are a pain in the bum.
They're immortal. Simply cannot do anything about them. Too tough, man. Too tough. As GK now hearing the vehicles from Sakura Stanson. Oh, Sakura Stanson coming over the hill. Seeing that vehicle parked instantly, know they're going to be in trouble. Mika falls. Marcelik, though, able to respond. Finds 1. As shots now coming in from the side. That's Himan from further towards the north.
I appreciate the sprint from Marcelik to get away from what was just going to be Nade City. He had to make something happen. Shroud actually gets Spiro on the backside of all of this. Marcelik is still alive. Finishes him off.
1 HP. And look at where Himan is. He's outside the circle, far north, playing a high ground position to try and play overhead protector for the rest of his teammates. Mika will fall. And Takatori now from a distance. Spotting Marcelik forces him into cover once more, but now becomes, how in the world do we regroup with Himan? As you can see here, up towards the north. I'm not sure if he hurt the last Bushido player, but yeah. Interested in seeing how they're planning on regrouping, if at all.
Especially a shame for him, man, because he takes all that time getting up there, but it's not in the circle. So you know, we've seen some great players from high buildings in Los Leones. Just saying, but
that is true.
A long time ago. Yeah.
One of the most viewed clips on PUBG's Esports, and there you
is
go.
It really?
Midair.
Oh, wow.
I mean, if we take out the 2018 PGI clips that all have like 1 trillion views, then yeah, I think it's actually up there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Wait a minute. So you
circled.
say there's a chance?
Yeah,
because we just shifted away from, well, water, I was going to say, but land ratio. Give us that southern hard swing. Let's get into the caves. Chat, if you're in agreement, please let us know. We do want that cave ending, don't we?
You know what? I'll concede.
James. We do.
You know, Yeah.
Had it been the old cave, I mean, they're both old at this point, but had it been the original cave, I'd say, nah, not worth it, ain't fun. But this one that's been expanded, it's a lot more fun. A couple of different entryways and whatnot. I'm not against it.
Nothing makes me more excited than somebody in the cave and then somebody above the cave who can't get to each other and then they're healing off at the very last second. But here's a Panzerfaust. Let's see if this works out. He holds it for a second. Here does Quizzy. Diffex is going to be pressed and engaged on, maybe. He knows they're coming around the corner.
A lot of split-second timings where I think DK could have easily had two on the side of Balkan Eagles, but they know exactly where they're swinging around from. Quizzy might have a perfect nade lined up here. No, Bounce is just short. Divx, though, got one cooked as well, but they're flying far.
Yes, they are. Rafa is maybe they're going to be the... No, what? No, what? That's a disaster. He was going to be maybe the off angle for all of that, but he's gone down to his own nade.
It was... He got knocked by his own nade. I think an opponent might have run in front of him and body blocked it.
Maybe.
That must have been it. How did... What? How do you nade yourself? I'm not sure what happened, but let's just get the reset and act like nothing did. And Ski Kate down to just the two of them here. Quizzy and Divx. A lot of talent in between these two players. Still, though, tall order to try and fend off.
If you're going to have this fight as Balkan Eagles, you actually need to finish off pretty quickly, or at least move up onto the compound quickly, because Yepra is behind you. Eventually, maybe they'll kind of look over the ridge and see what's going on here. At the same time, though, Vard was taking out Novik. Na'Vi is in a bit of a spot of bother. The spot is south of them, and Virtus Pro can see them in the distance. They have a full firing line ready to go on them if they actually want to expose them. Wait, Vard just needed... What is happening?
Chaos is happening as for the Esports, again, trying to make their way towards the circle. Thought they were leaving the Na'Vi pressure to go safe towards the southeastern side, but running straight into Hype Beast. Once again, we saw them engaged with one another in the previous Miramar game. Here they are once more with Foot now completely pinned in between these two rosters.
Smart move, smart angle from Akatori in the blue. Actually catches Pixelic unaware. He'll have to heal himself up quite quickly from that. The rest of Na'Vi is going to maybe press on against this as well and put in the boot even further. But they did leapfrog them towards that little lip. That is very nicely done.
Oh, two in a vehicle, trying to get out of there. First players evaded, but still so many more to come. There's 18,000 HP. T-Bone down low as well.
Nice.
Face, they peeked over at the perfect time. 7 kills already. Finished second in the previous game and looking to get yet another incredible match going here.
On cleanup duty of FaZe in some of these games. Damn.
Oh, well, I mean, there's still a chance that we get the cave ending, or the corner of it anyway. But nonetheless, I mean, talking about yesterday, how we had a lot of circles that were kind of the usuals outside of the Valdemar ending. It's great to see that we get to go up on these open hills, because I hope you brought your deployable cover, because there ain't a whole lot other cover up on this hillside.
I mean, where we saw Sakura Sensen fighting off against teams around them, right? Like, you see as there's not too much to work with. Martha making crazy sprints and crazy Saiga shots coming in from Diffex against Spooks. And Balkan Eagles finally moved up on this building. Quizzy has a Panzer and he's in a door frame. Be careful, please.
I was just going to say there's something so off about seeing a guy running around with a bazooka inside a building. But nonetheless, 'tis the plan. As Divx sat on one side, holding off. What would you rather run into in a building? A Saiga or a bazooka? It's, you get to pick your poison here. And for Dun, well, pick the wrong one, I suppose.
Both of them are terrifying, aren't they?
Yep.
So, Rafa's down was again. He hits Sakura Sensen, who have pushed up on
there's a
ridge line.
Suppressor through the wall. I think you might have seen it. Yep, he knew exactly where he was. He saw the suppressor through the wall. Divx knows.
They're burning. They're burning.
Spooks, no. Oh, don't
He's burning. He's burning.
Don't run into your own molly. Chaos continues as, well, Spooks survives the fire. Puts up a deployable shield. We'll see for how long that's going to grant him the cover that he needs. I mean, they need to clear him out. You got to make a play here, boys. Just peek in, start shooting. What am I watching? No, he finds one. Will he get the second as well, Divx? Swapped over to the AR now with a flash in hand. What is happening here? Someone cue Benny Hill, because this engagement is taking way too long while the ragdolls inside the deployable shield keep dancing away.
Let's have every shotgun involved. Let's get the sawn off. Let's get the Saiga. Where's the pumpy? You know, they've done a great job of holding off, though.
This is absurd. How did you run in, Divx, and then just say, nah, I think I'm good. I'm so confused.
I
And then he
might have
dies
blacked
to a
out.
blue zone from the completely other side.
Yeah, I might have blacked out there for a moment, but I do feel like Spooks was knocked like 6 times, but now he's actually gone. So we're done with the shotgun massacre, I guess, from all of that. And now versus Pro is, well,
These
it's not
battles.
looking good for...
What are we watching? This is
gotten
getting out of
messy.
hand. Nice Nate from Pin. Well, he lives up to his name, I suppose. A pinpoint accuracy with that Nate
Sound like
there.
Martin.
Allows allows for him to get inside the circle. We live again, able to disengage with now Bloomy in its natural habitat as the circle. Oh my god, go south.
Yeah,
Just go in.
First
Somebody go in there. I don't think I think Exhalation is up on the above, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Don't tell me we're getting what could have been a cave ending, but no one's actually inside the cave. The only
well,
solo
somebody-
that we have right now is Diffix, and he can't get there.
So yeah, the thing is that somebody might eventually try and like a solo might bail in or something like that, right? To kind of hedge their bets. We'll see. But yeah, I suspect that the majority of teams will be staying up on the high ground, realizing that for the most part, that's usually where you're going to get your kills, and then you maybe get your placements if you can get those kills.
Yep. We'll see if that's gonna work out or not. As they thought better of it. They know what's smart is to pull up in the compound that 7 other teams have tried to thus far in the game. We'll take the low ground for free as no one's there contest them. In the meantime, Mythov, they came in to Los Leones as the last team, and now the last team to try and leave here as well. We live again coming over their way, being pressured by Virtus Pro earlier. Now right over the ridge line from their opponents.
So you see him bob his head up there for a second. Sparta obviously had an amazing play in the previous game, and let's see if they can do a little bit more here. Not too much on the board just yet for this one, only the just 0 on their scores, but they're still continuing this kind of standoff, this hold off, making sure that We Live Again can't encroach on their side of this hill. Slow game, slow fight, but they do not anybody.
Yeah, I like the attempt at the swing around there from anybody's, but instantly read by Nedex. Again, great interview with him earlier here as he got ready for the matches here. Seems like maybe the injury was exactly what he needed to get ready for it as he finds the double, commits to the spray, now gets eyes on the last who's already on fire, and Sparta is there to shut him down. What a hold from the Mythov.
What is this? We need to change their name. There's no myth about it. There is fact. This is ridiculous. They are playing
just
some brilliant PUBG.
They're just off.
PUBG.
They are just PUBG. Who would have thought? Exhalation, in the meantime, well, should have got inside the cave, boys. Would have been able to stay alive for a little while longer and not get naded by Stade here, who casually lops the nade on over, chucks an energy drink, and yeah, looks back down once more.
That was brilliant play from Nedex.
It was.
3-piece for all of that to kind of salvage it. That was brilliant stuff. Look at these boys. They are making a name for themselves on the international stage. Fantastic to see. But now you've got Na'Vi staring you down. What is the next play here for them? They still got a little bit of a lip to work with, of course, a little bit of a plateau. We're waiting for this next circle to come up. And ooh, Haktori did take Sparta, but Nedex is like, no, you're not getting that for free.
That is an insta reset. And once again, the map here is just being rude.
Yes, it's trolling you. Yes,
It is really just being rude. Come on, guys. It's like the first time in 7 years. That's not quite true, but almost. As we see example now, alongside Perfectix, solo, or last 2, I should say, players Twisted Minds up towards the north. If they can take down the Mythov, which has proven to be quite a difficult task, they would be the kings of the high ground. But then comes the next challenge for them. How did they get off of it?
Yeah. Going to get pincered in between 2 of the very best international squads on the planet. So if there was ever a time to question if it's a myth or not, it might be now. If they get wrapped on by Na'Vi and Twisted Minds, it might be quite a challenge, maybe too insurmountable.
Well, time will tell. That's Marcelik. Able to spot one of the Exhalation players. Can't connect anything, though. Has to back off. Needs to disengage, potentially go inside the cave. But no, he does have Stro further up above him. So no reason to.
Well, of all teams, they are the closest that could utilize this and maybe just guarantee themselves a second or first. It's an interesting dynamic to work with, but still, foldable shields up at the top here. Nedex looking for this for some cover. Twisted Mind's not pushing on it just yet, though.
This is the issue for them now, right? I mean, how do they get off? It's they're pretty much pinned down up on the top, and you got to start popping some heads, mates. Which, in all fairness, they have been doing for quite a bit now. But trying to sprint off, one taken down, second one falls. Myth will fall, but valiant effort in trying to stay alive on that hill for so long.
Yeah, they just had no information on that at all. Twisted Minds had been sneaky. All of their focus was on Na'Vi, and they tried their best, but yeah, they had no info, unfortunately. So a valiant play from them. Third place with that so far with the 4 kills from this game. And this is we're still in shotgun world.
Diffix almost gets the third, but Red able to hit him with the pump action, take him down. Now Marsalek spots him Strobe. They're seeing him as well. As the webcam goes for flight for a second, Marsalek wants to claim as many points off of this as he can, but Red not done with the shotgun just yet.
Longhouses and shotguns. It's all about it.
Dangerous.
Marsalek's down. Tro now using foldable terrain cover inside. Cheeky angle there. Cheeky angle indeed against the shotgun. It would be hard for those pellets to really connect through that small gap compared to the AR shot. He goes for it. Perfect stuff. Really well done there by Shro.
Oh, but now he's on fire. Took some damage already. Not sure if he's going to be able to stay alive through this one. He might just exactly be able to as Hakatori spots example over on the other side. Shro does fall in the end of it. That's going to be Sakura Sanson out in fourth now. Just 4 players left on their feet. Twisted might be able to get a reset here. Should example be able to get Perfectix up. But that would require Pin to kind of bait the attention for Na'Vi for a little while longer. And we're literally ending inside the cave. This is rude.
It is a little bit bonkers, and it has been a scrappy game, but generally these kinds of scrappy games are the ones that test the very top teams the most, and whoever can come out with the most fortitude will be able to take the lion's share of these points. Pin still being held out by Na'Vi. Don't think he's going to be surviving longer. No, Hakatori has got him dead to rights. So we have 2 powerhouses, 2 duos facing off from one side to the this circle to the other. Who's going to come out on top?
Look at the util. Nothing. Hakatori has their total loadout of 9 bandages left remaining. As Na'Vi here is looking for a back-to-back to start off the day. In the meantime, Twisted Minds a little better off in terms of the util they have available. Maybe now we should just flee inside the cave and see what happens. No, wait, they can't heal off with bandages, so don't. Please don't.
Yeah, it's officially not possible with all they've got, which is nothing. So yeah, they're working with a whole lot less than Twisted Minds. Twisted Minds should have a significant advantage here. Again, as we look at this, their helmets are basically gone, his chest gone, and Example and Perfectix are now finding counter angles themselves, multiple angles to try and pincer down here on Na'Vi.
Only upside for Na'Vi is that Perfectix and Twisted has to move first. Hakatori is closer to the dot, and it's Example really that Na'Vi is waiting for, because they know there's someone down low, but they're waiting for Example to peek over. I think Example and Twisted Mind's plan is, though, for Perfectix to bait the attention. Perfectix peeks, maybe throws a piece of util over, forcing both of them to look down on the southern side, and that allows for Example to peek over. Hopefully, with the skill that he has, get a headshot, get a player down instantly, and then they can swiftly make it end of the game. But then again, Twisted Minds have been fighting on the west side of this ridge forever, so only now they're really seeing what's happening over here towards the east.
Saw a pixel of his head there, did Example, and now he sees the full body as well on that left side of that rock, so he's going to go for a bit of a spray. That's a massive spray on Hakatori. Perfect eyes. The cyborg is fully activated. And now Perfectix will lob those nades forwards, now knowing exactly where he is. It's a pinpoint one again. It's all on Saucehead to try and do something.
Perfectix must have heard him down below. Indeed, he has. Now they've both seen one another. You'd have to imagine, indeed, they do. Try to isolate the fight, and Saucehead succeeds in doing so. Down to under half HP, but now it's a 1v1. You can see Perfectix crawling for info. Want to get the audio cues to try and assist his teammate. But that allows for Saucehead to get the full res up. He knew Example was up high. He had to commit to that fight early. Now Flash around the side, goes for the shot, gets the headshot, and it's going to be Saucehead with the 1v2, and Na'Vi wins it back to back. Wow.
I love that Saucehead forced the 1v1s.
Exactly.
Because there was no other way to do it. That was a veteran level play from these kids that are so young in international PUBG, but they constantly surpass the expectations over and over. What a brilliant play coming out from Saucehead.
And you saw it too. As soon as Hakatori gets knocked from up high, Sosa just sprints. I mean, there's not really a whole lot other he can do because he had no util, no meds, no nothing. But he just sends it the other direction, knowing I need to deal with the low ground player because not only can I force a 1v1, but I'm fighting him at an angle where Example literally has no way to help. The only angle he can shoot at is from where his teammate is stood right behind him, and he's going to shoot him in the back. So, incredible understanding in back-to-back games here for Na'Vi to come up victorious twice.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. Brilliant. And these boys in black and yellow cause a supernova back-to-back for the start of day number 2.
So they were the first team to claim a chicken dinner today. They're the first team to get back-to-back chicken dinners in the whole of our group stages. The first team actually to claim 3 chicken dinners because they won one yesterday. Na'Vi is on fire. Mark, what did you think of their performance there?
Great play, great play. Again, we saw game number 1, early movement, early high IQ, and then even James said it 100% right. The fact that he isolated the 1v1, he knew he couldn't take the fight with Example. If he played round to his right, he was fully exposed. Example had the high ground on him and had the level 3 vest to be able to destroy him. He put himself down ground. He lined both Twisted Minds up. He lined 1, line 2. He backed himself a back-to-back winner chicken dinner.
Avenger was a scrappy game, but it was a fun one for us to watch.
As excited as the casters and you guys were for that clutch towards the end, as sad I am to not have someone stay inside the cave. And for some team that had to get in, take their flashlight out and start trying to look for some guy hiding inside the cave. No, it was a great game. This is a different ending, honestly. This is a long time since we've seen one of them. And like the last time I've seen exactly this area that we had the ending on was the last time that we had someone had a heal off in the land, 4 or 5 years ago, up and down. Also fun times. Maybe it was PCS Online, actually, now that I think of it. But yeah, Na'Vi, another great game for them. This is going to put them at an insane amount of points here. But it's also good to see Twisted Minds come off to a start, as we know that they're capable of.
For sure, and it's always fun to watch Twisted Minds and Na'Vi go up against one another in a final fight like that. Also, a team that we got to see up in the final 4, Mark. Your favorite, Secure Zenson. That's exciting, right?
Let's go. Let's go. We have to. It's good read from them. A kind of play, but like Mike was saying, I felt like it was going to be Marslek if anyone was going to go hide out in that cave. But he didn't. They took the fight. They're trying to take the points. And actually, really early on, Martin, they actually held out on the road. They took the sneaky play as Grove Street went rolling by, and they bagged a couple of points off them as well. So have they turned around, Martin? Is it a little bit too late? I don't know. I think they could claw back a few more out of this.
Yeah, they picked them straight out of the seat in that car. But that was a dirty camp right there, but also an unexpected one, and that's what you really want to hit people with. You want to be able to grab in and get some of those insane amount of easy points that you can get from those naughty ones there. But Diffix actually almost got the 3-piece there. That was close. But yeah, Secure Zenson, 4th place here, also a good amount of points. And as you said, Mark, yeah, it would have been cool to see them pop in and maybe grab some spots inside the cave, but it didn't happen.
We saw it in the highlights there, and I want to bring them up again. The Mythop, they have impressed me every single game. At some point, they're just the aggression and the confidence that they're playing with Avenger is really fun to watch. And I question whether they would continue what we saw yesterday today. It seems that the answer is yes, they will definitely continue to play like that.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you got to do, right? As I said before, like we always see these teams, they have a fantastic day number 1, and then they go off. Their second day is like, okay, now we gotta slow down, or we just don't need that many points. You just gotta continue what worked for you, even though in a situation where half of your games come from a 6th of one game, then it doesn't really matter. Like your aggression, the amount of points that you're able to get from kills is still, in the 65% area. So that's what you got to focus on, and that's what aggression gets you here.
Obviously, if you're only joining us today and you weren't watching yesterday, where the hell were you? But also, you might be putting a bit of a question mark over your head going, why are you going on and on about the Mythop? I mean, Mark, even yesterday, Miramar wasn't their strongest maps. I'm expecting big things from them now as we move over to Tego. Are you expecting the same?
Yeah, it's trends. They're consistent. That's the biggest thing from my clown graphic. The Mythop started very slow early on yesterday as well. It was the wild card maps, as we call them. That's when we kind of saw them come to fruition. That's where they got most of the amount of points, and that really set them up to close out. If they do the same again, Sam, we'd expect them to close out their final couple of games because this is their last day of play. The arguments, they might have already secured their spot because they're a team I wouldn't have expected to go through to the lower qualifiers. They wanted to go all the way through as quickly as they can. I do worry about some of the other contenders on the right-hand side there, and especially Don't Panic for me. Hello, Twisted Minds. They've made it to the top 16. Enough of a sample size now for them to appear in the table. But back to Don't Panic, they just haven't performed. A team which I would have expected to be really, really up there, hyper-aggressive and getting points. They have not delivered in Miramar.
There's a very important question from production on your screen right now, Avenger.
Yeah.
Are you going to answer it for us?
They are indeed worthy. They can now pick up the might of Mjolnir and slam everyone else down the leaderboard. No, I'm joking. Yeah, this is great, obviously, to see them after just 2 games go in and grab 21 points here, that they're making the fools of everyone else that is currently in the bottom 8. But yeah, that's what we're expecting for Twisted Minds, right? Even they have some of these slow starts sometimes, even though we've seen them a few times in that last chance, I think themselves also want to be in there. They want to be able to dominate. That's also what we've been seeing from them in scrims. They've had some really good sessions where they're getting close to 10 points per game average in just 6 games. Even though the quality of scrims is lower, that's really what we want to see for a team like this. And with Na'Vi getting into 78 points, now is the question just for them really, how far can they take this? Are we getting triple digits from them, or what are we going to be potentially seeing from the likes of Na'Vi?
I do want to draw your attention, though, to the team that is sitting in 15th, Exhalation.
Yes.
They are also part of Group C.
Impressive.
Are they worthy? I mean, there they are. They're in there, and their placement points mean they're above Twisted Minds. Not a name we've been talking much about, Mark, but consistently in the first 2 maps, they've made sure that they've got those points on the board.
It's the placement. It's the placement. Names that we know, obviously, Reform Exhalation, they are doing well. And yes, you're right, they're in Team C. They are under the shadow of Twisted Minds. Maybe not, because they're ahead just at the moment. But we are going to the wildcard map. So this is where teams like Twisted Minds have a lot more data, a lot more analytics behind them, and the team to support actually how does it work out? How do we rotate? So it'll be interesting to see how our Exhalation takes sort of match number 3. But let's not take anything away. Na'Vi back to back, as you said there, Sam. That there and alone is really, really impressive.
Back to back, and also Na'Vi had a chicken dinner yesterday on Tego, Avenger, so they'll be feeling pretty confident coming into the third.
So your question is, are they going back to back to back? I already know what you want to ask, Sam. I'm thinking the same as you are. I would love to see that, honestly. That would be cool. And with how high you get off a match like that, right? That you're able to clutch where you're not supposed to win. They had less durability. They had less utility, they had less healing. It was not set in stone for them to win. That was Twisted Minds to win, but they took it away from them, and they're able to grab that one here. Fantastic plane path though, Mark. Here we're starting on the northwestern side, going down southeast. A little bit hard for some of these teams to get up on the northeastern side. The Young Chongs and your terminals, you're gonna have to stretch a little bit. Even your airport and Kangyong teams, that's gonna be a little bit harder for them. Let's see if we see some ult drops coming through, or a little bit of driving.
Yeah, be the Twisted Minds, I feel, because normally they go sort of northeast of Terminal, playing around that sort of area. They might have to come a little bit on the later side and maybe play a little bit more towards that east, that kind of riverbed that we saw tease us with a little bit of an ending yesterday. The rest of it will be quite clear. Looks like we are getting a bit of a hot drop, though, as both these teams now landing in Hosan. I think it's best for us to throw over to the casters. James, Toby, take this hot drop away.
Thank you very much. Yes, GK here got himself a Vector on side of Spiro, as we have Balkan Eagles going up against GK in the middle of this city. So stalemate for the moment. We're already shot coming in, Toby.
Yep, it's not been an easy day for GK today so far. Just 9 points in the first couple of matches. As we now see here, Divx up on the roof with the UMP in hand. No vest, no helmet, no nothing really to work with outside of the SMG in hand. And no real cover from his teammates now, though, Quizzy. Able to push forward, so with Balkan Eagles falling back to some extent, GK at least has cleared themselves a perimeter to work with.
That's the thing as well, though, right, about some of these hot drop scenarios that are going on now, is that because of the SMG change, there's a lot more lethal weaponry as soon as you drop, instantaneously when you drop, especially, as you say, when you discount the idea that sometimes people don't have helmets, sometimes people don't have those vests. So the umps, the MP5s, the Uzis can melt you as quick as those ARs.
Opens the debate of, and I'm just going to need a quick one-word answer from you on this, but as no one is shooting right now. But should weapons on the ground have a mag ready in it?
No.
Okay, good. There you go. Chat, let us know what you think. As Veronica with a no extended mag Vector. We know that's going to run out of bullets in a half second, if not even less. Tries to set up. You can see the pins here being marked on the side of GK. Love this overlay over on the map on the right side, trying to pinpoint exactly where their opponents are. Of course, working with limited information is just Spiro up here right now, listening for audio cues, looking for any movement towards the road over towards the west.
Veronica with the Vector, just waiting for this. A lot of iron sights being utilized at the moment. Finally, Puddin got himself a red dot. Happy for that on the barrel. As it's a stalemate, nobody wants to make a slip, especially since for Balkan Eagles, they're definitely not safe just yet for these two groups. And Geek has got a lot of time available. That was a decent shot to start things off from that spray from Spiro. And Spooks with an MP5 at that range. A little bit harder if he's going to go for something against that wall.
Yet a window frame that denies a potential knock. Divix able to lift damage free off of that. As Veronica still, I mean, one of the, again, you want to have people close by to hear footsteps from your opponents, your doors being open and closed and whatnot, but also you don't want to leave them on an island inside of these cities. Rather, trying to get a good off angle. That's really what's happening right now. Catch your opponents making mistakes, because no one is really too interested in making that full send 4v4, clear every building one by one. You only start seeing teams look into that strategy in hot drops when it's a 4v2, 4v1, maybe even as done. Might actually have something here. Spots one over on the other side. I don't think he has any clue now, though. Does. A difficult spray to try and maintain control, of course, for the nade. Dangerous position from him.
Yeah.
Able to prone down.
Very dangerous and an ambitious spray on that initial one with a 4 times on a barrel, right? Like, that's not exactly easy to control that kind of spray. But anyway, still, he does survive as Don on the other side to live and fight another day. The effects is down, though. Maybe this prompts a Balkan Eagles push around this angle. It would be nice to try and get a flush eventually, but also cordon off any cross off from the road to get to Diffex. That's important here, too.
Yeah, they want to get the flush, but of course, the closer they get, the more audio Divix can feed across towards his teammates. But this road right now, not crossable for GK, so I think they're going to have to just let Divix fall. Maybe use him as bait, at least for the time being. Done, though. Finally, get things going his way up on that roof. We'll be able to find Pew as he continues to move further forward.
That was smart. That was smart kind of zoning out there from Balkan Eagles. They basically just going to get this flush completely for free now. Yeah. Once they find him. If they find him, actually.
Yeah, that's... I would take that first.
Yeah, just slow and steady from them. He does go down. GK knew better than to make something wild. Wait a minute.
Tell me.
Knocked on the roof. He can't get off there.
True.
Ooh.
Making matters even worse for GK as I'm not going to say his name again, but Spiro will have to try and see if he can... For the sake of everyone in the world, Toby, do not. I guess it's a good and a bad. He can't really get flushed unless if I was going to say they commit a nade to it. And boink. There you go. That should be the death of him. And yeah, you have to think this is going to be counted as a loss on the side of GK here. In the meantime, VP setting up at the crossroads here. They've already found Marselec just moments ago. Now taking on Groove Street as well. Getting a lot of damage done with it.
All right, we full shadow stepping, Quizzy. Is this what we're doing? They're trying to find some salvage here, and it's still Spiro and Quizzy, so still very deadly. If they can try and find themselves a spot. There is some content coming up where me, Mark, and Avenger have a bit of a hard time against Quizzy, but we'll leave that for later. So a great player for sure, and so is Spiro.
Yeah, Spiro Storm here. We see the map. While this hot drop is slowly becoming a cold one at that, all the remaining teams trying to get positioned in towards the circle center. A lot of teams opted to jump very early in this game, meaning that the southeast is practically free for the taking for anyone wanting to go down there. But with where teams are positioned right now, and with how Na'Vi is playing more Ascended now than what they used to, like, Na'Vi would be your team to swing all the way around the edge. Ascend would do similar things, but Na'Vi not doing that anymore and Ascend not being the lobby means that there ain't really a whole lot of teams opting to do those wide kind of 180-degree wraps on circles.
I do hope the Balkan Eagles from here is actually just they're setting up vehicles to eventually move. I wouldn't mind if they just straight bail. Like, I mean, okay,
Yeah.
you could, in theory, hunt down these 2 kills wherever you could find them. However, you know that if you do concede a knock, they are instantaneously flushing you, and you're going to have to go hunting for them. So you can see here, Quizzy now has come out to try and put some.
There's
shots
no
into
way
it.
they got. Are they really that proud? They agreed to leave. Either that or Dunn was actually just a bait, because the remaining 3 were still inside the city when
Might have been a bait. Yeah.
Could have been a bait. I was just gonna say, if they had agreed to leave, I was like, no, guys, you shot a gun. Now we have to turn around and fight him. Because I agree with what you're saying. Guys, you won the battle. You got 2 points. You have I mean, technically, they're inside the circle already, but their position could be better.
I think it was definitely a bait, considering the
been.
drive away from 2. The other 2 could have rendezvoused with those guys driving away, but now Veronica is down. This might cost them
And
here.
there you go.
That's a flush. Oh.
And just like that, that fight became not worth it. Now they're potentially losing 2. Guys, you had a chance to leave. A perfect chance to leave with 2 points in the bag. You got greedy, and now you're paying the price. This is exactly what GK hoped for. When they lost 2, when they were starting to slow things down, they just wanted to bait them into making mistakes. And they've done that right there.
We're there. And now there's even Panzerfausts in hand as well. So
Yep.
this could get even more messy for Balkan Eagles. All it takes is just a flick of the wrist with this Panzerfaust. Just a slight pixel being shown, even if he's just slightly through a wall. And then Rafa would end up falling. That window. Did he see his legs through there? There is a bar there. Is he gonna go for it? Is
it flash answer?
No way. No way. No way. It's as simple as that. It's as simple as that. Balkan Eagles. This is going from bad to worse. That is going to be a 2v for 2. Oh no.
Guys, all I can say, you had a perfect opportunity to leave. And now you're giving GK 2 points forward.
It's tough. It's tough. I mean, I do get in my mind, okay, yeah, we have the numbers advantage. Surely we're able to do something here. But I think these guys, this individual talent that they have, they're not going to be slipping up too many times.
Nope. Simply too proud. And with Bushido, well, they've been driving kind of in circles around the city here for a bit now. Opting to fully commit east side of it as the circle does go in that direction. Buksansa sitting somewhat circle center right now as FaZe opting to leave altogether. It seems James is kind of doing donuts down on the roadside, but all of VP is now coming towards him and he's out of the vehicle. I'm not... Okay. Did he just single-handedly force VP into rotating? I respect it. You know what?
Yeah, maybe.
I think VP thought no one's that crazy. No one's going to sit alone in the middle of that road. But James is. James is that crazy. He's going to do that to you.
We're still crazy that we're here in Hosan. This is... I mean, now it becomes a case of like Balkan Eagles is just playing the same way that GK is gonna, right? They're just gonna kind of rat it out on these locations, wait for GK to move.
I mean, GK had already lost this, and now they effectively have won it by even being allowed to get points off of it. So I think they're playing carefree now. They know it's a dead game. They already got more points than they were hoping for. We're on the flip side of that. Balkan Eagles, especially with the circle now going away from the city, are feeling the hurt of not having left earlier. As I say that, here comes the Goro Sanson. Already lost Master Leg in a, I guess what was a road blockade earlier to Beamy. And that bike is gonna get sent into the air as the Goro Sanson get in trouble. Having said that, though, damage is being done in return.
Try moving around on the off angle here, getting Curexit. It's a big scalp to take for a fight to start off like this. If you can finish him off and keep going, that would be fantastic. Shroud coming in, breach full force here with Mika as well. James has gone down, just nades galore. It's going to be up to Gustav to try and do something about this. Posts one through the letterbox, tries to make it connect, does not do so. Another one goes through, but they're way away from that one.
You say that. I was just going to say, Stro, not completely out of range as Gustav swings the corner. Ooh. Finds him with the MP5. James' second favorite gun.
What's my favorite?
There you have it. And as they come in, now comes VP as well. They saw the players there before. But thank you, Bushido. The ninjas in the woods there for the surprise attack will help out FaZe at least for a little bit, allowing them to try and get out of there. But Gustav down to low HP, and yeah, he will be found by Nixie.
Yeah, I like the opportunistic play coming out from some of these big squads. Balkan Eagles is down to Quizzy and Spiro. What a recovery from those two. But Balkan Eagles overstayed their welcome.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Meantime now, VP, I mean, they were here earlier. Came in to say hello. Then they left when they saw James. And then when they saw James get taken out, they were like, huh, I guess we go back. And now they claimed this position. In the meantime, yep, credit to them for swift reaction when they saw Fex and Gustav leave the northeast side compound a bit earlier when that initial phase fight happened. They were instantly there in the compound beating Stacia next to that exact position. So they now have themselves good circles and lockdown.
1 health. Run away. Run away. Run. Run. Oh, we're doing donuts under the bridge now. This is like every teenager at 2 a.m. finding a fun car park. All right, okay. No, he's okay somehow. Is he lying down in water? Is that what's happening?
He's drowning. He's drowning.
He's drowning. He's drowning. No, he's okay. He's okay. Look at him. He's in the distance. All right. So, I mean, for a circle like this, obviously, we're just going to wait until this actually pops and see where they're going to have to go. But playing that hard edge does not necessarily favor them for a shift like that into Buksan Sa. Could be a potential.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know what, PUBG, I see you. You bait me on the cave ending, well then you give us a Buksan Sa finish instead. I feel like they're slowly making up for what should have been an epic heal off in the previous game.
Yeah, epic, yeah.
But at least now we'll see if these guys can make their way up the mountain. As we can see here, everyone really making their way in from the north. Hype Beast down south, we live again now as well, but they're just chilling. I mean, they haven't really been contested earlier. It's all these teams towards the north that have to try and make their way down here.
Yeah, they do. Exhalation already done very well today, but they're going to be rocked up against a team that has no fear for day number 2. So it's time to get on out of dodge here for Daboom. Here come reinforcing shots from Salik. Not too bad to try and help things out. Spin out, but great shots from Sparta from that car. He's a highlight reel himself. He gets another moment to shine. And Daboom is down, stolen by Global Army.
Yeah, a lot of pressure being applied, despite the fact that it's them who are on the rotation right now. Exhalation shouldn't have too many issues in trying to dismantle the opponents in front of them. But still, Salik forced to heal, forced to reconsider his moves, as they have still yet to make that rotation happen.
Well, for Exhalation after such a good start.
Yeah.
And the myth of, or the fact of, that now that we've pivoted to the idea of them just, you know, being fantastic, but looking brilliant despite having 1 loss overall. No, actually, they didn't even lose one. What am I talking about? But it's going to be Global Army in the distance here who made them lose 1 kill thanks to that steal earlier. So what can Don't Panic do? They finally got their first point on the board, Toby.
Ayo, like to see it. Let's see if they can get themselves some more. There's the first one. Helps out with Bart to close himself up, of course. And CC now lobbing a nade on over. We'll see if he can find something where they're just going to bounce a bit too far. Pixel able to find Schiller. And CC now on his own, because Shipless and Global Army not quite there yet, but they are setting up what could potentially be a wraparound towards the northeast. Global Army in vehicle swinging the corner, but he has to be careful because Twisted Minds is just across the street as well.
Yeah, CC next peeking over this rock, seeing if he can do anything about that. We have to move back for a moment. Shipless charging up a nade, but the rest of that foot squad is moving away from the location that was thrown, so they are looking to be on the big push and shut down Don't Panic. Saying Global Army without having Baron peak there just doesn't feel the same, right? Toby.
That's the issue, right?
Doesn't feel the same.
You need the combo. You need the wombo in order to make it happen, and here it doesn't. Hypebeast in the meantime trying to dismantle the remaining Mythos players. They were able to get the double knock, nail up, found those, but they haven't been able to get any of the flushes just yet, but they are crawling around the open field, so you have to imagine it's a matter of time before they fall down. As the Mythos continuing their rotations, they're just going to go straight into the open arms of We Live Again.
Who are trying to control a decent bottom space down to the south. Love their split there. Now they're just going to rendezvous together, try and shut down Sparta. He is gone. It's all on Edex now to really do something. And technically, coming up against Buksan Sa, there really isn't anyone in there holding anybody off from that location. So we'll just heal up against the blue zone nade for Shipless, and he'll continue living for brief moments before Exhalation flush him out. We'll see.
Yeah, have to imagine that he's going to fall soon. Also, keep in mind, Quizzy and Spiro still running from their city fight earlier, trying to make their way inside the circle. Here's the double blue zone. That should be the end of it. A lot of util committed, knowing that it was a solo player in there. But of course, if you get the point and you get the elimination of the team as well, might as well play it safe here, not to get any casualties.
Yep. maybe you're a guy that you're throwing all this stuff at has some util you can pick up at the end anyway. But how are you existing there, Vex? What's happening?
Chilling. He's been here for a while, and Na'Vi has absolutely no clue that he's there.
Yeah.
That's why he exists here. But
I hope he's got an M249 like in the previous games.
He's gonna need it. He's gonna need it. He does. He's chilling. Chilling and waiting for Na'Vi to hopefully move on and then all stand perfectly aligned with their backs turned, allowing for him to get himself a 4-piece.
I love that.
I doubt that's gonna happen.
No, he's not going to go for it. Just chilling. Yeah, he survive. Maybe some other teams can die before you and you can backfill a Na'Vi move since they don't realize you're there.
Yet though, so it's going to be tricky. But now back towards Foot we go as they now welcome Twisted Minds across the street. 8C, nice all finger for him, but he's outside the circle and he has a player set up behind him. Batoons is still creeping up from behind. In the meantime, Bushido out of nowhere annihilating the entirety of Exhalation. Back towards this fight we go though, as this one now bounces back and forth. Knocks happening on both sides, and 8C all of a sudden find themselves alone.
Very well done by Bushido to take the 4 points from the kill so far. We're now thick in the blue, and Batulins really needs to basically save someone's bacon here, but he's a little bit further away. He's going to get in his car, try and reinforce his position, as Lou is now going down to the blue himself. So is this worth the reinforced potential, or is Batulins just going to blast past and go somewhere else? He's got a P90 in hand as well. As a solo, you can make a lot of work with a P90, but he's got to keep himself alive.
Definitely can. Exactly. It doesn't matter that you got a P90 if you're going to die to blue. So Batulin's got to make up his mind here. Do you go for the one extra point, or do you make a run for it? Seems like the answer is in the minimap. He's making his way north, and 8C does not have a clue where he is.
Yeah, I was going to say, looking this way, being cautious made me think that he didn't realize that everybody had already bled out to the blue from the knocks that they'd previously garnered. So I guess for these two solos now, they're going to prioritize their health more than anything, which does make sense because the blue's ticking quite hard now.
All of a sudden now you start respecting the fact that everyone's committing so hard to that gas station, because VP's got to be feeling pretty good about themselves.
Yeah, very good.
They're chilling.
How many are
Good
alive
thing for everyone else
team?
trying to contest it is that there's a trillion cars parked outside for you to try and sit next to. In the meantime, yep, that's what Phase 5 will do to you. You can't be walking and doing the healings all that much in a circle such as this. Down goes both 8C and Twisted Minds simultaneously, so one would argue that fight ended in a draw.
We don't often get to see the beautiful waterfalls of Buksansar and how scenic it all looks. And well, we'll be shifting out of there anyway very soon. So for teams outside of there, like for example, We Live Again, I would love to see them try and leapfrog forward of it a bit to maybe hold out some of the teams that want to come in from Buksansar.
I caught Fex getting killed on the map just now. Yepa just giga saved Soset. Fex was within 20 meters of Soset creeping up behind, and then just a Dragonov headshot came from the side. I was like, well, nope, I guess I don't get Soset. And all Soset can do is turn around and see a crate behind him and go, wait, what? There was a guy here the whole time. Thank you, Yepa. Much appreciated.
Yeah, because as if Na'Vi needs any help at the beginning of today.
Yeah.
That's funny. Well done, Yepa, for finding that and then saving maybe Na'Vi's bacon. So going back, I think he's looting.
Might as well.
Yeah.
Might as well see if you can get yourself some extra ammo as Nail Up gets surprised by a buffet of utility. 4 different types thrown at him at the same time. Is going to be, him falling down.
Like that. A smorgasbord of utility.
Yeah, why not? Why not? While we're at it. All you can eat util. Cooked and thrown in your face. That's exactly how we like it.
I don't think anybody actually wants this now that I'm thinking about it. No, don't throw this my way.
In the meantime, Yepa finally forced to leave the compound, and perfectly for them, the Richline actually grants them the cover they need. VP can't do a whole lot to try and extend out of the gas station, and Na'Vi simply just doesn't have the ankles. So they're inside the circle, and now, instead of pushing further towards Buksansar, they can just sit here and wait for whatever wounded people come out of Buksansar, get some free points, and then play the South scot-free.
Not to totally curse it. I'm not Mark.
Do it,
but
do it.
There is a world where, because the Na'Vi as an organization in previous PECs and regional tournaments has actually gone on crazy win days, right? We've seen a Na'Vi 4, I'm pretty sure, on a day. Again, very different roster. But hey, the 2 already, They've got a lot of room in that north side.
Let's give them more circles. They need them. Is that what James is saying? I think that's what I'm hearing, at least. We'll see if they're going to get this one. It's going to swing. It's going to go center. Once again, VP happy. FaZe fans in tears, knowing that's their compound. That's where they were, but not any longer. As now Mythov just need X left alive, but sometimes that's all you need, X, in order to stay put. Thing is, I think he was just hurt making that jump.
As well, he might be. Yeah, as I say though, he's making a fan out of me. He's continuing to survive. They've been looking fantastic over the Mythov. We're going to get more nades from Bushido, trying to dislodge Forge 2K, who does have the rest of Yepa now coming to reinforce. We live again though. Unfortunately for Bushido, they are caught between both of these teams.
Yeah.
Maybe Nedex tries to steal something off the back of this.
Negative. Falls down. Iro able to find one. Now they see him from the other side, but a few rare whiffed bullets on the side of Nedex brings about the elimination of him as Bushido continue their venture further towards the west. Yepa can't really commit too hard to try and get up that hillside as Nailcorp, I believe it is, sits and holds off that pretty well. But now We Live Again is committing to this engagement too. They want to clear the south. They have to clear the south before they can push down the hill.
Yeah, they do. And it is getting a little bit more dicey as times goes on. As we go down these hills, suddenly it becomes a whole lot more open. We Live Again managed to find Iro to get things rolling against Bushido. Again, one of our newly regionally partnered teams, but their reinforcements are coming along here against these smokes. Need to find a little angle on the side of these smokes, maybe. Or Util will be thrown down to delay this even longer whilst they try and get a recovery on their position.
Opa. Currently playing the back line with a nade in hand. Usually you see a DMR in the hands of the guy playing from behind, but now he's getting shot from the other side, opening himself up to VP. Not what you want to have happen. As Bushido, continue with the smokes. Continue to try and suppress. Allow yourself to try and wrap back the east side. The thing is, Yepa has already left the contest on the south, and they're just sat down here ready and waiting now. So smart decision to play for the next circle rather than try and get a few extra points on the other side.
Moving the vehicles forwards as well. Not bad, not bad. You need to keep your options open here, as they will keep their options open. It is a full bail from We Live Again. I appreciate the maturity of that situation, because I do think that Bushido had the better angle overall as that fight went on. And even getting a knock on Nailcup in the distance and Iro. This has been perfect movement from them.
Yep, wouldn't have it any other way. Virtus Pro.
Huge.
Haven't been able to really do too much in the game ever since they claimed the gas station for themselves. But here finally, back on the kill feed they go. More damage coming through now as Nixie found the double. Almost gets himself a third.
Smoke it up. Keep those lines of sights from Na'Vi shut down as we wait for our next circle to pop. Already you can see Virtus Pro now trying to limit anybody's movement on these edges, because again it gets very open. It's still got Na'Vi in. It's still got Virtus Pro in. We Live Again is in a little bit of a tricky spot, and Yepa is in the trickiest.
Yepa going, come on, guys. At least leave one other team out with us. I mean, don't just do us like that. But well, one player is knocked on the side of Na'Vi. If they can get one more, there might be a 4-guy YOLO into a vehicle. See what happens. Rotation about for the Yepa boys. Only one kill so far, despite I feel like they've been shooting all game long, but damage numbers don't really tell the tale of how many bullets been fired.
No, still not having much room to work with. We Live Again actually have carved themselves out a decent spot. I'm very impressed by their send across the road and then to be able to get to this rock as well, because I figured Na'Vi was going to try and challenge for this spot to open up more angles for themselves, but they are detonating on Mossboard up the top. That's a disaster here for him. Hobbo's going to look to try and reinforce that spot maybe, but still Na'Vi trying to be on full lockdown here.
There's the vehicles. There's the car rotation. Come through. Blink and you miss it. There falls Yepa. Nothing they could do. I respect the effort. We've seen teams before just go 4 guys into a molly and call it quits, but at least they tried.
Yes, that did happen, and let's never speak of it again. No, I also appreciate the attempt. Nice try indeed. But you're going into the lion's den when you do something like that here. Now, with how open this is, and We Live Again, still 2 alive. They should be the next ones to fall, though, if VP and Na'Vi have anything to say about it, considering the, I would say relative weakness of their position compared to the other two.
Thing is, as weak as it is, they can play safe for now, and it's really, I mean, as you're kind of alluding to as well, James, it's VP who is kind of up on the decision board here. Who do you take the fight to? You can still swing out towards the southwest side of gas station, like go back there and wrap the other way, take the fight to We Live Again. They should have good enough numbers tracking, knowing that Na'Vi has the numbers over We Live Again. But now these nades coming in, VP want to see if they can do more damage to Na'Vi before clearing the other side, which makes good sense. Waiting for the next circle to pop, and this was the exact nade they wanted to see land. You get the flush, you get the second knock as well. Now VP can look towards We Live Again without fearing too much involvement from Na'Vi.
But all enabled by Beamy at the beginning for that knock,
Yes.
right? Like, he activated Eagle Eye. He was True Shot Aura and able to take that pixel perfect shot against Ferris to get that knock, which then basically makes it obvious where you need to throw the nade for that. So that brilliant stuff by Beamy and a great nade to follow up.
I was just going to say it's a great position for him to prone in, kind of wait this one out as knocks come through on all sides except for Virtus Pro. They've seen the last player now as well hop up. Noticed by Nixie as he's creeping towards 900 damage done this game. Lurkerooks up over 500 as well. VP putting on all thrusters to try and come out victorious here.
And these are the kind of positions that you just can't let a team like Virtus Pro have, because they will convert on it. Like, they are deadly at the moment. Ever since we got to see them at the World Championship, a fortuitous moment to get to even see them at the World Championship, and they pay dividends like they're doing here. A win on the board for Virtus Pro.
12 kills at that. They get the first kill of the match. They get the last one as well. Incredible performance by the VP boys, because it wasn't just to sit around and wait at the gas station. No, they had to fight hard for that gas station initially in order to even set up in this position and come up victorious, and then withstand any other teams potentially crashing them later down the line.
Yeah, not to, I didn't quite curse Na'Vi, but it was always going to be difficult if that sunk compound was still in, right, against the Virtus Pro position. And again, just brilliant wherewithal from Beamy to be able to get that knock straight away. And then that limits so much of what Na'Vi can do. Never mind the limitations that they already had on themselves, only working with a tree, a rock, a vehicle, not really any lips to speak of to be able to trade back against Virtus Pro.
I like that we're seeing a lot of great decision making in the end games here, something I'm sure the desk would love to break down.
Before we break down the game we just saw, I love that Kylaris mentioned there that he was about to curse the team, and then he stopped. And Mark, what you didn't hear, and I got to hear, is Mark off air getting super excited that he won't be the only one that gets clowned about tomorrow. Sorry, Mark, we're all watching what we say now, so that production doesn't get to make funny graphics of our own faces. Except Avenger, because Avenger says crazy shit all the time, so I'm sure that there'll be a funny face for Avenger very soon.
I have a funny face no matter what I do, so it's just unlucky,
That's true as well. Okay, I really believe that Na'Vi might be able to do it back to back to back. Unfortunately, Virtus Pro was standing firmly in their way. Avenger, walk us through what it was that Virtus Pro was able to do from positioning and everything else to ensure that they could get that win.
Having the hard cover all the way through is obviously a huge impact for them. Like, they're setting this up kind of the stronghold, and you're able to shoot behind hard cover, not having to worry. You don't have to use utility. That takes away time, and then you have to consider redeploying it. Yeah, and obviously the impact on the knocks that they have while they still have that hard cover inside the zone. So that's obviously massive. Even though this is a kind of a special, somewhat difficult zone to play, once you have the hard cover, it is just increasing your chance to win by so much. But obviously, the firepower coming on for these guys, you cannot count them out, even if they're only 3 alive.
We got a chance to see those teams in the Final Four, but now we're looking at highlights on your screen. For you, Mark, overall thoughts about Tego?
Security went out in 16th place. But they went to the right. They went to the right spot, though, Sam. They went to the right spot. They were unable to hold it, though. A good game. But Sun's obviously a very interesting area of the map. So you play towards the north. We see that end a few times, but we had some really early plays. FaZe was in the compound early. We just obviously secure sent them to go for the crash in there as well. But VP fundamentally took it at the end when they took the opening. And you cannot drop the ball with BB. There you go. Like 2 seconds before Martin was talking about it, and then they absolutely beamed ahead. Na'Vi, where they thought they were in a winning position, they had the whole control of the north. Beamy took them apart one by one, and they went to go conquer a really, really strong ending.
Strong ending, great use of utils as well from them, and ultimately it's going to allow them to get a stack of points on the board, which is always exciting.
Sure.
But now, if we take a look at the results, no real surprises. I mean, except for maybe Twisted Minds not having the greatest day, but that's how the circle works, right? It just depends what you get when you head over to Tego, Avenger.
I think the big mistake here, though, Na'Vi did was they took too much shots at Yepa. They should have let Yepa crash onto VP and let that fight happen, and then they should have used that time when VP was fighting Yepa to take on We Live Again. Then they could have cleaned out We Live Again and then third-party the fight between Yepa and VP. That would have been the big brain play, but that is maybe a little bit more hard to kind of decipher from what's happening. And you're thinking, okay, potentially we can get 1 or 2 kills from that. We can maybe get some points with Yepa coming into that. But I think that would have been the big impact play, and that would have set Na'Vi up for the win here in the third time.
Mark, you could get excited. Secure Sensor didn't come 16th. They were tied 13th. Does it make you feel better?
Yes, 100%. That little graph is a little bit higher up than you would expect.
Nice.
But yeah, look, it's worth actually taking the Secure Sensor apart. Don't panic. Back down here, guys. They're still not performing the levels we've seen them. At what point in the day does Don't Panic start to activate, maybe warrant themselves coming on this side of the leaderboard? Because we are seeing other teams. WLA have now appeared here as well. We are seeing other teams drop down. Na'Vi fundamentally securing a spot. And are we now going to start seeing a couple of teams maybe starting to run away with the points? Na'Vi, I feel like Sam wants to be that team at the moment.
Can I just say that I think after 3 wins and Na'Vi's performance that we just saw in Tego, maybe I'm jumping the gun. I don't think I am. I think that they've confirmed themselves a spot in the grand finals now. I don't see them dropping all the way down past 8th place. Obviously, we won't see them play tomorrow, Avenger, but I think they've done more than enough to make sure that they're going straight to the grand finals.
We're talking about Na'Vi here?
Yeah, Na'Vi.
Yeah, that's set in stone. I would say 80 plus points with 3 games to go. That's more than enough. 86 here, they're completely fine. I would say even at this point, FaZe with 3 games to go, the mid-off with 3 games to go, they should be completely fine. Like that's even Virtus Pro after that fantastic game that they just had. I'm thinking like 80 is gonna be like a safe bet. 85 is like completely safe. I think we saw 76 or something like that in the last PEC for the top 8 cutoff. But we also had some big bangers that were, sponging up a lot of points in the very top. So Na'Vi should be one of those teams that's doing that. I would be surprised if they don't end on triple digits, to be honest, for the sake of Na'Vi.
So, the saying is, if you can't play, you commentate. But if I say that to any of the gents here, other than Mark who's nodding, for the most part, I find there's a little bit of cockiness in our PEC broadcast team. They all seem to think they're pretty good in game. So what we thought might be fun is to throw Avenger, Mark, and Kylaris into the mix to go up against Quizzy in a brand new show. It's called Shootout. Let's see how they held up.
Hey guys and girls, here for PEC Spring. So in what is probably going to be one of the more ridiculous outings here for our content, we have Talents versus Pro. We've got Quizzy from Geek joining us here, and our objective is to try and beat Quizzy. And for this one, I have chosen DBS, no movement other than leaning, crouching, proning at a slight distance. So let's see if I can beat Quizzy. Probably not gonna happen.
He's gonna be the most random battle I ever had.
3, 2, 1, go!
That was quick.
Oh, he actually headshotted me first bullet.
All right, well, that was round 1. Obviously, I didn't fare too well. So now it's going to be Mark's turn, and they're going to be going up against one another with an SKS with 15 times scopes.
You've forgot to add, I've got to spin round 180 degrees. I reckon I'm going to get halfway before I die, and I'm not even going to see it.
Quizzy, do you think that's going to happen, or what do you think?
You know I won't scope, otherwise I'm gonna vomit.
No, he's a pro.
15x.
I need to look into his soul.
Wait, do we have 10 bullets? So do we have extended mix?
10 bullets, I think. Then you have to reload.
Oh, okay. So we're allowed to reload.
Yeah, you reload, obviously.
Spam!
All right, well, let's get to it.
All right. 3, 2, 1, turn.
No way, no way. I never thought it's gonna be that slow.
He turned 90 degrees first, then he picked up the mouse and tried to do it again.
And then I stopped. Oh.
Well, that's
I don't want to
all
spin
right.
around. I don't went back the other way as well. Do you see it? I went oh, I'm going back.
I actually like had some cases in my head. Do I like prone shoot it? Do I like stand it? And then I saw Mark not even turning to 90 degrees. I was like, okay.
All right, well, so far, Quizzy is 2-0 against us. Let's see if good old Avenger can put a point on the board for us. Avenger, how do you fancy your chances?
Well, with a no-scope AWM, not too big. It's more of a 50-50 here, I feel like.
Ah, yes. Either you hit it or you don't. I see. All right, well,
Exactly.
let's see how this is going to go then. I'm going to give you a countdown, and you guys go on go. Again, to reiterate, this is Orm with no scope, so just iron sights. 3, 2, 1, go. Why have we done this to ourselves?
What? Whose idea was this?
All right, well, it seems like in a 1v1, none of us could kill Quizzy here with our loadout, so I don't know. I mean, what should we do, Mark? I'm not...
It has to be a 2v1 or maybe a 3v1.
2v1 sounds like not a bad idea. Stay tuned for more at PEC.
Eight years of Battlegrounds bliss. Updates to several arcade modes. And a new Survivor Pass. All this and more as we dive into the Update 34.2 patch report. First up, we're celebrating 8 glorious years of Battle Royale mayhem. You'll find anniversary decorations across the various maps and on some of PUBG's most iconic objects and locations, including care packages, energy drinks, the plane, and various locations across Erangel. The starting island also features an 8th anniversary BobbleBot statue with special golden grenades to throw at it to see your name up in lights. We're even collaborating with M83 for a brand new BGM track for the anniversary. This milestone wouldn't be possible without your dedication throughout the years. So on behalf of the entire PUBG Battlegrounds team, thank you for 8 wonderfully chaotic years. And speaking of your dedication, thanks to your testing, we were able to make some meaningful adjustments to the aim punch settings following the Gunplay Labs aim punch we ran in January. We're now planning on a second round of Gunplay Labs in March to test the new settings, so stay tuned for details. Next up, the arcade is getting a couple of adjustments. Team Deathmatch has several new maps to enjoy, including Destin Arena, Vikendi Train Station, and Sanhok Camp Bravo. We've also adjusted map selection probabilities, added destruction to Sanhok, and changed up the spawn kit. For Intense Battle Royale, the layout of safe zones, supply drops, and vehicles are now random in all maps. The starting Molotov has been swapped to a frag grenade, a random LMG crate has been added, and we've activated destruction on Sanhok. For fans of custom matches, you can now bring in 100 people, up from the previous 24. Last but not least, we're reverting the max player count for Hot Drop back up to 64 players for even more intense action, while also slightly lowering the atom spawn rate. You can check out full details on all these changes in the patch notes. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass available to collect, as well as various bug fixes, so be sure to check out the patch notes for full details on everything. Update 34.2 is here. So put on your party hat, grab a golden grenade, and hit up the arcade. Happy 8th anniversary, PUBG fans. We'll see you on the Battlegrounds.
Welcome back to PEC Spring. And if you were watching during the break, you got to see a really great effort from Mark and Avenger. As you'll remember at the beginning of the show, I said I was turning over a new leaf. I'm trying to be nicer and more positive. I had a lot to say about your performances, but I am going to say good effort, boys. Well tried, Mark.
More to come, Sam. I was going to say, it's more of a numbers game when it's against Quizzy.
Fair point. Okay, let's get into the second half of today. And also, this is the last 3 games that we get to see our teams from Group A. So just to remind you, that's the likes of FaZe and Na'Vi, Virtus Pro, and Mark's favorite, Securus Ensign. They've only got 3 more games to try and secure themselves a spot in the grand finals. Avenger, we're pretty sure Na'Vi's done it. So they're going to be sitting pretty. VP, pretty close as well, I would say.
Yeah, in 68 points, 69 points, and 72 points versus Pro, TMO, and FaZe Clan. They're looking good, but still you need to squeeze that extra 10, 15 points or so to get out of the bushes just so far. But we're going to be playing Rondo and then going to Wrangle. And I feel like it is a little bit harder, especially with this many good teams in the lobby as there is, to get these consistent points on Wrangle. So it'd be fantastic for them to be able to do it on Rondo.
Na'Vi obviously getting that back-to-back on Miramar today, but yesterday not quite the same. Let's compare now how they performed in day 1 versus day 2, Mark, on this map.
Yeah, it's really good to see. It's good insight, actually, the team. Obviously, day 1, exactly the same maps, playing them exactly the same times, but there's something about Na'Vi today. They've come back. They were maybe one of the secured spot. They're putting better average kills on. They're putting better damage, and as a result, you're going to get some more points. That's just shocking there. 42 points gain there, Sam, compared to an 11, and using the same 2 maps. Really, really strong day number 2 from Na'Vi.
It just shows you, Avenger, like how many points are actually up for grabs if you just have 1 or 2 really good games.
Yeah, it's insane. Like, if you're able to go out, frag out, but also get yourself consistently in the top, there's just so many points available, right? And especially here, them fragging out, them getting this consistently, getting kind of molded into what we were expecting from a team like this caliber. It's just insane to see that they're able to get this many points just 2 games. So yeah, they were 8th going into today, and now they're steady in 1st.
Steady in 1st, guaranteeing a spot in the grand finals. But of course, for teams that don't make the final 8, they don't really have to worry. At the end of tomorrow, we'll know which 8 teams are going to the grand finals. But it is double elimination, so they can drop into the last chance qualifiers. Avenger is going to take the stress off a team like Securus Ensign because they know that there is a second chance coming and that they can just reset and improve during the week.
Yeah, and I feel like them, especially in a last chance kind of setting, they're gonna actually be way more comfortable in that because they're kind of shaking off a little bit of the nerves. They've been through, they know the team's a little bit better. So that's a team that I could see be doing a little bit better. They've had a better day today. I think it's a little bit too late unless they have insane games in the last 3-1 or potentially win a few. I see it being pretty hard for them to grab a top 8 spot currently.
Let's get into Rondo. Something about getting out of your condo, Mark, but we're getting into the game.
Time to Rondo, get out your condo. Good flight path for it. It's a southwest out towards east, pushing towards that northeast. Let's go for that middle. We are going to see today, though, the Twisted Minds and Na'Vi. Twisted Minds will play towards that test track Martin, whereas Na'Vi will go for Linux Factory. The one I do worry about, we just have to keep an eye on, because we have to from micro to the guys, is don't panic in WLA. They have indicated they might try and go early and try and hot drop. This is a perfect flight path for them to do it.
Don't look like they're gonna be all 4 committing into the same spot. It's mainly We Live Again taking the same spot here. Don't panic, spreading out a little bit more. But yeah, if you don't like the condo one, you should be using your bongo to get onto Rondo, to be honest. But yeah, also some fights onto potentially Dan Ching here, guys. So I think we should be passing it over to Calaris and Toby early on. So let's see what's happening here in the early game, guys.
Thank you, boys. Yes, this could get hot very quickly. Obviously, Balkan Eagles found themselves in a hot drop before, and now we are back again, this time with Foot, though, on the other side.
Yeah, you would argue maybe a tougher opponent to go up against in a fight like this, but Balkan Eagles, well, we saw what happened on Takeo just before, so hopefully they've learned the lesson that if they do get a couple of kills and keep all 4 alive, there's more to play for than the hot drop itself. We'll see now, though, as it has... it started off kind of the way we like it, where at least they get a little bit of utility. I say that we like it. Chat is all about the chaos, of course, but a few pieces of util, some guns that are actually worth picking up, and then the fight to come.
JS9 on Rondo presents a little bit of an extra problem. Obviously, there was a time where it was unbelievably busted, but now it's bearable. it's still good, but yeah, we will see now as the rooftops have been taken here by T-Bone. They know the corralled position of where Falcon Eagles currently is. Some shots will go that way, but T-Bone using this roof to his advantage will be able to give him a line of sight. Does connect with one shot, knows that Cross is there, so can relay that information.
Yeah, so I'm just going to say, I think Vard is going to be a crucial point of this fight if he does end up staying where he does. As you can see now, those up to leave, smart decision making on their part. Want to have all their players on the same side of the square, or the market, whatever you want to call it. But this also, to me, now that Vard is back, instantly becomes a cold drop. I don't see any of these players risking it now, running across. Even if you do get a knock, sending it here, I'd be surprised. Saying that, 8C is currently on a solo flank mission around the southern side of the city. So maybe, if he can get a pick, that can open up an avenue of approach for these Foot players.
So here she goes. Let's see. I think one thing that's cool for Foot is the fact that they're willing to take these wider positions, right? And almost kind of constrict Balkan Eagles in their spot. Because one thing's for sure is that, in terms of at this very level, in terms of these kinds of hot drops, you would think that Foot would technically have a bit more of an idea about how they would want to execute something like this on this stage.
I mean, yesterday, Balkan Eagles able to acquire 22 points on the day. Today, it's been a 3-point day. 2 of those points coming from the previous Takeo game where they got 2 early game kills. There is a world where Foot stays because maybe they don't consider them that big a threat. But then again, everyone with a shotgun in hand, or Panzerfaust for that matter, can make magic happen even against the best of players. So, Foot not over-aggressing, but also not too eager to leave. Maybe hoping that Balkan Eagle's going to be the one to make the mistakes here.
Yeah, looks like it will just be a standoff for the moment. So as much as, you get these hot drops go down, sometimes they can be slow. And it's understandable why, right? This can cost you an entire game's worth of points if this does go awry. Pixelic did see him on that left side of that building, but we'll just relocate for a moment.
The hot drop pressed the snooze button. We'll see if it decides to wake up when the next alarm is set. That's Rafa still looking towards that south side. I don't think 8C has fired a single bullet yet. Now Vard is coming down to try and fortify that south side as well. So maybe they can catch them by surprise. Rafa is currently the only player there to really have any say in what happens towards the south. But the fact that Balkan Eagles have no players playing north side should be an indicator to me that they have an idea, at least, that Foot is trying to maneuver further south. In the meantime, everyone is rotating, James, by the way, in case you missed it.
They are doing that.
Yeah, they are. in case that's of value to talk about. As, again, Foot continuing their infiltration mission. Vard finally spots the target, rather the one down here we just mentioned, and seen instantly taken out.
Even the off angles aren't hard for Vard. He's got him locked down. But yeah, I mean, beyond that, I mean, what else was there to say until actually someone sprung the trap there? So I was about to start talking about, oh, look, an EMP zone went off on the other side of the map. But nope, we have important moves being made here by Vard, opening things up. That's going to force a response. He almost got him. Jeez.
That was a headshot.
Yeah.
Like to see it. Like to see it. Again, Foot, knowing what they're up against, continuing to push on forward. But split somewhat thin. 8C is running back towards T-Bone. So Vard currently on a solo mission to try and at least claim the knocked player that he found before. But currently also kind of smoking himself off, allowing himself to wrap further out the side. Not aware, I think, that Dunn has made it here. But then I say that, and then Dunn gets blinded for 10 seconds.
Yeah, when we just had that overlook of the city as well, I do wonder if someone smoked off Spook's angle because he was on one of the high buildings. So if they'd smoked him off, knowing that they wanted to try and clean this up as well as limit his vision, then that's fantastic from Foot. That being said, that tree also does block a lot of the vision too, so...
One knock, no kills. In the meantime, elsewhere on the map, VP and Na'Vi continuing where they left off, and Taco taking the battle to one another once again as VP. First it's Beamy to find one. Now, oh sorry, EB to find one. Then Beamy there instantly to follow. Will take out two of Na'Vi and cement themselves the wildcard lords, at least between the two of them.
Wow. No, he didn't win that.
No way Pixel comes out victorious in that.
MP5.
I suppose so. AK, slow fire rate. Don't win those unless if you hit some head shoots, and in this case didn't quite happen. So one flush converted, but if there is anything positive to be said, then at least that allowed for the rest to come up on Rafa.
Felt like he almost had a read on exactly where he was going there for a second, but not to be the case. There's a Panzerfaust in hand as well. Veronica is coming around this corner. No, you're not going to outpeak the Vard. Oh, lovely reactions here by him.
The myth of the Vard. No, he is just the Vard. I like to see it. 8 team holding this angle. They solved on inside the building just moments ago, and I think Vard might have just heard Rafa run around out here. It's almost as if Balkan Eagles shouldn't be hot dropping teams, because I'm not going to say they're not good at it, but their track record in this tournament so far is not overly positive.
I mean, unless they felt like they could try and, you know, push their luck, test to see how well it would go, and then they know at least they've got the last chance to fall back on. But right now it does look like they will have to be utilizing that fallback tactic.
I'm going to give you 2 reasons not to hot drop. The first one should be enough, but if not, then I'll give you a second as well. First reason is, bro, it's Rondo. Just go somewhere else. Second one is, it's Rondo with... Oh,
he's gonna blindly shoot it. Oh no, he didn't. Never mind. That would have been insane.
He would have just blown himself up.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then it was just Rafa. Feels bad, man. Second reason was that the plane went literally across the map perfectly, so you could go anywhere you wanted. But I suppose for Balkan Eagles, this hot drop was worth more. Hopefully, come last chance, we won't see it repeated.
If there's any reason to really go for a hot drop like that, is that Danching actually is not that bad a drop spot to be able to go anywhere you would like, right? It's relatively central, so that's not bad, reason. However, you are right, it's so big, there's so many places to go. Even trash loot on this map still yields a lot because there's so many compounds in so many areas, and people are spread so far apart from one another.
Mayday, mayday. GK trying to crash.
I want to watch the crash.
And a bing, and a bong, and a boom. And that's how you park a glider. In the meantime,
not bad.
Yeah, get themselves the kills they wanted. They leave Rafa behind to pick up his fallen comrades and run on foot towards the next circle. They go 4 men up, 3 points deep in this game, and yeah, finally get to see the circle.
Yeah, definitely no reason to stick around for Rafa trying to weed him out, right? Let's go. Let's complete opposite of what we saw from our previous hot drop on the previous map. You've done what you need to do. No point potentially giving up a knock on a flush. Let's get going. Let's because all the other teams are basically leapfrogging ahead of you. For a circle like this, you need to start finding your spot.
Definitely. GK now, no gliders remaining, all in vehicles on the ground, making their way forward. They have a stray Na'Vi player cutting across of them, and now VP pulling up on Don't Panic, who has been doing everything but not panicking the entire day so far. We'll see if this first knock can change that. Nixie going aggro with little to no health to work with. Sheila should make easy knock-in of that one. No, not happening.
Yeah, it went too far. It was quite ambitious there. Shroud actually also being able to dock Schiller whilst it's going on. Don't panic. Better start panicking because it's going out of control once again here for them. CCNX is down. Global Championship was going to try and hold off the aggression that's going to be coming here from VP, and also navigating around the angles that Sakura Sensen has on them.
It's not looking too good, is it? GK now starting to smell a potential 3-point hero there. Always nice to be able to engage in a fight from a distance and just flush some knocks, but in this case not quite available, at least not right now, as Global Army does get back up on his feet, able to run off, but here comes the utility barrage from Virtus Pro. Having said that, Global Army does manage to fend off against Lookarooks, but is instantly traded by Eevee.
are looking to get on the very edge of that blue zone to try and move as quickly as he possibly can after that heal. Goes around the corner. Shipless does find Ibby. Will he be able to get more? Goes for the flush straight away as well. They just want points on the board. Nixie is the last one remaining in this building. See if we can nade him out, but it's the Sensen that shuts it down. But the nade finishes off VP. Oh my days!
Unfortunate. I guess, I mean, don't panic. In what was a pretty terrible start to the match and day overall for them, at least they get some points here, which, I mean, they didn't play yesterday, so they get to play again tomorrow, which hopefully can have them come into the day, or, well, the post of today's matches and go, guys, at least we got something. It's more than nothing, which will get us through to tomorrow.
I mean, you're not wrong.
I'm really trying. I'm pulling a Sam here. I'm trying to be positive. I'm trying to look on the bright side, and they got something, which was 3 kills.
You mean Sam's newfound attitude?
Yeah, exactly.
Previously, she'd just be trying to troll everybody on the desk.
Well, I mean, that's also something. I've been working around that with you for the last 6 years, so I know where you're coming from.
I am the worst. Yeah. I've been a bad influence on Sam, maybe. By the way, why is FaZe Clan's logo suddenly black?
I was just going to ask the same question, but then I was like, wait, Toby, are you remembering wrong? And they've had a red logo the entire day, and then, yeah.
I guess they changed the hue of the red, right? Red logo didn't show up on their red thing. Okay, yeah, I get it. It was like, yeah, I get the hue. That's fine.
It makes sense. Now we have them. They've activated evil mode. They've turned on the thrusters, and now they're gonna go farming. Especially when they get this next circle, which, oh, there you go. I didn't know I had that power within me. They can turn around and go back. Yeah, nice. But here comes Twisted. No reason for them not to engage in this one. They know they're in a split. Let's see if they can find it.
I'm now scared of Batman FaZe. Ooh, Scaption tried to do something with this. He'll try and bounce a nade off of this, but at the same time, Krafton's coming around the corner, and he bangs it off of him. Unfortunate for Escaption, because that was an absolute ramshackle.
Such counterplay, much wow, is what they're thinking as the Twisted Minds players come barraging through the buildings. And all the Ibba can do is say, you know what? If we go up against Twisted and we only lose 1, that's a win. So they get to back off, they get to regroup as 3, and count their losses.
Tough stuff. Night Beast has not been able to do much yet just in this day so far. They've got 3 games remaining, and they are blasting forwards to try and get themselves a decent spot. Speaking of the haunting voice of the Pico moved, but everybody can see them, but they can't hear it. Where is it?
Well, there it was. It helps when you see
it. Right
it.
there, yeah.
And it does help when it's going straight through an open field, because it's quite a big vehicle. But past it went. No one got taken out, and Na'Vi might just be able to regroup with the remaining 2 players they have alive. It's 15 minutes in, and we're already down 14 players. It's been kind of hectic with the circle shifting towards the north, and multiple teams still having yet to make their way inside the circle. And a lot of that being because FaZe, I mean, with the high ground position that they have, make it practically impossible to play the northern, I mean, square, half kilometer.
They're not on top of it, no, they're just next to it.
No, but it's just you don't want to go. I mean, if you're coming in from the south, you can't scout uphill. It's impossible to really make use of. Coming from the east is one thing, but they have their own set of trouble with Foot now being over there.
Yeah, got to be a little bit careful about stuff. As Sakura Sensen as well, just one on the board so far, but they were instrumental in the downfall of Don't Panic as well as VP on that compound before. Shroud! Okay, we haven't got to see as much of Shroud as would have liked, but again, he was great in the qualifier. I mentioned it before. Unfortunately, Marcelette is down here for Sakura Sensen, and Shroud is looking to do a little bit more, but he's getting hit from a completely different angle. They're too exposed to some of these teams around them.
They came from behind. That's what Shroud was thinking as he's trying to make his way back to safety. Him and now fall as well. Sakura Sensen wanted the spot towards the north or southeast, I should say, but as these opposing teams came nearby, it's yet another case that we see. I mean, oftentimes in a wrangle where you have an area of the map that's really, really viable, phase 5, phase 6, but this is just too early to be out in the open. The issue is on Rondo, I should say. Oftentimes you aren't really left with a lot of alternatives.
Definitely not. Now with the circle bearing down, I suspect we'll be maybe just having a position for Twisted Minds to capitalize on. This is a terrifying prospect for the rest of the lobby. When Twisted Minds finds themselves a central spot, yes, they don't have a split per se, but they're all clumped up on one location, but trying to deal with them having a center position is annoying.
Is it rude if when Balkan Eagles don't have a good game, we call them the Beagles?
The Beagles?
Because I feel like an eagle is a little more intimidating than a beagle.
It 100% is, but Beagles are amazing.
They are
so
really
far,
cool. Yeah.
Balkan Eagles have not been amazing. That's really BM. I'm so sorry.
We're having a lot of fun today, guys. In chat, I hope you're having fun with us as well. It's the start of the season, you know. We got to get the rivalries and the storylines out there, and we're only giving teams a hard time so that they can impress us later down the line and prove us wrong. And now it's Group 3's turn to do exactly that as they sent it south, trying to find a spot to call their own. They might catch Bushido in the split, but they're doing a good job of trying to regroup up towards the north here.
Try for it. Bushido putting in a little bit of work against Grove. Can happen here. Up on the high ground, though, James is even peppering in some shots as well. I'm scared for Grove in this spot because they are going to get blasted from both angles. Iro's already found one. James has found a second. Oh, no.
Not fun times thinking you're safe and then just get peppered from both sides. At least Karam can keep on going. So there is that. As he tries to find a place to lay low, saying goodbye to all of his teammates. Even though Seifu is still alive, will even get the rest up on a teammate. I just do not see how they get out of it. Which probably they won't.
No. No, I've given
up. And now Mythov is coming in as well. Guys, if you're going to see these smokes, just dip. Just leave.
It's about time. It's about time. Run away.
You know what the
Try and
real
drive away.
disadvantage of that rotation was? They didn't have any Pico crosses.
True. The most aerodynamic of vehicles.
That might have been what spelled disaster. On that play there is Mythov, as we just said, trying to pull up now as well with Steve Bushido. Have been able to reset fast enough as they have at least made it all the way up to the buildings proper.
I'm surprised they let them get up on this building. It's quite open around it, but yeah, we are here. And now Bushido is trying to dislodge them in the best way they can. Spray goes through. Metabay does take down Sparta. Not bad at all. They need to make this fast, though, because with Iro on top of there, eventually he could get barreled down on.
They could. Metabay trying to get around the northern side. Notes that all the players are kind of pushed up towards the building itself. Has a nade to work with, too. So it could potentially be the flank that Bushido needs. They have them all isolated inside the building here. 2 players down already. Needix trying to commit to the rest. You need to make more spaces. Justice is taken down here, too.
Not bad attempt to resing up, getting good to go once again. I do hear that. Not really been able to hit anything. Foldable shield goes up as well. Needs to cover himself from the back as well. And despite being blind almost there, Iro gets taken down by Nedex. It's French power all the way.
Been watching the caster hipfire highlight videos that we got to see in the break. And learning from I was going to say the best.
That's right.
But the mid. But clearly Quizzy was better.
Yeah, he was pretty good. And it looks like Bushido's going to be better than TMO for this one. The Mythov is down and out. Again, there was some onus on Bushido making something happen fast here, and wasn't fast enough, even though they do get the clear.
They do. FaZe get to be, I think, in the end, the victors of this, because while Bushido was taking that fight, FaZe has been able to push further down towards the south. If they can take out Groove Street here, there's just Karam left alive. And I think James has, yep, now he spots him. They ain't always dangerous to jump around in these positions, but spots him, now gets the kill in. And now FaZe can turn their attention to Bushido. If they can get them wiped without Foot doing a lot of damage in return, then FaZe is looking to play from a really good northeast side position here.
Could be simple and clean for them if they're able to deal with Bushido. They're now on the move, and they are looking that way to try and take them out. Not too bad shots coming in. Pico there, the best vehicle. Somehow getting them to that rocket was all the Pico.
Yep,
good stuff.
Of course.
Yep.
It was all the Pico. I like the Pico. I
no,
can't
he's
do
so
good
open.
impressions. Yeah. As FaZe still again. I mean, if they deal with Bushido. Oh, I thought it was Gustav for a second, but even then, the arm from Vex, dangerous gun in the hands of dangerous player. Celtic now defaulting to go back inside the smokes. There's really nowhere else for him to go. You were hoping that was going to crush him, didn't you?
I was hoping I was going to crush him. I was very, very close.
There they fall, and good thing for FaZe is that no casualties were taken in doing so. As a matter of fact, Foot, who would have been the up-close threat, is now being peppered by GK from the south.
Not bad, not bad. Again, I'm wondering how many of these teams even have a lot of deployable cover, because it is pivotal on Rondo. There are so many fields that are so open here, so that will become important with car walls, as we have Exhalation getting taken out by Hype Beast as well as Yepper. Everybody's just kind of crushed down on just a few spots because there's really not much cover to play with as you get towards the middle, and it's Twisted Minds there.
It's not been a lot of hype for Hype Beast today, but winning this fight here against Yepper could actually give them a pretty good avenue of approach towards that western side. Twisted is still going to be an issue that they're going to have to deal with later on in the game, but for now, if they can take out Yepper here, they would be in an all-right position. In the meantime, towards the east side of this circle, Foot still in an entanglement with GK, and they need to be quick about this. They're down to just 2 already, and now FaZe is starting to look this way too.
Yes, they are a bit on the warpath here, our FaZe. The Ashbringer turning everybody into dust over on that side if they're not careful, but Folk can normally hang with them. Let's see what we can do. T-Bone is not going to be successful. Once again, Vex is able to pounce on an opportunity for another knock. Batulins hits on Noviconva on that west side, but here comes the util. Here come the nades.
See how open this push is as well. FaZe do not want to overextend this. They gotta commit to some smokes. They gotta set up an opportunity to push forward on Foot, get within nade range now. It's up to Pixel and 80 to try and fend off against this push coming through. Pixel able to get the first one. Gustav able to trade and return, but now Na'Vi from the other side. Soset finds the double and takes down FaZe on the push through. GK survives. Look at that Diffix with over 800 damage and 0 kills in this game.
Still the opportunity to do a lot here with the P90 goes around this kind of instantaneously erases 80 on that push forwards. He does get blinded, so he's going to hide for a little second here. Pixelic, the last one alive, goes for the peak once again, hits 80. Just on the backside of that is Pixelic. Ooh.
Does he? Yeah, he
sees him.
The toesies. Reload, man. No. That's the worst type of P90. It's the P90 without any bullets.
Yeah. But we could throw it at that point.
Happens. He was closing in on 1,000 damage and 1 kill, but not meant to be. Fortunately for Divx, he's gonna fall there, and Foot get to live through what ended up becoming quite a bit of a disaster. A little help from Soset got them a long way, and now they get to make it into top 5.
Now, 5 teams remaining, Toby. I know it's a hard read, a hard call, but who do you think might take this game?
Na'Vi for the 3rd win today, as Twisted Minds tells me probably not.
This is a problem.
Yes, could potentially be a problem. 7 kills so far for the big pink brains, as, yeah, they're vibing. What can I say? Look at this. Guys, come to us. This is a party. We're having fun. We're waiting for you. How will you do it? I don't know. It's up to you to find out, not us. We'll just wait here.
I'm scrolling back on the map. How long have they been in this compound? Wait a minute. A long time is the answer. At least 18 minutes, all right?
Yeah.
We're chilling, and it's Twisted Minds. You think...
Yeah, sorry, continue.
You think you're going to try and dislodge them here? I think all of the other teams know at this point, okay, how do we find the snakes on the edge? How do we get second place to whoever's in that compound?
Yeah. I mean, Twisted Minds did throw a win against Na'Vi earlier. Can they do it again? Circle says no. We'll see. We'll see if somehow anybody's with 24 bullets and a bicycle can make the difference we're all hoping to see happen.
Unfortunately, I think for the other teams, they're going to require divine intervention here. We need the purple zones from Karakin to missile this location right now. Okay,
that could be convenient.
That would be convenient for those teams.
Thing is, even that I don't think would kill Twisted Minds. So they just drive out and go, yeah, I guess we just push them then. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? But it's a 4v4, kind of. So, Twisted, the only team inside this circle. I wonder what they're talking about, because they should at this point know exactly where everyone is. But Tulins, usually the talkative guy. Oh, now he's moving his mouth. I was going to say, probably hasn't said a word in 30 seconds. Just like, yep, we're chilling.
They're saying, all right, guys, they're all in this direction. Look that way.
Yeah.
They know where all the fighting has happened. They know where all the shooting has happened. There goes. Okay, right, that's one down.
Yep, that's one.
All right, chat, keep a tally. Oh, dear.
This is a 7-0 football game that goes into 6 minutes overtime, and you're like, why? Just let us be done with it. Twisted, push them, do something, my men. But then again, of course, I mean, Twisted Minds, notorious for going into loser's bracket, or last chance, whatever you want to call it. It makes sense that they want to optimize here, not do anything for the memes, for the content, but actually come out and claim themselves a win. Because how many times have we seen 1 point be the difference maker and then qualifying straight through to the grand finals? Not. But now, finally, with 2 players left alive to deal with, they are at least considering leaving the compound. But then again, one down.
Off to blue. I mean, this is just the tough reality of Rondo,
But
right?
then-
A lot of the compounds in the middle of these fields have very little to work with on approach. And then
James.
because there's so many of those fields, you oftentimes
James.
don't have vehicles to try and
James.
crash, etc.
He has a P90.
He does have a P90, but
Let's
you
keep
know
the
what?
dreams alive. He is
here we
mad
go.
negative. I mean, let's see if the P90 can do something.
Not even going to do anything in this first kill, I don't think. There's too
Come
many
on, bro,
covering
we
out.
got this. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, P90. No.
And there we go.
There you go. Never have I seen Batulans as excited about a win before as he was here. Perfect. There's a bit of a smile there in the end. I appreciate it for the boys. But then again, sometimes the wins, I don't want to say come for free, because they did have 7 kills coming into that last fight. They did have to maneuver through quite a big traffic jam in the mid portion of the game. But in the end of it, they had cleared out the space. They got a couple of circles going their way. You take them when you get them.
Yeah, we've had some great games, but we're not here to sell you a house and then suddenly give you an inflatable bouncy castle. That was Twisted Minds all over it. Although actually, a bouncy castle would be quite nice. This was easy, a Twisted Minds victory, and I think what they walked away with almost 10 kills from that. So
Yes.
you know that's a big win for them.
Again, it's a case of maximizing the points you're given via circles and convenient fights, kind of giving you the space that you do end up having. It's it's a lot of teams would have won that game too, but gotten it with 2 kills. So good seeing Twisted be able to maximize the points here.
Big brain plays for them. Let's head to the desk.
I also want a bouncy castle. I think that would be a ton of fun. Carlos, maybe we should all just pool our resources and buy one, and then we can just send it to each other for every PEC, so that one of us gets to benefit from it. You know, just pass it around. Everyone has a good time with the PEC bouncy castle. I'm going to pitch that in our production meeting a little bit later. Okay, let's chat about what we just got to see at Rondo. Obviously, Twisted Minds. Mark, they are the leaders of the region. They are a team that is spoken about in such high regard, globally one of the best. So it's just another day in the office for them normally when they claim a win.
It is. It's super cool, calm and collective as well. I actually thought FaZe were going to maybe get that one sweeping in from the north, but Twisted Minds don't push back to him. They had the compound, no one able to push in, no one able to take the fight to them, and they close out in Twisted Mind fashion. Really good play for them. But I do want to shout though, Sam, WLA, they might not have been able to get the Twisted Mind victory just yet, but they are knocking on the door.
Knocking on the door and also consistently
opening?
finding themselves. Who's
Twisted Minds.
opening? Consistently finding themselves up there amongst the final 3, Mark, which is really good. Because when you think about it, this is a points game. Winning is great, but making sure you're in the top 3 time and time again is even better because it guarantees you more points.
Well, they've had an extra 12, haven't they? They've had 2 second places so far, and out of 4 games, 3 of them they've put themselves in a top position. Only 1 game so far for them going nice. Better odds than me when it comes down to the mark power, 50-50 chance. But yeah, no, WLA really impressed with them so far, looking good, and a team that we know, but definitely a team that wasn't really up there. I would have thought there would have been some of these other teams that would have been producing that level of performance here, but really good to see. They should also be sending themselves up that leaderboard.
Eventually, we also got to see Foot making it through to that final 4 fight. This is a team that we spoke about a lot in the pre-show, but haven't seen a lot of up until this point.
Yeah, when we've been knocking, they have not been the team that's been opening the door so many times so far today, Sam. No, but yeah, they've been putting some into the spots. But what I feel like we're seeing from them is it's a lot of very, very slow play. Once you see, like, they are on the old edge of the old circles when you see the new pops, they're not ready to get into those kind of high priority positions. They're not really as kind of up there, but they're still getting the kills. They're getting some decent placement points here, so it's good to see them really garnering that throughout. But yeah, Twisted Minds being able to get 19 is huge for them. Navi's still consistent. What was really crucial for that was that Twisted Minds knew if this circle came north, they wanted the compound, and they had already scouted that Jeppe was either 2-2 splitting or 1-1-2 splitting. Jeppe was actually 1-1-2 splitting, and they took the compound away from just one guy being in this winning location here. It really just talks wonders to how important it is to don't be too greedy with your splits. If you want to lock something down, either full commit to it or do 2-2 splits 1-3 in the kind of later stage of the game. Otherwise, you're going to get crashed from a full 3 or 4 man from some of these really, really highly skilled squads.
I absolutely love that production, and that's the term we're now going to use because they're getting so involved in this, is adding their own questions to the mix here because they're being spicy, so I don't have to.
No,
Mark, there's a question on the screen for you.
No, stop it. Take it away. Well, they didn't come last, guys. They didn't come last. It was aggressive. It was explosive. Don't panic, another team not performing. I think they both those teams naded themselves up pretty early. Look, it's got to be said now, Secura Sensors going lower, right? They unless they do some sort of weldy play in the last 2 games.
Back to back.
It's going to be the case. Back to back Secura Sensing and getting the opportunity maybe to sort of get themselves up into those 70-point mark. I don't think it's the case. I feel like they are, unfortunately, a little bit too far away, but it's good to see that FaZe up there now, Na'Vi up there. Virtus Pro just about, I'd say, same as Myth-Off. I was a bit worried, actually, myself and Martin were talking during that game, actually, with the Myth-Off. Going into a Wrangle now, they've changed their drop spots because we don't have BB team. But Martin, I can't remember the points, it was like 1 or 2, right? They didn't really perform in a Wrangle.
Yeah, 2
like,
points in 2 games yesterday. If they end on 73 points, they're going to be the team that is not going to be making it in top 8. Like, I feel like that, like the cutoff 75, 80 points is around the mark that we're going to be hitting. If you want to be really safe, 85 is the mark you want to hit, but 80, I feel like, is the potential cutoff that we're going to be seeing. But it really, again, it comes down to how much are the teams at the very top sponging. Are we going to see more FaZe Clan Na'Vi points coming in today? Are we going to see Twisted Minds kind of continue off that performance that they've been doing, the consistency so far? They're more than 10 points per game average out of 4 games on 43 right now. Super impressed with them. And yeah, they potentially could be taking over BB, even maybe Bushido, as we get into the later stages of a Wrangle here today.
So remember, obviously, there are 3 groups. You are currently watching Group A playing up against Group C. And it's important to remember that this is Group A's last chance to get points. These 2 Erangel games will be their last opportunity here in the group stages to try and make their way through to the grand finals. And it's always tough when you're the group that plays the first 2 days, Avenger, because you don't really know what the cutoff is. So all you can do is throw everything you have at the wall and hope you walk away with a lot of points on the board. I thought that the Myth-Off would be there. They'd had such a good start yesterday. They did really well game 1, but they've just had a little bit of a drop-off. Why do you think that is?
I mean, that's what usually happens when we have a team that really comes out of banks it out of the park in the first day. Then their mindset just goes to, okay, now we just need to survive. We just need to stay in top 8. They don't continue the same style. Also, we're taking in 8 new teams. It changes the lobby massively that there's 8 new teams coming in, especially teams with such a high impact as we have, both with Twisted Minds, We Live Again, Exhalation have been doing extremely well too. So that's really what's been the core cursor for them to kind of come into this. And then on top of that, we're going to be starting with a really rough plane path of going east all the way down to Primorsk. That's going to make it even harder.
That is an insane playing path. You just cursed him. Yeah, east down to southwest. Look, it's going to force a few more hands on towards Military Island. Normally, obviously, we just had kind of have that Bushido alt drop. They've actually gone for their primary early. I think they've done that for a bit of safety. I do worry though, Martin, they're gonna have to think about if we do get that Military Island. We might not. If we do get that Military Island, if they've got to go across. And we saw yesterday the fight FaZe was having on the bridge early as well. But there's a potential hot drop here. I don't think this is going to be anything else but a military, but we'll have to wait and see, Martin.
Yeah, I'm not sure it's worth fighting military at this point unless we actually go military. Could also be a home turf circle for the myth off. We'll see. We live again. They are going on that northern side. We're not going to be seeing a hot drop just yet here. Let's see if we can actually manage to catch a circle and talk a little bit about that before we throw those to the castles. But yeah, eastern circle is very likely here. Military circle is very likely here. We get to see an eastern circle. Somewhat priority for both FaZe, maybe TMO. Bushido can maybe have a good one here. But Yepa, again, these teams, they need to get points on the board now here. We have 2 more games on Erangel. It's go time, guys. And it's go time for the castles. Kale, Toby, do it.
Thank you, Martin. It's go time. No, I don't. No.
Sorry. Okay.
All right. Well, He-Man might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Run, Nixie!
Is everyone over? Ah! To the safety of the shack.
Coffee at 8 o'clock is dangerous.
Have you done a coffee at 8 o'clock?
I did.
Oh, you're already hyper enough. We don't need a double hyper,
I know.
Toby.
It's dangerous. Nonetheless, Nixie gets to live with the scare of pistol versus US, but hey, he stays alive.
All right. I like that. Well, I'm in two minds about him and taking the risk of getting a vehicle from over there, considering their drop. But I mean, it's fine. You know, it's worked out. So he is, as you say, escaping, whilst the other boys are going to be doing the looting, heading over to Gatka and finishing up his round. And Virtus Pro is heading directly north and not looking to challenge him by the looks of things. So they're just going to be getting loot on board.
You would have to imagine with how far south this plane path was, and here, I mean, shooting towards the Crescents and knowing they're going to stop it around Gatka, they're just going to continue north. Question then becomes, do they potentially end up in an engagement with Foot? You would imagine Foot is going to play it slow around the north side, just wrap all the way north around, come down potentially over, like, Naya Lake north around.
Yeah,
but,
maybe they bump into each other on rotation later, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Could potentially be a fight to look out for. In the meantime, everyone else really on rotation early. We live again, landed melee base, took cast, and are now driving north. Do they have any weapons?
Yeah, it's a good question, because they just got moving quick. I guess they must have got like 1 or 2 buildings worth.
But where are they going to stop and loot now? I mean, they're playing for the circle. Obviously, we know there's, I mean, you have Navi compound. Snake is free as well, but they have no intel on that.
Yeah, they probably end up going that way. I mean, it's not ideal, but yeah, definitely brave. I would agree. And what are we up to here? Foot. Okay, just getting more vehicles on board. They did hear some of the vehicles over there by the warehouses, so they'll just be moving away from that, getting across the bridge, looting wherever they can, and getting themselves set up as well. So I think both of these teams more than happy to not engage in some of those early fights when they realize people are already potentially set up.
No reason to try and fight. I'm seeing one
M4. The other guy's driving,
very
right?
curious about. Okay, so they do have a bit. They do have a bit. Not a lot, but a bit. And I guess Boatyard is the no one goes there anyway, so let's get some loot before we get going type of spot in this situation, especially with how far south the plane path was. So I guess not the worst case scenario for a team that literally landed like 5 kilometers away.
Yeah, if you've already got a little bit, I mean, Boatyard never really became a true landing spot, like a focal point. If anybody was going to use Boatyard in its current iteration, they would always use it alongside some of the compounds near it, as well as something else. But to come here when you've already got a little bit of loot on board, it's fine. So as you can see, they're even not all 4 committing to Boatyard. The 2 of them are heading over towards Ruins as well, because they realize there's just not that much at Boatyard, unfortunately.
Yeah. Did you like Watertown more? I know that we're looking at this. I don't think a big fight will come of it, because even if Twisted Minds do get a knock, they know that almost all of Navi is here. So usually not a case of Twisted Minds insta-early engaging, especially with Batulins not being there at all.
Yeah, I'd like to call it a feeler knock. They're like, okay, all right, we got that knock. Yeah, whatever. Okay, let's back off if it were to occur. I've not really been to Boatyard much, like 2 or 3 times max.
Have you been to Watertown much? Or I mean,
yes, back then.
Exactly, but that's what I mean. You were only there because it has existed for that much longer.
Yeah, you make a good point. So I don't really think I can even compare the two, but I just do know that every time I go to Boatyard and talking to other people, the loot just doesn't feel as abundant is a good way to describe it.
I would put it this way. I feel like it's gone from being a very unique location to now just being like the fairy piers of Erangel. That isn't the actual.
I'm gonna go there more tomorrow morning. I'm gonna.
You know what? You
effort.
do that, James, and then you tell me how it feels.
I'll report back.
Sounds good. We're looking forward to it. So is everyone here. VP, we were thinking maybe they'd set up a camp against Foot, but now it might end up being a camp against Sakura Sensen instead. Thing is, Beamy is currently alone with an M16, and while I don't want to take anything away from my main Danish man, Beamy, I don't think you start shooting if you see 4 Sakura Sensen players driving your way now.
With an M16, yeah.
With an M16 and your teammates a kilometer away.
Yeah, not the most ideal loadout.
I've seen 3 cars. Why is he still here?
I guess it's good info to see if they are about to cross, right?
Oh, I thought he actually flipped it. That would be, he literally went from 0 kilometers an hour to an upside down car. But Don is, he's all right. They're a little panicky today. Balkan Eagles, that is.
I mean, they've been through the ringer, right? They are constantly in fights so early.
By their own doing, I should say. But here comes the rotation. Beamy was set up there. He's spotted them early on. Nixie is now going to come on over alongside EB to potentially fortify what could be a camp. Beamy goes from his M16 to his Scar. This really is 2017 PUBG as he does go for the shot. Oh, he's going to bait them into his teammates. That's what he's trying to do, at least. Funnel them towards the teammates. But, yeah, they heard a Scar. They're going to touch him.
Yeah, the fact they're not connected, and these guys are very willing to go for the drive-by, means that Beamy is gone, and that flushes instantly. Yep, the reinforcements might need to come along here. From first pro, again, 73 points. They're looking pretty comfortable.
Oh, they're good. They're good.
But, yeah, I mean, it really depends on how the rest of the day does go down. It's an odd spot to have been in that fight overall.
I get the idea of the bait, and I think VP thought it was going to be Foot, because now that it was Sakura Sensen, the first thing that goes to their mind is, wait, oh my god, then there's 2 teams, because they know Foot is going to be coming this way too. I think the issue in the situation is that Beamy engaged 10 seconds before the rest of the team was ready to properly help, and obviously he couldn't wait any longer because the cars were there. But when you hear a single Scar L shoot your way as a 4-man team on rotation, you pull up on that Scar every day of the week.
Yeah, rip them apart, and that's the kind of spot. And T-Bone is looking at this from the distance. Okay. Well, you remember when you asked if Foot and VP were going to meet each other on rotation? Turns out 4 teams are now here.
Wow. Yeah. And We Live Again would probably love to engage in this as well. We'll see if Foot does end up taking shots towards VP. I don't think they've been active in the kill feed thus far this match, but now shots are starting to be fired. Vehicles are driving around, so VP fully aware that there's more teams around them. Thing is, Lukarooks, with the way he's currently positioned, has absolutely no idea that T-Bone is just above him.
Sees exactly where He-Man was in that smoke as well as he transitioned down to it. So once that smoke does dissipate, maybe they'll try and keep holding that angle. Thing about the blue so early, it's really not taking for much. They can stay here for a long time to keep a hold of this. If they're not feeling too much onus on making that rotation happen. If the circle shifted very far, then maybe they would, but that's just kind of a centering up for them.
I feel like this is far enough. It pretty much engulfed everyone that wasn't out and part of this fight.
Yeah.
So, guys, gotta move on. There's more to play for, at least for some, as Nixie does find Shroom. I think at this point, Sakura Sensen has just accepted the fact that they are going to be playing in the last chance, but might as well see how much you can get away with in this game. As oh no.
Oh, well, that's bad. And is the flush?
Flush.
Everyone's being mega cheeky today. I'm loving it. It's just get rid of them.
Yeah, successful in doing so as well. Able to get one. Lookarooks now down also. You'd have to imagine collateral damage is abundant as T-Bone falls too. All the teams that took part in this went away with casualties taken. That's
Tough
not
stuff.
true. Don't Panic did not. They just came in, fired a couple of bullets, left.
Yeah. I mean, if they were going to stick around, judging by their luck today, they would have all got wiped by one nade. I'm not sure. It's good to see them, you know, playing and living for another day. And that's a Panzerfaust here, man.
Aha. It doesn't blow up the... Oh! It doesn't blow up the rock, unfortunately. And
was a jump scare.
there goes the Coruscant. 16th place for them. We live again, we'll lose one as well. So don't you do opt to engage in an early game fight, but not the one that we thought might be the case. And now Twisted Minds, seeing this in the kill feed and hearing the shots nearby, is going to start looking this direction over towards Volcano as well. So a kind of a game 6 vibe here in match number 5 with 9 deaths already 12 minutes in.
Yeah, has everybody taken stock of where their vehicles are? Because I feel like everyone's lost them. Maybe.
Yeah. I will like to say that while normally chaos is easily provided by some of these players, this one I want to blame on the playing path. It was going to be very tricky for some of these teams to get up towards the north. So if we do see a more fair playing path come next to Rankle, it shouldn't, despite the fact that it then actually will be game 6, I wouldn't imagine us seeing quite as hectic a beginning of the game.
Yeah, it was a tough playing path, definitely. So, and then a lot of variance occurs when those rotations happen down the line. And Don't Panic is alive. That's exciting to see. We Live Again is also very much alive, coming in kind of a little bit disjointed from one another, a bit of a 2-2 split at the moment. As we take a look at the more northern of the two, just trying to find a way on in. I think that a good strat for them will be rendezvousing. As we take a look at a little bit of a replay once again. See how it's going down from Nixie's point of view. Find Shro. Double tap bang.
I thought we would get a cheeky slow-mo energy drink pop, but it got cancelled halfway through, unfortunately. As Stowe said now, Boldy in hand. Can he get it? Oh, I like the quick shot there, but not quite the case either. And here comes Don't Shoot.
That was the very, very quick scope, if I'd ever seen one. Ooh. Trying for a little bit more. Hello, where are we going?
Yep, rotating north. I think they saw VP come in and like, nope. So now trying to see if they can get one more vehicle before they get their rotation again. Nice. Going one small circle, going towards Shelter, giving us that cave finish we never got in the Miramar.
If we... I'm not... Ooh, okay, well, let's talk about this. That is some great shooting coming out from Virtus Pro. It was a bold trajectory that they took driving back this way when they knew VP had already pulled up here.
I was gonna say I take back what I said in them knowing VP was there, because I do not believe Na'Vi would have made this rotation had they known there were 2 VP players inside.
You're probably right. Yeah.
So good chance that they just didn't hear him in time. At least Hagatori got away with a Bison in hand.
Well,
again, silver linings.
As you were kind of alluding to earlier, with Shelter being a focal point here, the cool thing about Shelter for especially Yepper is the fact that it will provide them quite a bit of cover. Chiller just drives into Lou. They can't have known he was there, I suppose. Although the rest of Don't Panic are shooting at Twisted Minds.
I feel like Chiller just had all chat, like all chat on voice going on. Anyone wants a free point here? I'm just gonna casually stroll around in my US, see what's available as Balkan Eagles. Fly to the best of their ability down towards Shelter, lock down one of the entranceways. The southeastern one, be it. Veronica, last one to join the party. We'll get down there as well, and yeah, Don't Panic. I feel like they're bound to go into this dip here. Yeah, that's exactly what's gonna be the case.
Who would have guessed, Toby, that dip of all places?
The mortar dip.
Well, it's I think for the most part, taking tempo is the common play to go, especially, I mean, considering the fact that they were under a lot of pressure for something like Twisted Minds, right? Like looking down that way, being able to already have Lou take one of their players, I think they'd be scared to go any further into a circle like this with this many alive, right?
definitely could be dangerous. They're coming in on the western side. They've had no chance to scout whatsoever. Everywhere they've gone, they've been instantly shot at. So I'd be playing a little cautious too if I was the Don't Panic boys. In the meantime, Hype Beast again haven't been too exciting a day for them. But despite being on the very edge of the circle, if they can clear out or at least force off Na'Vi in this position, there might be a pretty decent rotation to get for them. Issue for Ketter is he didn't go for the shot early. Good thing is Mars is dead. Double headshot onto Agatori. It's gonna give them a bit of breathing room.
Moving along, sneaking along, trying to find themselves a decent entry in. Not seeing too much of Marcus. I'm a little bit sad about that, considering how fantastic he looked in the qualifier. Again, it's only day one though. Only day one. That's fine. Day two could be better.
That is true. Definitely true. This one should be an easy cleanup, at least in Hagatori. And again, I feel like mission is kind of accomplished, even if you don't get more kills off of it. Taking down one, forcing Na'Vi to look elsewhere, and then with this rotation to make as well. Ooh, Hype Beast, my mans. How are you planning on setting up this one?
Yeah, it's nice to take Hagatori, especially since Na'Vi had no desires about challenging that at all. They were like, okay, the circle has shifted so far away from us, we are going to blitz through and try and find ourselves a spot. Yeah, probably kind of like on the high ground above prison or something like that is where they may end up going. It is quite far away. Nades come out here against Don't Panic. They realize Twisted Minds are in this location. Ooh, going around the corner though. And Lou will already connect with Shipless.
Oh, CC, you're casting fire. Yep, there he goes.
Brutal.
That's just not a lot to do. Twisted Minds, great at pulling up at compounds, equally good when it comes to very swiftly dealing with intruders. Able to get the first two pretty much instantly now. Global Army though, I talked too soon. Ooh. Able to get around the corner, find Lou, almost able to win that peak battle, but Example says no, shuts him down. I think the last headshot was not registered as Global Army fell just before.
Underhand nades, the secret of these kinds of compound crash defenses, right? They're so powerful. It's difficult to deal with if multiple are on a few angles as you try and crash on in. But EK here now can have to deal with some kind of trundling up this hill. They need to get up there pretty swift, but FaZe is above them and more crashes on toward the shelter position. Yep is getting dismantled and they had this position, but they go down in 13th. It's a disaster.
It's so incredibly difficult to try and fend off here because you have to go out. You have to kind of meet them at the entrance, but as soon as you go out, you get shot at from all directions. So it is a very, very hard position to try and fight your way out of. For a lot of teams, I think this game has been kind of salvage mode mentally since the beginning. And, well, now for more, they're starting to feel the hurt from it. Sparta down to 1 HP. The booster will get him up to 2. But the Mythos now, if they can fend off against GK here, they have the Northeast to play, which right now looks all right. With Blue closing in, Sparta needs to make a move.
And he's down. I mean, even if he'd have tried to heal from all of that as well, the Blue's kind of closing in. He wouldn't have had time to be able to pop it off. And now, yeah, gets shut down. But still, the Mythos has an opportunity here to still cordon off GK's entrance to a circle like this. Abdu is down, though. So it's up to Nedex and Justice to do something about it. Justice is going to rendezvous with Nedex. Or maybe both of them are just going to bail by the looks of things. No?
Yeah, it's... I like this Twisted Minds rotation. Again, if you're sat on the north side, there's no way you would have all your teammates sat all the way like north side prison. You'd be split to some extent. The thing is, they have to survive for this first, I guess, turret position of Groove Street players. And so far, it's actually looking all right for them. Karama, as a matter of fact, one of the Groove Street players, the ones to take casualties. But here they come, straight into Celtic, and you will happily get 2 points over that.
Yeah, that's a nice little boon to get when somebody's going to deliver it quite like that. So, and that being said, just wants to get on moving with the rest of the team. I like the barrier technically that sets up for them, right? It kind of opens so much room for them in the northwest so that they shouldn't feel too challenged, too pressured as they go into this next circle.
I like the vibe of FaZe now coming in, going like, yeah, guys, we're ready. Phase 5. Let's get this game going. Wait, what? Half the server is dead? Because they've really been chilling for quite a while in this game, and only now are getting properly engaged in this game. You have to imagine that they're coming in with, if not completely, then almost full vests and helmets and a decent amount of util. Also, we'll see with the remaining foot players sat downstairs, giving us what we didn't get on Miramar. Issue for them is they're barely inside the circle.
Yeah, we will be shifting away Not much shelter action, unfortunately, for you, even though we are here. Look at that. Hypebeast looking down, trying to keep anybody from coming away from it. Looking towards these compounds, making sure nobody comes in from the blue either. FaZe being slow down towards the bottom, but they can afford it. Their points are good. They can be as slow as they want and be impactful if they see a team that they don't particularly want to be doing too much around them. But Balkan Eagles up towards the top, very grouped together, and Kurexi does have info that there was someone north of them quite close. There's mortars in the distance too.
He's hearing the vehicles, that's for sure. I mean, if FaZe can take out Exhalation up on the hillside towards the east, this could be a double-digit game for them. They're coming in to the mid to late game with 2 kills on the board as Petulins falls. Out goes Twisted in 10th, but you can see now Nate's starting to be prepped from Balkan Eagles as well. I think they know that there are players coming into the south side.
They better. They better. And then the problem becomes if FaZe suddenly looks down on them, if they come around and then somebody from the north looks against them. Oh, but there's a big send here for Grove. Can they do much about it? They're going through the smokes that they'd previously been demised at.
Too far.
And, well, gone.
Well, Nedex needed a couple more points this game. Midov didn't have the wildest of performance in this match, as they now will at least get their 5th point of the match, make that 6 as we do get into placement points.
Still on the warpath phase. Now finding Spooks. He goes down. Raph is going to throw some nades forwards to try and alleviate some of this pressure. Try and maybe dislodge FaZe from the angles that they were holding. Did connective from Gustav as well. They need even more from this, though. They need more util to slow down FaZe if they're not careful.
And this is the issue. Hypebeast have been looking east for a while, but after Groove Street came in and fell down, they have no pressure with Foot not engaging them up high. So, Balkan Eagles taking damage on 2 fronts, becoming too big of an issue for them to deal with. But now with the circle shifting east, I wonder how hard FaZe wants to commit to this Eagles fight, because once you go over that ridge line, having to come up on the other side could prove to be quite difficult, and they do right now have a chance to just play up the hillside. But they need to dislodge Hypebeast, or at least make sure that they have opted to go east rather than south.
That's true. There's going to be a timer on the heads of these teams in the west side, and that's going to be 30 seconds or so. You need to finish off your fight now. Hypebeast needs to say, for example, alleviate a potential foot incursion on them, and Balkan Eagles needs to deal with FaZe. And the timer is ticking. Vex has already got himself done. That will be flushed off straight away. Kurexi understands the urgency of the situation now as he pushes on up against Shelter. Even saw players in the distance, maybe a glimmer of them, a glimpse of Nedex. So has to be careful.
Pick up your teammate, get him to safety. Unfortunately, Vex not to be saved. Not in this match, at least. Keda does spot Gustav over the top. Danish players shooting Danish players, not something you see too often, but he too will have to try and disengage. And remember, we still have Foot in this game, and I think Vart might be making his way out from down below. At least 8 seers spots the remaining player from Balkan Eagles and takes him down.
He bided his time for so long there, and up until the point where he knew that anybody holding the entrance was under pressure from outside, and that was the perfect timing to do so. Kurexi hits a few shots here and there. PK in the distance, also being able to clean up Bushido. They are now gone, so it's getting down to the wire here for 4 more teams suddenly. As what do we have? 5 teams even, I should say. Foot still alive on the distance. Gustav with another on the board.
Right now is the vehicles. I don't think he knows how to get through them. There's simply too many of them blocking off the exit.
Yeah, the blockade's bad.
He was trying to get into one car to make a run for it through the other, but not quite to be. They don't come more open than that, and sometimes they're the hardest to hit. James will in the end find Sancho. As, I like the idea of Exhalation trying to make a run for it. And here you see what 8C is working against, and yeah, it's my mate. Nowhere for him to go. Vard is outside though, so they do have him in the game.
And I think Gustav realizes that exactly where he was, and he's now down to the blue, so he can just kind of give up holding that angle there. So,
big thing that there was only a knock, and I think that's why they're hesitant to move further forward, because they know there's one more Foot player around somewhere.
Yes,
you can see they're shooting down towards it. They're thinking there's one more still next to where 8C was. They do not know Vard's position, as the smoke faded just in time to get the angle. James falls, and Vard, he's gonna use that to try and push further forward.
Vard is buying crucial time here. If he takes out Kurexi as well,
no, loses him.
Oh, pin. Yeah. I was about to say before all of this, there's nothing scarier than a phase that's like, okay, well, we've probably qualified. Let's just absolutely go on a rampage. However, you know, coming in from this side and losing the people that they have and being slowed down has opened up the opportunity here for Geeky to be able to dominate that east side and be able to sweep across this circle.
Yeah.
MG3.
MG3. Yeah, that's true. That's exactly the weapon that Divx used to get that flush now. Well, he's fallen. Good thing that he has his teammate there to help him out. I don't think the rest is going to come through, though, as we're down to just 3 players. The pacing of this match has been one of the weirdest ones we've had in a long, long time. But yet, Gustav here trying to claim a win for FaZe in by no means impossible, but a pretty difficult 1v2, 1v3 if they do get Divx back on his feet.
Considering the individual performances from FaZe over the last 11 games, yeah, I really wouldn't count them out.
Oh, no.
Regardless of it just being Gustav, they have looked stellar across the last 11. So let's see what Gustav can do. One thing that's going in his favor is the fact that at present, everybody's down the same angle from him, which gives him better opportunities for information. Rolling down the hill.
He saw one. He saw the backside of his weapon on that tree. Now he sees in front of him as well. Double headshot connected. Minimal damage taken as well.
No
and
way,
instantly
no.
spots the second player. Quizzy
No way.
headshot connected once more. Now making a run for it. If Quizzy was a brave man, despite taking that headshot there, he would have peeked and could have potentially called Gustav out in the open. But Gustav ain't done yet. 3 bullets fired, 3 headshots connected. Smart timing now for Quizzy to try and reposition.
It was an absolute blinder coming out from Gustav there. And let's see if now he realizes that the repositioning has gone on. I don't think he does. He's still looking towards that tree. This is an opportunity for Quizzy, but now he's revealed himself. Will Gustav be able to deal with it? He goes for the shot. He lies down on the prone. It did technically cover him there for a second, but Gustav's going to relocate.
This is a sprint now. Gustav is trying to claim this hill by the second. Quizzy had the best chance to get headshot, body shot connected and win this game, but Gustav ain't letting that happen. Both of them back up to 70 plus health now, as Gustav once again tries to reposition. This game of cat and mouse is not done yet.
Did he see the pixel arc of that nade going out? It's difficult to spot to a degree.
I think he's
looking towards the smoke.
I mean, he's just playing the safe angles here. Don't overexpose yourself to the hill above. Just play it smart. In the meantime, Quizzy backs off, seeing the circle. It's going to come to him. I don't think this game is going to prolong for long enough for the circle to come all the way in. As Gustav seems like he's got blood on the teeth. He really wants this one done with. Quizzy's looking uphill. Oh, does he hear him? He might have.
This is a huge wrap.
He might have heard him.
Ineos give him the base enough to see it. Oh, he's on the tree that Quizzy was originally on. This is a crazy 1v1.
This is a molly. It's on the tree, and that should be game. No, he gets the first hit off just in time. Gustav got to play the angle, but no, in the end, Quizzy out victorious, but from a wild and weird, well, first 28 minutes of that match, at least the ending provided. What an entertaining 1v1.
Oh, yes. What a 1v1 here. GK get themselves a win on the board. We talked about how this team is full of veterans. As said, going up against a FaZe who looks pretty much unfazed in some of these games. And what's very important here, Toby, is the fact that Quizzy taken down in 1v1 legends such as Gustav, Mark, Avenger, myself. He just can't be beaten in 1v1, Toby.
Still yet to beat the best of the talent, but maybe one day it will happen. Nonetheless, a great ending to a wild, wild, wild game after that one.
Kylara stole my joke there, or we both thought of it. He just led with it because I love that it just coincidentally, if you watched earlier, you got to see Quizzy shoot all of our talents and knock them out. He does it again with Gustav. What a fun 1v1 Avenger. This is what we live for. That was a really good time. And I thought for a moment Gustav might be able to heal, but that molly, that was the end.
Yeah, I was going to make a joke, but it's too mean against Toby, so I'm not going to do that. Now that he tried to up himself, I don't want to pull him completely down on that. But yeah, Quizzy, he is the 1v1 champ against the talent. And here, having that Molotov actually paid off so huge. I mean, like being at that tree, Good Stuff would potentially easily have taken that down. It's such an easy, you do like a Korean peek quite easily on Quizzy. Boom, he's gone. But yeah, the molly pushes him off. He got the heals off, but still, because it spreads so far around the tree, there's just nothing to do than back off from it. So yeah, that's massive. What a situation for this. And we were even talking about it. It's like, okay, let's see. GK actually has a pretty good spot in this game here. Let's see what they can make of it, being 3 alive. They had that eastern part of the circle and like the high ground of prison, which is pretty strong, and they actually managed to clutch it up.
Mark, Geek is the one that obviously it's a new name, but the players are very, very well known, very experienced as well. You both spoke about them a lot in the pre-show. Tell me, what is it that you expect from this lineup? Obviously now we're getting a chance to see them in these final fights. Why do you rate them so highly?
More than the 17 points are definitely coming in, nothing expected. But why do we rate them highly? Which are names that you know, like Diffix obviously parting ways with Na'Vi. He's now with the team, PWD, and just to get an insight from PWD, like his attention to detail and work rate is insane. Like he's the guy that takes screenshots in Discord. Where do you park the car? How do you rotate it? He might not have had the reps as some of the other big names out there, but he's someone that does some huge research. And then Quizzy. Look, Quizzy clearly learned something from us 3 on the 1v1s, and that's why he was able to back himself to victory at the end with the molly. But just before we go back to you, Sam, is I actually really enjoyed that. Just the ability that the players are shooting and then they're moving location. We can see it here. Gustav gets some really good shots though on Quizzy after he takes down PWD, and then he relocates, he repositions. Quizzy pops up again and then he doesn't quite see him, but it's the same on the other side. Quizzy gets a few shots on, he puts the smoke out and he uses the terrain to his advantage. It's a real good game of cat and mouse at the ends, but Quizzy, as I said, he was able to bag himself that molly, takes a step to the right and bags himself to win.
What a cool 1v1 though, because like you said, you just get to see like players at the highest level of this game and how they'll work out in those settings, what they'll do, how they'll move. And hopefully if you play PUBG, you've learned something from that. You can try it in game. You probably won't be as good at them, but it does give you something to aim towards and work for. We now take a look at the results. Obviously for a lot of these teams, Avenger, this is it. They have one more game left. That's pretty terrifying when you think about it.
Yeah, it's scary things, right? But at that point, you're still just, okay, guys, pull us up on the horse again because we got a last chance. Try to get as much out of it as we can. Also, they could be doing some funny stuff, you know? Bridge camps, they could be third-partying, they could be saying, okay, let's have an impact. This is our last chance to do so. And we have some teams at the very bottom that have that last chance to do that. Balkan Eagles, Yepa, they're out of it. I would say at this point, Sakura is also out of it. The other teams, though, Bushido, the Mythoff, Virtus Pro, Na'Vi, and FaZe, still capable of doing so. Bushido needs to win a game. I would say the Mythoff, 3, 4, 5 more points to get into the 80s, and they're fine. Look at here at the overalls here. Bushido, 55. They're 22 points behind of the Mythoff, but still a win, double-digit kills. They could get into that safe area of the top 8 here.
The Mythoff is a team that we've been focusing on lots. We got to chat to them earlier today. My concern is that they have lost a little bit of their momentum, Mark. 77 points. Avengers been saying 80 is the cutoff. Are they at risk if they don't get some good placement points, some good kills in this last Erangel game?
Yes, is the short answer. They are going to be close. Like, yes, we was in the 74, 75, I think last time round of PEC. But it is a worry that like, how balanced day one was with the groups. Obviously, we've got to take a B versus C, right? But for Group A, the Mythoff, this is their last chance. So Erangel hasn't been that good for them. I actually thought they were going to control that. That game, they came in from the lumberyard. They were really strong in that southeast corner. They played down really nicely, but then they had to kind of go for a full send into the center. That's not how these guys play. They play tight, discipline style PUBG. If they do that again, Sam, 100% they could be at risk.
There we go, Avenger. We've seen the overall standings. We are moving into that final Erangel, and you mentioned some of the funny business that could take place. Do you think that the teams at the lower end of the leaderboard in that Group A, that they are teams that may try and just shake things up for everyone else, or do you think they're just going to play their game knowing that they're going into the last chance qualifier?
It's your chance at 10 seconds of fame, you know? It's hey mom, I'm on TV, I'm killing the big names now. I don't think it's happening. It's really rare. So I don't think that's what we're going to be seeing here. But it's good to see a little bit more variance after having Na'Vi dominating so much. We're also seeing the other teams kind of pop in, and that's what the wrangle really gives us to really touch. And the kind of last part of this is the last game. In spring last year, 76 was the cutoff point. In fall last year, is 87 was the cutoff point. So for a team like the Myth-Off, like to be really comfortable, like you need 8-10 more points ish to really feel that you're confident in that, because we also had teams that was in the triple digits. We had 2 teams that had 116, 118 points in fall, and we had 4 teams that had triple digits with the Ascend, Twisted Minds, Mad Bulls, and Bedwood team last year that had triple digits. And it's looking a little bit more even this time around, so it could be a higher cutoff that we're theorizing about once we get to this last game here of the second day. While, ooh, look at that. We're starting to get electric in here.
I can't believe you did that.
I was going to leave that one to you, Sam.
Oh my gosh, final map of the day, and an Avenger Dad to joke making the mix as well.
Absolutely love it. It's a southeast up to a north. It does, again, very, very shallow flight path. Looks like a wrangle really trying to tease these players out. Avenger. Look, I think a best case scenario is going to go up to Severny. Worst case scenario, we might even see a little bit of a military and anything in between. But it does mean that some of these teams, if they want to go aggressive, this is the day, the game that they have to do it in. And unfortunately, with that flight path, they might not be getting the prior spot they want.
Yeah, it's a rough one, especially for all the teams on the western side. If you're loading Gadka, Primos, Quarry, Therapy, even South George, it's terrible for you. You need to get into a car. You're losing valuable seconds, even minutes, just to get to a loot spot, just to get going. And that is just really rough for you. But yeah, some teams might even be contesting for some cars that other teams that they're used to having that car for free here. One of them is Don't Panic. Relive again is trying to grab one of them. And yeah, Mad Negative, he's going to be able to grab one, and Don't Panic is going to shy away from that. The circle though, Mark, let's talk shortly about that. That northern one, you have so many teams in the southeast, the pressure coming in, the teams that are going to be having to cross those few bridges on the east and the south, that's going to have a big impact. We could be seeing some more bridge camps potentially and some more impact in the early game.
Look at the one team we need to focus on. We said in the pre for this game, TMO, they need a good game here, right? They can't be doing a couple of points and out. They've got like one of the longer rotations. They kind of need to scrub around. Like, yeah, they're beyond Narnia. They need to get an emergency pickup somewhere in towards that zone. But you're right, there's a few areas that teams might cut off. Actually, some of the teams that have jumped late. So for Esports going back to their normal drop spot, which would be South George. That'd be a nice play. But a WLA, they could try and hold off that bridge. Don't Panic could hold off the bridge as well. We know Twisted Minds historically, Martin, has gone early around teams that sit in that sort of Rozak area and hold out multiple teams. And then that's not even before we start talking about VP, arguably secured at the moment, so they might try and hold that highway out by Yaz.
Yeah, and they have the opportunity to do so. Even it's a pretty greedy 2-2 split currently with 2 guys in no lean and some other guys in shooting range. Mark, though, I have a question for you. Do you think Sakura Sensen gets 30 kills and qualifies in top 8 for this one?
No. Can you stop siding with production? It's interesting, though, because a VP go to Severny, so Sakura Sensen have gone aggressive to go try and find points early. Let's be honest. It's going to be lower qualifiers. A couple of teams will be out at that point. Does Sakura Sensen get the opportunity to reset? I think the biggest question is, Martin, can Sakura Sensen let go the performance they've done in the group stage and completely reset? I'm not sure in the lower qualifiers. The best of 12 might suit them, it might not.
Yeah, let's ask the same question to the guys over in the cast. Toby, Kalaris, what do you think?
I think, you know, like, let's just quickly talk about the circle for a second here. And
okay, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Then let me know when you're ready again to go back. Yeah.
All fun and games, but I love having your guys' insights to get these games started as well. But what I especially love for 2025 is that we're bringing a whole fresh look to everything, right? And I love that we're having the opportunity to really kind of innovate. So we've got a great last game though now.
Hopefully, with how I might jinx it now, but I wouldn't expect to see another 4-team phase 1 rotation fight, just based on where we're headed here, because up towards that north side, up and around Stalber, usually when 2 teams are fighting, other teams tend to just go away. Like, there's not enough areas where
Ignore that bit. What's happening?
I'm not sure anymore, but here goes FaZe fighting 19 Nanias away from the circle against none other than Yepa, who I'm gonna have to rewind my map feed for a second to realize what caused this fight to take place to begin
Are you
with.
okay? Did you black out for a second?
My
I just
brain
screamed
sure
and that was
did.
my commentary for that. That was...
So FaZe pulled up on this position because we kind of got thrown into the middle of it. FaZe pulls up on the position. Red is there alone. They say, great, we'll pull up on him. But then one gets knocked on a... No, wait, they're not pulling up. They're driving past. Okay. Okay. So Red started shooting in the furthest back vehicle. FaZe don't fall for that. They instantly know. Similar situation to what we saw in the previous game. It's a one-guy thing. Then they pull up. But...
It's like listening to someone recovering from a seizure.
I'm trying to make sense of it because it looked very wonky coming into it, but at least it does kind of make sense. I'm trying here, James. I'm trying to be positive. And for FaZe's case, they knew it was a 4v1, so why not go for it? The whole run over of a teammate, just kind of unfortunate.
Oh, I'm loving
James
it.
has
I'm
lost
loving
his
it.
mind now, Chad.
I mean, it's the last game. This is what we do. This is what the players do. This is what we do. It's great. It's fun times. Whoa. That was a... You see the car movement? The phantom car. It's not quite a Pico, but it was scary.
It
Anyway.
definitely was.
Yeah.
So
The big rotation.
6 players down early on. More chaos unfolding here than I thought would happen. No one opted to go Westbridge and George. Now we get even more knocked with the boom. Finding Mustport on rotation. Everyone, I mean, there's only so many viable, not viable, but if the circles come to you, top tier spots in these circles, and all of them, of course, wanting to get to them, causing a lot of chaos early on. Everyone thinking they're the first movers on their rotations, but all being proven wrong in doing so.
I do always enjoy that we're always given those game 6 examples where I'm thinking to myself, yeah, okay, the players are kind of tired now.
Yes,
let's get it rolling. So yeah, for FaZe, they already have the one down, but I mean, they're 98 points across the 2 days. Fantastic stuff from them so far. There are some teams that are definitely still on the hunt. Exhalation's had a pretty decent day, 32 points to their name as they're moving past what was that wide VP split. Now they have all rendezvoused over here at shooting range, very importantly so, because a circle like this gets dicey. You see so many rotations north of, well, north of all the way up towards the edge of the land if these circles continue this way. So it's an important spot.
Usually, though, with all players inside shooting range proper this early, that means that VP won't get to see a whole lot of action before the mid to late game, should circles keep going towards shooting range. You don't have a lot of good angles to take fights in. I mean, up on the hillsides above you towards the south, people ain't going to be traversing that from now on. Severny as well. I don't see people just casually rotating out of there. You might see teams rotating towards there, though, with Bushido coming down the shorelines here.
I agree. It's more like a defensive landmark compared to an offensive one, right? Sometimes you take compounds that are in the middle of fields and it feels very offensive. So you can really get a lot from it. But shooting range doesn't entirely feel like that, as EK is setting up for a move against them on the shoreline. I love this because, again, loads of people rotate on these shores. Perfect.
I like to see it happen. He finds one more, 3 down. It's just, I mean, there's no response to this. This becomes a fool me once, joke on me. They weren't ready for the Bushido push initially, but now with Mythov kind of rotating right behind him, this is easy pickings and Abdu. All that's left of the Mythov, who had such an incredible day yesterday and should still theoretically make it straight through the grand finals, but not the day 2 they would have wanted.
Don't make this push solo. Abdu's going to play for the defensive posture once again and just go up to the top floor. Shots coming in from the distance, and maybe 2 are going to come this way as well up the stairwell. That being said, nade goes out, breaks on through. They do hear that smash. They know he's come out of here. Goes for the spray once again. Maybe a trade. No, it's going to be Wunda that gets him, and he's down.
Yeah. Not a whole lot more you can do in a situation like that. As Forge now fallen as well. They wanted to go up for the rest, I think, initially, but his caption forced to just dip out of there. As we're now 11 players down. 9 minutes into this match. It really is yet a head scratcher. of an early game shenaniganry. It was a very northern circle, and in the lobby, as you say, where some teams have already accepted fate, and now FaZe looking for any angles of approach as Defex gets knocked from gas station. Does FaZe want to collapse on that? Just kind of join the chaos that is this last match?
Wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised. I like the E pickup from Geek as well. Because, you know, why on earth not if you're on a spot like this? It's, yeah, you could easily punish this, though, if you're a Swift on it. As you're saying.
Imagine if you could... No, I'm not even going to finish that sentence.
Should we?
I was going to say if you could bring your USs with you and then just come flying out of the sky. Just cast from heaven, falling down. They stole the... Oh, and Correct is actually able to get one.
No. Yeah, finishing off Quizzy as he falls on down. Brilliant stuff by Corexy. Been on fire, this boy. I'm very interested to see his numbers by the end of the 2 days for FaZe, now that they'll be finishing up after this one. And Geek, I mean, Geek at the same time, though, right? 44 points. Only 2 alive now, but 44 points. Off the back of that win, this has definitely been a great day for them.
Oh, yeah. No way around that. They can be very satisfied with. And even here, I mean, losing 2 very early ain't never what you want to see happen, but at least they come away with 5 points guaranteed in this match. Are they just gonna go down to the shack? Yeah.
This little plateau's not bad, right? As long as they know that playing Crash can see this area. Ooh, did he?
They don't have a car, which makes it very difficult for them to leave here, but I think right now they're playing with the hopes that a solid 6 more circles at least is gonna go this direction.
Yeah, Schiller could see that. Can they get this knock back up and good to go? Also, Secure Sensing, technically, through some foliage cover, can see a little bit of it. So they were trying to get some shots on him, but not enough. As Falcon Eagles, you need more on the board, Falcon Eagles. But I mean, what, you've played 2 days now, 27 points. It's to the lower bracket with you.
Yep, down there they go. That is written in the stars and on the scoreboard as Shepard now try to make the cross on over. Exhalation, they've been playing a lot of split positions today. Not always by choice, because take early game casualties as the boom yard ammo mate swap on over, go for the hip fire mini. See if he can get it. Not able to do so. Almost started poking his opponent with the mini at that point because so many bullets have been fired, as now his teammate is there to help him, but the hip fire MK comes out victorious in the end. And Escaption able to get some extra points for Yepa in what was a pretty chaotic engagement there.
This is when you know all rules are out the window. Everybody's hip firing DMRs for close range.
It's Saving Private Ryan where they start throwing their helmets at each other. It's full crazy mode. And I'm not sure what the plan was here for Sakura Sensen. They knew, as you said too, and I'm pretty sure at least they knew and saw the 2 players parachuting into this position. They come up, Mika gets out, gets knocked and flushed, and then they back off and get no points forward. I'm not sure what the strat was there.
I mean, considering the compound north of them was totally free and they were in it for a while.
I mean, it was theirs. They left it to go up and get the kills.
Yeah.
I think they just wanted Mika into a position from where he could nade the shack, but not quite working. And that, my friends, is a no-man US. Just casually strolling down the hill, because that's the point we've reached in this match today.
Yep. I love that Ibby zooms on and it's like, what's going on over there? Oh, never mind.
It's a moving target. Always got to be careful.
Yeah. Obviously, their coach, Scoom, not in the lobby, so he can't get run over.
Aha. For the OGs out there in the chat that was born before 2000, they would have been alive to see that play happen.
Can you stop calling me old, all right? Like,
True, sorry. Sometimes, as a caster, I have to state the facts. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes I do. Twisted Minds, they're going to be sitting, chilling alongside VP towards shooting range, but maybe not for much longer. Now, this is a game for Hype Beasts to actually live up to their name. If they're maintaining this split for much longer, I don't think a lot of kills is going to come their way. But playing their cards right, this could easily be a double-digit game for them.
Could be. This is going to get real spicy because now all of these teams have to somehow coexist in what is basically 60% of a circle that should be full land. There's still too much water in this. Twisted Minds is going to be sending it straight through here on this east side, but they've got a lot of obstacles to go through. There's still Schiller. There's still Shroud. Shroud finds Perfectix, finishes him off, and Twisted Minds is gone as quick as that.
51-point day, though. All the Twisted Minds, I mean, we all know Batoons is never going to be satisfied with anything, but I think can be pretty happy with a 51-point day for them.
He doesn't want just one world championship. He wants 2 world championships, and I'll quote that forever.
Yep, he wants all of them. All of them. As Escaption continuing to dish out damage. Yep, trying to claim some more points here with EB down already. Unfortunately for Escaption, not more was written in it for him. Sheila will find yet another target. As Don't Panic, at least right now, not actually doing that.
Yeah, Sheila's doing bits. Like it.
Yeah. Maybe that's what they have to do. Is when they're sat 4 on top of each other, they all kind of group up and panic together. Maybe if they just maintain their wide splits, they can just mind their own business, mute each other in game, and just play their own matches.
Why you gotta say it like that, bro?
I'm sorry. I feel like it adds to the panic if the comms are hectic, you know. But for their part, there doing all right now. Veronica, not quite the case though. Lucarux peeks on over, takes him out swiftly. EB down. Lucarux now down as well. Vulcan Eagles trying to get a little bit of revenge for losing a teammate there.
Maybe it's just me, but I've never liked actually playing shooting range. I just don't feel like it gives me enough maneuverability and moving around, even in the defensive posture. I mean, these guys are a million times better than me, but it's not really gone the way of VP here.
It's for podcast. It's for a podcast for another day, but there's definitely something to be said about. We like shooting range because it's unique and it's OG, but for playability, it's
tough.
It's really not very good.
Yeah.
We can make a small city instead of shooting range in a patch somewhere in the future.
Shooting complex.
Something like that. Laser tag arena. I don't know. Call it what you want. But let's see now. It's Rafa trying to claim some more points over these fallen VP players. There is still one lingering in here. It's Nixie. And they have yet to find him. And they're running all one-on-ones here. Nixie can get 3 points if he does this right.
Meanwhile, FaZe still just kind of slowly barreling in along a coastline, find themselves Grove.
That's one.
Taking whatever they want.
Nothing more
VP's
comes of it. Yep. Down they go. Virtus Pro ain't gonna get more of it, but they can rest easy knowing that they're straight through to the grand finals. As Seifu now. Nice nade slopped on over, finds Corexi and James. Gustav down to low HP as well. One more nade could do it, but he only got smokes and blue zones to work with, so don't think Gustav's gonna fall on that.
Great player, Seifu. About time we got something out of him here from Grove. As gets taken out by Marslek in the distance as he shouts into the comms, I got one. And it will be unfortunate for Seifu there. So buying some reprieve for FaZe on the other side, but Metabase are going to be looking their way, and FaZe still has some way to go.
Yeah, no reason not to. 58 for Bushido. They would want some more points, preferably a win here as well, as Dunn somehow runs over himself. Not what you want to have happen. They time this right. Spot schemes. Oh, you don't want to be standing still, my man. You do not want to be standing still in these lobbies.
It was the perfect, like the I guess I was about to say perfect, but the least opportune moment. Metabay was just about to shoot. Just about to. And then Marslek comes out of nowhere.
In the meantime, towards the west, Foot and Na'Vi, 2 teams who haven't been engaging in too many battles this game thus far. Foot 2 kills already. We'll add yet another one to the list as Fairest falls down. If they can clear out, I mean, regardless of which of these 2 teams come out victorious, going to have a pretty good position on the west side here because they're really the only 2 teams there. And when you have the bunker where Hype Beast is towards the east, they can play somewhat uncontested there, at least for the time being. But they have to finish this fight fast before some of the Valley teams push up. Ooh, okay.
Nice shots. The wide split of Don't Panic might come back to bite them here for a second. It's still continuing on. CC next might try and smoke that off and get down there as quickly as possible, unless they see the cross occurring. Still the 2-2 split though. Hopper is looking towards Children and Global Army.
Yeah, they're gonna have to try and wrap around. Throw some bait smoke over on the other side, so maybe buy himself some time to cross over. He needs to come back and help out his teammates down here in the valley. And they know that CC is there. I think that's who he's trying to cut off. The smokes are there, easily giving up the position. Now he's getting into the car. Trapped down below, but Hoppa is caught in between these Don't Panic players. Now, not the best place to be in.
I like those preemptive shots. Through that window, they're kind of hitting exactly where the door would be, just in case CCNX was trying to go through or stick the res in that particular area. So not too bad. And looks like maybe Hobbit can try and go for a nade, anticipating where the door is. You can see him angling it towards the right-hand side of that shed. Does it bounce? Yes, it does. Oh, it actually caught him outside despite him being in. And it worked out beautifully.
Perfect angle, getting both of them down there. Third nade was just for show. As Spooks end up falling to the blue. That's Balkan Eagles down in 9th. As we now make our way into placement points with just 28 players left alive, closing in on the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, a circle like this. Are we getting too little too late here for Sakura Sensen? Because they've got some control of this circle, but 40 points on the board. It does feel like last chance looms for them.
Yeah, they would need to pop off and then some.
Yes.
In order to ride into the grand finals after today's games. This Foot. Also not the best day for them today. 27 points. Of course, they will get to play tomorrow and see if they can get themselves some more, but would want to finish off strong here. Get that momentum going coming into tomorrow's games.
Big convergence here between Na'Vi and Foot potentially. Two big name teams who might have to run into each other. Marsalek just popping off. He's just apparently hitting all the shots ever now. Like,
I feel like that's kind of his thing. When there's nothing left to lose, you know, that's when they start going, you know what, we're just gonna play, see what happens. Oh, 15 kill win, sure, let's take it. And then sometimes it just ain't enough to get them through to the next stage. Good thing is that we have double the limbs, so we'll see if that can get them motivated. And speaking of, Marsalek finding one more.
Oh, okay.
Global, I'm just saying, nah, I'm leaving. Sorry, Sheila. Run you over on the way out too.
I will say I do love double limb. I really do. And I love that we still have it here for PEC. And He-Man taking a lot of damage. Don't love that for him, though, as Global Army is going all the way towards the middle of this circle to try and get some more consolidatory points on the board, because 13 ain't enough at the moment in this game. On this day, they're going to have a big pop-off tomorrow if they also want to avoid last chance.
Oh yeah, definitely. Foot now in the meantime trying to pull up on Hype, as well, I mean, the timing was as good as can be. The issue is Hype was ready for it. They took down a couple of players from Na'Vi, instantly turned around, now got ready for the fight against Foot, who will be eliminated. Combination of We Live Again and Hype players working together to take them out. They will get some casualties in return, but just the one of nail up. So Foot, again, as I said, wanted bigger results in this last match, but trigger rotations for them to move east.
Yeah, it's boiling down. And nice knock-on meta bay there from Hobbit once again. We Live Again. Trying their very, very best to weed out as many points as possible. 35 so far. More shots coming in from Marsalek. Somehow, some way, he's trying to hit what he can. Leaning left, leaning right, trying to dodge things. A Panzerfaust from Stade on Novik as well on the other side. Navi's trying to hold off this push.
Yeah, as best as they can, but it's not going to be enough. Hype able to find it, able to stay alive, and again, get some much-needed points. Tough beginning to the day that they're trying to make up for here. As Bushido gets eliminated as well, down to just 4 teams left alive, with We Live Again up still with 4 players.
What are they at? 28 points. Okay, taking stock of where we're at right now. And a big nade maybe coming through again from Hobbit. Feels like We Live Again have had a lot of room to work with towards the mid to late game of this one. So now they're trying to.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Hobbit was able to just run down that hillside with pretty much no contest is not something you'd see happen too often, but hey, I'm not going to complain about this at all as Panzerfaust comes through. Not sure how many they have left, but I think that's the 3rd one Keta has this game.
I love that they just loaded up the boots. It's like, okay, let's go.
And then he just walks over to his link, because why not?
That's a crazy loadout. Oh, and Marcus. Okay, finally showing the quality that we was hoping for coming into this one. Keta finishes things off with the links as well. Deadly.
Again, I mean, Hypebeast, they are a roster that's definitely to be feared among other teams. And just today hasn't really been showing for it. But if they can get it going now, then maybe tomorrow it's going to be a whole different day for them. As we now see him and Marsalek Still both alive. I want to get rid of this last Don't Panic player. Should be easy pickings, and indeed it will be. Marsalik finds Global Army with an 8, down to just 3.
Not bad, not bad. Still another one. Hey, Marsalik, what's going on? Car will go up in smoke. And Manuktiv is looking for that sneaky angle on the right. On the other side of the things, Sakura Sensen's loving life. They're loving that these teams are eliminating one another.
Definitely. Definitely. It's a stalemate for a bit. It's phase 6 with 6 players alive. Not something we see too often. But today has been, at least the 2 Erangel games, sure have been wild ones that I think for many long-time PUBG sports fans, outside of a great fight between Quizzy and Gustav in the end of last game, would probably just want to kind of erase from their memory.
I think that's also why it's good that we, in some of the later stages of the tournament, we changed from like Erangel first to Erangel last. Is that you get a very different Erangel that has, oh, nice shots, at the beginning of a day compared to a very different Erangel at the end of a day.
Yeah, true. That is definitely the case. As we live again, nice peek on over. I like the initial trade from Keta there, but not done fast enough. He falls down, and now it's a 1 versus 2. Sakura Sansen, you might not make finals directly, but can you at least polish the score here? Or will it be we live again to try and claim it?
They've been controlling space. They've been 3 for quite a while. Marsalik hitting some shot once again. Not quite on that one. Goes for the spray to finish him off. Manuktiv as he comes all the way around for a little bit of a drive-by. This isn't quite going their way just yet, but it should be over with a little bit of util.
I have to imagine, but never count him out. Oh, well, he's practically eating the nades now. I say that he's touching. Oh, no! The last one had his name on it. I thought it was going to get extra exciting there for a second, but in the end, Sakura Sansen do manage to polish that scoreboard a bit with a win here at the end of Game 6.
Yeah, it's looking a bit grim for them to try and make it to the grand finals straight away from the groups. So we're really seeing them probably in last chance. However, you know, a bit of a confidence booster. There is still opportunity for a team like Sakura Sensen to make it to that grand final later.
Definitely. With what we saw here in the end of it, though it not being super structured, it goes to show their individual skill is definitely there to play against some of the best. They just need the structure behind it to get it going.
Yeah, definitely. So, and a bit of a wild circle as well, right? Like with having so north, with so much water being in, and then all of a sudden, so many people dying so early in this game. You do get those Game 6 vibes, and at least they're able to deal with that as well.
Exactly. That's the main thing. When you have a tough playing path followed by that chaos, it's never going to get easy for any of these teams trying to play this game.
Oh my gosh, they did it, Mark. It took them 2 whole days, but finally your prediction sort of comes true. I'm trying to be nice, remember? Sakura Sensen gets the win. You are vindicated. It has happened.
Love it. They got 1 game. It's really interesting. Marsalik just pops up on the last game. I think the guys are right. If there's no pressure, we're definitely going to allow qualifiers. Let's just play some PUBG. You should have done that like 12 games ago, guys, and we could have potentially been up there. But hey, you got yourself a win. GG's. You've proven you can do it. But I do think it is a little bit late, unfortunately, for them.
Do you think that Mark's prediction curse is broken, Avenger?
I think he just predicted the last game here. So we knew they were going to be on top. It's the last game they're able to do it.
Okay, we live again. Let's focus on them. They obviously came in second, but this is a team that has consistently, like we mentioned earlier on, been in the top 3, top 4 throughout. Today, that's going to look really good for them on the points. Any other teams that you were looking at during this matchup, Avenger, that stood out for you?
Yeah, I honestly think we've seen, first of all, I was pretty impressed with PK. They were able to come in as a pretty neat job. That was great. Obviously, great. The other end of the spectrum, maybe I think it was a little bit on the lower end, kind of expected to, and also Don't Panic after dominating in EMEA qualifiers that much. They are way lower performance than what I expected to have here.
Why do you think that was, Avenger?
Honestly, for me, it's just like the difficulty is just on a whole different level once you're playing against the absolute best in EMEA, to be honest.
Fair enough. I mean, for you, Mark, any standouts outside of Secure Sensen getting the win?
You won't let it go, will you? Isolation. Obviously, you mentioned Kike. I'm impressed with them. Apart from their first game, obviously, where they dropped out. Isolation, obviously, been good. And obviously, you mentioned WLA. They seem to find their way into those top circles. And those additional points are going to really matter when it comes down to their final 6 games tomorrow. But best in the lobby, yes. I do think, as predicted by Martin yesterday, the Group A versus Group C did not disappoint, but there was a few little gems in the mix, I say.
Do you know what I am a little bit worried is obviously the myth of a team that we've spoken about because they surprised us so much yesterday. That drop-off that they had towards the end of today, Mark, I'm concerned that they're going to find themselves in a situation where they might end up being in the last chance qualifiers because they just weren't able to get those 3 or 4 extra points on the board.
It's one thing I can predict, that all 4 of them will be in chat tomorrow watching the games, because it is going to be close. It is going to be close. Obviously, bagging up at the end, I think they're in the 77 points. That's going to be in and around the cutoff point. It's going to really come down to the performance of these teams tomorrow. But Secure Sensen on top. Someone take a print screen. End the tournament now. They take the first place. I love it. Good game in the end.
I love that. And the tournament. So we do get a chance now to speak to one of our teams from Group A who have more than likely guaranteed themselves a spot in the grand finals. Obviously, that's not confirmed until tomorrow, but we're pretty sure they've done it. Gustav is with us. I love that I get to speak to you twice a year, friend. You come on here, we get to have that chat. No more fantasy, so now you are my friend. How have you felt? I mean, it looked really good from our end. You're looking comfortable. The team looks good. You feeling the same after the 2 days of competition?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we won the groups, or we don't know, someone could pop off tomorrow. But yeah, feeling good. Still sad that I didn't win that 5th game. I should have clutched that one out, but other than that, feeling pretty decent.
You should be. We'll talk a little bit about that. We've got a few other things. We're going to do something a little bit different here. Mark is going to jump in, and we actually want you to be part of our analyst desk now. We're going to pull up the overall leaderboard, and you get to weigh in. So, Mark, I know you have some questions for Gustav. Let's add him to the analysts.
100% added to us, only 50%. Look, obviously, well done first and foremost. 102. It is going to be impressive for other teams to try and catch up to that. Yes, someone may top it, but you guys really came out with a point to prove. But I do want to dig deep. Is there any teams that actually really impressed you that you wasn't expecting to be performing? Doesn't have to be just in the Group A. It could be any of the Group Bs or Group Cs. But is there any other teams that you think done well that you wasn't expecting to?
I don't know. I feel like it's kind of like what you expect. Like Twister only played 1 day, you know. Then you have us, Na'Vi versus Pro. It's kind of like the same as last year. But I guess the myth of like the 4th place team, they might be qualified, but I'm not 100% sure. But I guess it's like just kind of only them.
That'll lead me nicely on to the next bit, mate. It's actually, where do you think the cutoff is? Do you think 77 points is going to be enough for the myth-off? Can you see them maybe dropping out, or is that going to be in and around that sort of mark?
I don't think it's going to be enough, but it depends on how top-heavy it's going to be tomorrow. I think it's going to be around 80. They're for sure going to be like the cutoff team. They could be lucky, but around 80, I'd say.
Super interesting. Thank you very much. I think we agree. It is going to be pretty tough, and I think they've kind of thrown those last 2 games. But look, Martin, over to you, mate.
Yeah, they had a little bit of a rough situation there for sure. But yeah, I want to ask you, Gustav. Good to have you on here, and good to see you guys dominate. Is there a higher motivation for you guys to just absolute grind it down? That you are not GPT anymore. You have to qualify your way through. You have to dominate EMEA. Does it feel like there's a little bit more pressure on you guys, or do you feel it is it's just an extra form of motivation?
I'd say a bit of both. Like in some way, this could be the best thing that happened to us because
right.
I think as a team we've been playing more than we probably ever have. Over the span of the last like 1.5 months, but then again, like it is also sometimes rough getting top 5 in EU. It's sometimes really stacked. Like you have so many teams that can pop off. But I think this is good for us.
Okay, and a follow-up question to that. There's been so many roster changes in the EU. Do you feel it's harder to kind of prepare against some of these teams that are, people and players that have played a lot, that are known players, but they're coming together as a team that you haven't really scrimmed more than maybe a month against?
No, I mean, it's kind of the same. Like, it's a lot of like the same players that maybe just on another team, and the IGL is still playing the same way. So like, it's the same as always. Like a bunch of CIS players that are popping off now and then.
Nice. All right. Good to hear, and good to see you guys pop off in the triple digits.
In the triple digits, like Avenger said. Gustav, thank you so much for chatting to us. I know you get a bit of a break now. We'll see you in the grand finals, and fingers crossed we'll get a chance to speak to you then as well.
I hope so as well. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
I'm such a FaZe stan, it's actually a problem. I'm a huge fan of that organization, and I'm a huge fan of that PUBG team, and I'm a huge fan of triple digits, Avenger, when we come into this, because you know it's going to be so stacked tomorrow. Everyone's going to come out firing because now they know what they have to catch.
Yeah, and as Gustav said here, I think it's very likely we're going to see the Myth-Off be that cutoff team. I think they're going to be 9th or 10th, unless we have, you know, 2 teams coming in tomorrow, like We Live Again, Twisted Minds, or GKBB team, something like that comes in and just absolutely sweeps the lobby. Because historically, we've had 2 to 4 teams that's being on triple digits. Some teams grabbing up towards 140 points. That just leaves so little for the rest, which means our cutoff is going to be even higher. So yeah, it really comes down to how crazy is Twisted Minds going to go tomorrow. But then again, what we've seen from them so far today, not that many placement points. They've been fragging out quite nicely. If they can really get into that kind of later stages of the game, they're gonna for sure go into the triple digits as well.
So Mark, we possibly have 3, if not 4, depending on how tomorrow goes, with the Myth-Off teams from Group A making it through to the grand finals, which is making sure that those spots tomorrow that are available are a lot less. Group B, Group C, everything to play for on this final day of our group stages.
Yeah, half that lobby potentially securing their spot. So it doesn't mean these teams still got capabilities. It does come down to, as Martin says, if there is 1, maybe 2 teams that start to sponge the points, that goes in the favor of the Myth-Off. That's what they're going to want to see, like a Twisted Minds, not just getting the kills, but also the placement points. But then there's so many teams that I felt from Group C that didn't really perform today. Now, is that because they just weren't ready, because some of the teams in Group A were warmed up and ready to go to sort of get that qualification? Potentially be really intrigued, because obviously with Group B having a day off, they've obviously sat back and watched. They now have to sort of find their position in the Group C, and it's going to be quite dangerous. Like, Esports, I felt, just haven't really performed as much as I thought they would do. Yep, obviously also going down quite early. Don't panic, definitely panicked, I felt, for their day number 1. And it's going to come down to actually how do they stack up against tomorrow. And as I said before, if there's a couple of teams that take away the points, and it's great for the Myth-Off. If we see, like we saw day number 1, loads of teams sort of farming out the points, then that cutoff point, as Gustav says, might be a little bit too short.
3, possibly 4 teams already guaranteeing their spot in the grand final, and we get to find out who will join them or who will be dropping to the last chance qualifiers. That's all going down tomorrow. You have no plans for your Sunday evening, and if you do, you make sure you cancel them, because at 6 p.m. CET, we will be back with all of that competitive PUBG that you love. We'll see you then.